Chapter 31-36. It's not up to you to decide whether he should die or not. Realm Lord Ku-han's aura was strong. He stood in the air and stared at Fang Chan with his black eyes. He wanted to use his aura to suppress Yi Shiwen and make him lose without a fight. However, Fang Chen was not afraid of his aura. Facts have proven that his life and death is up to me. Fang Chen shrugged. He had killed the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master right under Realm Lord Ku-han's nose. This was his ability. His unspoken words were, "If you're not convinced, come and fight me." As expected, Domain Lord Ku-han was thoroughly enraged. The corners of his mouth curled upwards as he revealed a mocking smile. Are all the youngsters nowadays so arrogant? Boom! He opened his palm, and a vast black aura quickly gathered in the center of his palm, condensing into a terrifying vortex that would make anyone tremble. A mere tribulation supremacy dares to talk nonsense in front of a realm lord. You will die today. Even the heavens won't be able to save you. Realm Lord Ku-han gave the order to kill Fang Chen. He was a high and mighty realm lord. He would not allow any tribulation supremacy to challenge his authority. The death of the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master had completely enraged him. He could not save the Emperor Weapon Pavilion Master from the hands of a tribulation supremacy. This was the greatest humiliation. Humiliation must be repaid with blood. Our realm lord's very strong. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, I once killed a realm lord in the eastern region. What a joke. What do you think a realm lord is? Not to mention you, even I would find it difficult to kill a realm lord of the same realm. You're just a tribulation supremacy, yet you dare to talk nonsense here. Killing and defeating were two completely different things. As a realm lord Ku-han was confident that he could defeat a realm lord of the same realm. However, it would take some effort to kill one. Therefore, he did not believe Fang Chen's words at all. So, you insist on interfering in the Emperor Weapon Pavilion's matters? Fang Chen asked. Dong dong dong. Realm Lord Ku-han's aura surged as a trembling power came from his body. His actions were enough to prove everything. As long as he existed, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion would exist. After today, the Imperial Armament Pavilion will completely disappear from the history of the Western region. Fang Chen said, Since you want to protect the Imperial Armament Pavilion, you should be prepared to die. As soon as his voice fell, Fang Chen held the star-hidden sword in his hand, and his whole body emitted an astonishing sword chi. Courting death, Realm Lord Ku-han stomped his foot and instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Hoo! In an instant, countless Ku-han Realm Lord figures appeared around Fang Chen. Phantom doppelganger technique? Fang Chen sneered. Then he struck out with his sword. It was a simple sword strike, but it gave people a feeling of being as heavy as Mount Tai. Rumble. Wherever the star-concealing sword passed, the entire void trembled. When the sword-shaped runes on the sword flowed out, the void exploded and the world was in chaos. Whoosh! The resplendent sword light pierced towards Ku-han at lightning speed. Get lost. Ku-han Realm Lord roared and waved his sleeves, enveloping the sword light. He wanted to destroy it. However, when the sword light was destroyed, it exploded. Cough, cough, cough. Caught off guard, Ku-han Realm Lord felt a slight shock wave. He kept retreating, his clothes were torn, and he coughed a few times. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were filled with endless anger as he looked at Fang Chen. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. You have a backup plan, Ku-han Realm Lord said. However, if you think that you can kill me with just these methods, you are too naive. After speaking, Ku-han Realm Lord spread out his hands. With him as the center, countless withered tree chi emerged. The withered tree chi gathered in front of his palms and transformed into a towering tree. Rustle! The towering tree swayed, and the leaves creaked. The entire world changed. Withered tree kill. Ku-Han realm lord roared. The towering tree took root in the void and quickly approached Fangchen. Time stop. The void stopped again, and the towering tree and Ku-Han realm lord's body stopped. Kacha! However, Ku-Han realm lord quickly broke the bindings. Your methods are useless against me. Ku-Han realm lord laughed eerily and controlled the towering tree to continue attacking. Space-time sword explosion. The 5 immortal star cores were fully activated, and the power of the space-time sword explosion increased by at least 30%. The attack power was terrifying, and even a realm lord couldn't block it. However, this wasn't enough. His Emperor Realm physical body was fully activated at this moment. Terrifying power was continuously injected into the hidden star sword. Fangchen took a step forward. This was his strongest move, and even Tian Xan Realm Lord couldn't block it. How could Ku-Han Realm Lord block it? Kill! Fangchen stomped his feet and jumped onto the towering tree. Wrestle! The towering tree's countless leaves quickly wrapped around Fangchen. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, Ku-Han Realm Lord laughed wildly. Being wrapped by the towering tree, even a Realm Lord couldn't break free. You're dead. As he spoke, Ku-Han Realm Lord came in front of Fangchen and punched out. Pung pung pung. His Emperor Realm physical body exploded, and the leaves that wrapped around Fangchen were all destroyed. The towering tree couldn't block the Emperor Realm physical body's power, and it instantly crumbled. Russell, the towering tree that was wrapped around Fangchen a second ago was turned into ashes in the next second. How is this possible? Ku-Han Realm Lord was stunned. Pucci, the sword chi that could split heaven and earth, slashed across his neck, and at the same time, the hidden star sword pierced through his head. No. Feeling his life force fading away, Ku-Han Realm Lord cried out, "What's wrong with you?" Ku-Han Realm Lord opened his eyes wide, and he wanted to know what had just happened. Unfortunately, his life force couldn't support his body anymore. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. That sword strike had severely injured his source. Even though Realm Lord Ku-Han didn't want to die, he had no other choice. He had nowhere to go. Hoo! Boundless flames surged out of his body. Self-destruct. Pung! A simple punch landed on Ku-Han Realm Lord, who was about to self-destruct. Rumble. Before he could self-destruct, Ku-Han Realm Lord's body shattered and disappeared from the world. Hoo! A gust of wind blew past, and the oppressive aura was blown away. After a long while, the world returned to normal. Below, everyone in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion was stunned. How strong was this fellow to kill a Realm Lord with one hand? From today onwards, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion no longer exists. You guys are innocent, and I don't want to kill you. You guys can disperse on your own. If I find out that you're using the Imperial Weapon Pavilion's name to do things, I won't let you off. After Xiao Qin spoke, countless cultivators rushed down the mountain in a panic. Whoosh! Fangchen flicked his finger and disappeared into the crowd. Blood-curdling screams could be heard as some people fell into a pool of blood. Those that Fangchen killed were the higher-ups of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Since he wanted to destroy the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, these people couldn't be left alive. The remaining members of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion have all been cleaned up. During this period, we found the corpse demon's lair and dealt with it. Just at this moment, the clone transmitted a message. Fangchen nodded and glanced at the old site of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. The news of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion's destruction quickly spread throughout the Western region. Countless cultivators were shocked. The name of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion's lord, Fangchen, appeared in everyone's vision. The Imperial Weapon Pavilion had ruled the Western region for countless years, but it was destroyed in the hands of a rising star. However, if they knew that there was a world overlord behind the Imperial Weapon Pavilion that was killed, it was unknown how they would feel. Blood City, Imperial Weapon Pavilion Headquarters. Am I dreaming? Master Dongfang opened his eyes wide and couldn't believe his ears. It should be true. The news has spread throughout the entire Western region. Heart Weapon Imperial Master said in a deep voice. His heart was filled with shock. I didn't expect that the weak guy back then to have unknowingly grown to such a level. That was the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, the absolute ruler of the Western region. However, it was destroyed by him alone. What kind of power was this? What kind of glory was this? I don't dare to imagine. Master, Dongfang laughed out loud. Since the Imperial Weapon Pavilion has been destroyed, then from now on, our Imperial Weapon Pavilion will be the strongest power in the Western region. Moreover, we'll take this opportunity to control all the cultivation resources in the Western region. Soon, our Imperial Weapon Pavilion will surpass the glory of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Chapter 30, 137. Voila! In the void, Fang Chun appeared out of nowhere. Great Master Dongfang and Imperial Master Xen Bing, who were in the middle of a conversation, were extremely excited when they saw this. They stood up and stared at Fang Chen with their eyes wide open. There are flowers on my body. Being stared at by the two, Fang Chen felt a little awkward. He waved his hand and asked with a smile. At this moment, the two regained their calmness. Even so, there were still huge waves in their hearts. I really didn't expect this. Heart Soldier Imperial Preceptor couldn't help but exclaim. Back then, when he first met Fang Chen, the latter was just a weak martial artist. At that time, he didn't care at all. If it wasn't for Fang Chen's smithing skills that caught his attention, he probably wouldn't even look at him. But now he had transformed into an expert comparable to a sector lord. Heart Soldier Imperial Preceptor couldn't help but sigh. When Master Dongfang saw Fang Chen's radiant face, he felt a little awkward. Back then, he actually dared to challenge this guy. Now that he thought about it, he was really stupid. Thinking of this, Master Dongfang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Have you stepped into the sector Lord realm? After a short moment of shock, Heart Soldier Imperial Preceptor asked with a burning gaze. He knew that there was a sector Lord Realm expert in the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Previously, he almost died in the hands of that expert. If it wasn't for his half-step Emperor weapon, he wouldn't have been able to escape. But now, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master had fallen, and the Imperial Weapon Pavilion was destroyed. Where was that sector Lord Realm expert? Then how did you deal with that sector Lord Realm expert? Master Dongfang asked anxiously. Although I haven't stepped into the sector Lord realm, I can still kill sector lords, Fang Chen said casually. I've already killed sector Lord Ku Han of the Imperial Weapon Pavilion. Hearing this, the two men's hearts were in turmoil. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still shocked to hear Fang Chen say it personally. That's a sector lord. They could sense that, from the aura fluctuations on Fang Chen's body, he was at most a perfected lesser tribulation, supremacy. He had only survived 3 disasters, but not 9 tribulations. Such a cultivator had used his own strength to kill a sector lord. If this news were to spread, even the mighty figures of the northern region would be shocked, right? The two of them stared at Fang Chen, dumbstruck. Their faces were filled with shock. Now that the Imperial Weapon Pavilion has been destroyed and the corpse demon has been eliminated by me, the Western region's crisis has been resolved. From now on, the Weapon Pavilion will dominate the Western region. Fang Chen's voice pulled the two back from their shock. Hearing this, the two of them trembled. That's great. Master Dongfang was very excited. Over the years, he had adapted to such a life and had also adapted to controlling the Weapon Pavilion. Although the Weapon Pavilion was founded by Fang Chen, he was also one of the people in charge. He was also very excited that the Weapon Pavilion could rise and dominate the Western region. Thank you for your hard work, Master Dongfang. Fang Chen bowed slightly to Master Dongfang to express his gratitude. Master Dongfang hurriedly waved his hand and grinned. No need to thank me. I am also a part of the Weapon Pavilion. It is my responsibility to work for the Weapon Pavilion. A heaven-sent genius. This was Imperial Tutor Xanbing's evaluation of Fang Chen. Back then, Imperial Tutor Xanbing valued Fang Chen's smithing skills. He thought that Fang Chen had an artifact core, and his understanding of smithing was extremely strong. Not long in the future, he would definitely be able to reach a higher level and forge an emperor weapon. However, at that moment, his opinion of Fang Chen had changed greatly. This child not only had heaven-defying potential in smithing, but his martial potential was even more peerless. Even the strongest geniuses in the primordial chaos, Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua, are not as strong. Imperial Tutor Xanbing sighed. Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua were publicly recognized as the strongest geniuses in the primordial chaos. The two of them had the halo of geniuses since young, and they had received a lot of attention along the way. And now they were already super experts at the world god level. In the vast primordial chaos, all the cultivators in every corner were extremely envious when they talked about the two of them. And now Imperial Tutor Xanbing felt that Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua, who were at the same level, were not as strong as Fang Chen. Forget it, forget it. Imperial Tutor Xanbing suddenly sighed. All these years, this old man has been pursuing a higher level of smithing, and I do not want to be restricted. So, the Weapon Pavilion has invited me several times, but I have rejected them all. All these years of fighting with the Weapon Pavilion, this old man has learned a lot. Now, this old man does not want to travel. I just want to find a place to cultivate quietly and comprehend the Weapon Pavilion. Saying this, Imperial Tutor Xanbing slowly raised his head and looked at Fang Chen. I wonder if Pavilion Master Fang's Weapon Pavilion is willing to take this old man in? Although this old man is old, it is not a problem for me to guard the mountain gate of the Weapon Pavilion. Hearing this, Fang Chen hurriedly said, It is my honor that Senior is willing to join my Weapon Pavilion. How can I let Senior guard the mountain gate? Ha ha ha. Imperial Tutor Xanbing stroked his beard and grinned. Master Dongfang was also very happy. Although Imperial Tutor Xanbing had been protecting the Weapon Pavilion all these years, he was not considered a member of the Weapon Pavilion. Now that he had joined, it wouldn't be long before the Weapon Pavilion would have an Emperor Realm blacksmith. Just thinking about it made him feel very happy. In the future, I will have to trouble you two seniors to take care of the Weapon Pavilion. Fang Chen said apologetically. His stage was no longer here, but in the northern region. Imperial Tutor Xanbing and Master Dongfang understood. Don't worry, with us here, the Weapon Pavilion will definitely become better. Go and explore. After talking with the two for a while, another person suddenly appeared in the Weapon Pavilion. This is... Imperial Tutor Xanbing and Master Dongfang were very surprised by the sudden appearance of this mysterious expert. Seniors, this is a good friend of mine, known as the Beast King. When I am not here, he will be guarding the Weapon Pavilion. Fang Chen said. At this moment, his clone had changed his appearance, and even Imperial Tutor Xanbing and Master Dongfang did not notice. As for Fang Chen, he did not wish for others to know that he had a clone. After all, the savage wilderness beast army was his trump card, and he did not want to expose it in front of others. Seniors, the Beast King cupped his fists at the two. Although the Beast King is not as strong as me, he can still escape unscathed in the face of a sector lord. Fang Chen said. After a simple introduction, Imperial Tutor Xanbing and Master Dongfang looked at the Beast King with respect. After all, this was an expert who was not weaker than Fang Chen. Then Fang Chen told the two that the Beast King had a beast army under him that required a large amount of cultivation resources. Imperial tutor Xianbing and Master Dongfeng patted their chests and promised, "Don't worry about this. The blacksmiths of our weapon pavilion are getting stronger by the day. The weapons we refine will be sold through special channels and then exchanged for cultivation resources." Master Dongfeng patted his chest and said, "Our weapon pavilion may not have many things, but we have no lack of cultivation resources." Indeed, blacksmiths were a very noble profession in the immemorial primal chaos. Of course, it was also very expensive. However, once one became a powerful weapon refiner, the benefits they would bring would be endless. With the support of the weapon pavilion, the savage wilderness beast army would be able to obtain countless cultivation resources. Fang Chen's goal for the Beast King was very simple. The next time they met, everyone in the savage wilderness beast army would be in the sector Lord Realm. "I will do it." The Beast King looked at his main body and nodded heavily. In just a few days, the Imperial Weapon Pavilion had completely collapsed. The Weapon Pavilion had unified the Western region and became a dominant force. And Master Dongfeng and Imperial Tutor Xianbing had become people that everyone respected. After settling the Beast King, Fang Qin quietly left the Western region. Unknowingly, the Sector Lord Conference was approaching. Sky Heart World. In the blue sky, white clouds fluttered with the wind. The sky was clear for thousands of miles, and the blue waves rippled. The current Sky Heart World was gradually getting on the right track. "You're back." Just as he returned to the Sky Heart World, Bai Qingqing sent a message. Voila! Fang Chen lightly clapped his hands and tore through the void, arriving at the city lord residence of Sky Heart City. At this moment, a beautiful lady in green stood in the wind, looking into the distance as though she was a wife waiting for her husband to return. Excitement, happiness, and impatience could be seen on her pretty face. Hoo! Just as she craned her neck to take a look, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air beside her. Bai Qingqing rushed into Fang Chen's arms excitedly. Qingqing. Fang Chen gently stroked the latter's hair. His heart was in turmoil. How could he not know Bai Qingqing's feelings for him along the way? However, he was already married to the star and moon. Fang Chen opened his mouth and was about to say something. However, at this moment, Bai Qingqing tiptoed and pressed her red lips on Fang Chen's mouth. A soft and sweet feeling instantly assaulted him. Just as Fang Chen was enjoying this feeling, Bai Qingqing suddenly pushed Fang Chen away. "You don't have to say anything or do anything. I just want to look at you quietly under the sunset. Even if I have to do this for the rest of my life, I'm willing." After speaking, Bai Qingqing turned and prepared to leave. Qingqing. Fang Chen didn't feel good and his expression changed. Bai Qingqing stopped in her tracks. A breeze blew past and her green dress fluttered in the wind. Just like that, she stood there quietly. The world was silent and everything became calm. She lifted her head and smiled faintly as she looked at Fang Chen. Her beautiful eyes flickered beautifully. "After this Realm Lord Conference ends, you should be staying in the northern region to look for Sister Yu, and Princess Xen, right?" Bai Qingqing's red lips moved slightly. "Compared to them, I feel that I'm more blessed. I have no regrets for everything I've done. You can go and look for them without worry. I will stay here and help you manage the Sky Heart World. You will have nothing to worry about." Bai Qingqing said. She knew that with her current strength, she would only be a burden to Fang Chen. Fang Chen clenched his fists and his heart was pounding. Suddenly, his eyes trembled as though he had made a decision. "After I find you, I will definitely come back to look for you." This was a promise and an oath. Chapter 3138. World City wasn't originally called this, but because too much time had passed, people had long forgotten its original name. World City was located at the intersection of the eastern and northern regions. Hence, it was called World City. From a certain perspective, This was an important city that prevented Eastern region fighters from sneaking into the Northern region. World City was incomparably prosperous. The martial path flourished. Here, as long as you had enough wealth, you could obtain anything you wanted. And every World Lord meeting was unprecedentedly lively. There were still a few days until the World Lord meeting. However, as early as a month ago, countless martial artists had flocked to this place. Some were here to participate in the meeting. Some were here because of its reputation. They wanted to see what kind of prodigy would appear in the meeting. Looking from afar, the World City was extremely majestic. At the city gate, there were even half-step sector lords guarding. Such an expert in the Eastern region would be considered a warlord. But in the World City, they could only guard the city gate. Even though only sector lords had the right to enter the Northern region, there were still many sector lords. But that wasn't completely the case, because this rule was targeted at the fighters of the other three regions. The indigenous fighters of the Northern region had to live. Their descendants couldn't be sector lords the moment they were born. Hence, any fighter below sector lord in the Northern region, if they weren't the descendants of indigenous fighters, they were brought here personally by some almighty. One could see many sector lords lining up at the city gate, preparing to enter the city. Within the city, the streets and alleys were filled with people. Sensing carefully, one could sense an extremely dense aura, causing the void energy to be suppressed. Hoo! In a mountain range 100 miles away from the World City, there were suddenly sounds of breaking through the air. Next, 9 figures appeared out of thin air. They were the Zhen Wu sector lord and others who had rushed over from the Eastern region. 100 miles ahead is where the World City is. The true martial realm lord glanced at everyone. After that, he muttered, "We have already entered the Northern region. There are countless experts here, and our strength can't be considered anything. Hence, it's best for everyone to restrain your temper and not cause trouble. Don't worry, we naturally know what the Northern region is. Ha! This isn't the first time we've come to the world capital. Of course, we have to follow the rules." Realm Lord Dan and Blacksmith walked to Fong Chen's side and said with a smile, "How is it? How do you feel?" Fong Chen nodded. His pitch-black eyes flickered with passion. After going through untold hardships, he finally entered the Northern region. The path of the strong began at the world capital. As expected of the Northern region, it's just a border city, but it gives people a very strong sense of oppression. Fong Chen sighed. This is just the world capital. I heard others say that the core of the Northern region is called the immemorial sacred land. That is the core of the entire immemorial primal chaos. Even world lords have no right to speak there. In that place, heaven's might is strong. Ordinary sector lords like us can't even withstand the pressure. Pill and Smith sector lord laughed. In every world lord meeting, there will be many transcendent world lords who stand out from the crowd. They will be valued by many experts and have a bright future. Pill and Smith sector lord continued. Our Eastern region once had a transcendent world lord. It's a pity that he hasn't appeared for a long time. The Scarlet Sun Realm Lord also walked over with a warm smile on his face. Ever since Fong Chin became the Sky Heart Overlord and heavily injured the Black Underworld Overlord, the Scarlet Sun Overlord gave up on the idea of revenge. Instead, his attitude towards Fong Chin took a 180-degree turn. Every move he made was to get on Fong Chen's good side. Sky Heart Sector Lord, you have to be mentally prepared. Our Eastern region's 9 sector lords are basically the weakest in the World Lord meeting. We will be humiliated by the other sector lords every time. Scarlet Sun sector lord said, "But there's nothing we can do about it. Who asked us to be so weak?" The reason why he insisted on participating in the Realm Lord Conference despite being humiliated every time was because he wanted to become stronger than the Realm Lord so that he could learn more. After every sector Lord Conference ended, the 9 sector lords would benefit greatly. However, only Transcendent Sector lords would pay attention to them during the World Lord meeting. Among the 9 of us, you're probably the only one who has the chance to get the attention of a Transcendent. Scarlet Sun Sector Lord continued. After all, your cultivation is only at the great circle of the minor tribulation Transcendent realm. However, your fighting strength isn't weaker than an ordinary Sector Lord. If you improve further, you'll be comparable to a Transcendent Sector Lord. True Martial Sector Lord and the others nodded lightly. Indeed, Fang Chen's potential was heaven-defying. His fighting strength had reached the level of a Sector Lord. To a large extent, he had caught the attention of a hidden expert. Let's go. We'll enter the city first. True Martial Sector Lord took the lead and walked forward. 100 miles was covered in the blink of an eye. The Eastern region's Sector Lords had low status, so they had to queue up to enter the city. The sun was high up in the sky. Everyone's forehead was covered in sweat. Fortunately, after waiting for about 2 hours, it was finally Fang Chen's turn. Come and register. The 2 half-step universe gods guarding the city gate said solemnly. The 9 people led by True Martial Sector Lord quickly finished their registration. The Eastern region's 9 Sector Lords? Seeing the registration name, the 2 half-step universe gods guarding the city gate had a look of disdain in their eyes. Go in. One of them waved his hand impatiently. However, just as the Realm Lord of the True Martial Realm and the others entered the city in a single file, Fang Chen was suddenly blocked. What? Is there no one else in the Eastern region? You actually sent a minor tribulation Transcendent to participate in the World Lord meeting. The guard said angrily, You must provide me with an explanation. Otherwise, I have the authority to kill him. As the other guard spoke, he prepared to attack Fang Chen. Stop! True Martial Sector Lord turned his head and hurriedly stopped him. His name is Fang Chen. He is the new Sector Lord of Sky Heart Realm in the Eastern region. Although his cultivation is only at Junior Tribulation Master, his fighting power is comparable to a Sector Lord. True Martial Sector Lord explained, We have attended many Sector Lord meetings. Naturally, we know the rules of the world capital. Humph! How can such a genius appear in such a small place? Obviously, the 2 guards did not believe it. They were even more disdainful. At the back, there were some ordinary Sector Lords in the long queue. They were mocking Fang Chen and the others. Humph! Barbarians from the Eastern region. Don't embarrass yourself here. If it wasn't for that expert who got the quota, what right do you have to step into the world capital? Kid, get out of here. Don't waste our time. Some people were extremely dissatisfied with Fang Chen. They felt that he was wasting everyone's time. Both of you, the rules of the Eastern region are very clear. As long as you are one of the 9 Sector Lords and have the fighting power of a Sector Lord, you can enter. I have already said that Sky Heart Realm Lord has the fighting power of a Sector Lord, but the 2 of you insist on not letting him in. What is the meaning of this? True Martial Sector Lord said with a gloomy expression. Do I have to report this to the City Lord? Hearing the 2 words City Lord, the guard's expression changed. But very quickly, anger surged in his heart. Humph! Don't use the City Lord to threaten us. We won't let you in today. The 2 guards said disdainfully. This was the northern region, not the barbarians of the Eastern region. These barbarians dared to challenge their authority here. They were courting death. On the wasteland, 2 figures were slowly moving forward. Dragon Elephant Sector Lord, are you also going to participate in the Sector Lord meeting this time? A gray-robed elder asked with a smile. The Sector Lord meeting is a grand occasion in the world capital. I naturally have to come to broaden my horizons, Dragon Elephant Sector Lord said. If others said so, I would believe it. But you, Dragon Elephant Sector Lord, are here to broaden your horizons? The gray-robed Sector Lord shook his head. He understood Dragon Elephant Sector Lord better than anyone else. Although the latter wasn't a Transcendent Sector Lord, he was able to fight against one. In the Sector Lord level, the Transcendent Sector Lords had already acknowledged Dragon Elephant Sector Lord. Why are there so many people gathered in front? Suddenly, Dragon Elephant Sector Lord discovered that there were many people gathered in front of the city gates. Chapter 30, 139. Hurry up and scram before the important figures in the world capital are alerted. The guard said arrogantly, "Aren't the two of you going overboard?" The Realm Lord asked with a gloomy face. Fong Chin didn't say a word from the start. He just watched quietly. "So what? You barbarians! What right do you have to talk to us here?" The guard in gray robe scolded. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." As he spoke, he took out a token. "As long as I activate this token, the guards of the world capital will arrive immediately. I've given you a chance. Think carefully before you make your decision." In an instant, everyone looked at Fong Chen and the others as though they were looking at a joke. They whispered and mocked them. The Realm Lord and the others looked at each other. Then, they stepped forward and prepared to reason with the guard. "Seems like you've made your decision." As soon as the guard finished speaking, he exerted a little force with his fingers and was about to activate the token. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Then, the guard in gray robe was sent flying. Along with the token, he fell to the ground. "You dare to attack a guard?" The guard was stunned for a moment before he roared. However, when the person who made the move turned around, countless Sector Lords at the city gate sucked in a breath of cold air. "It's him!" Everyone exclaimed in shock. Their hearts were in turmoil. "Is it fun to bully others?" Realm Lord Longxiang said coldly. "Realm Lord Longxiang," the guard wanted to explain, but was stopped by Realm Lord Longxiang. "There are 9 Realm Lords in the Eastern region. As long as you have the strength of a Realm Lord, you can participate in the Realm Lord Conference. However, you're looking down on them and making things difficult for them?" Realm Lord Longxiang scolded. "Do you want me to tell the guards about this?" We don't dare." The 2 guards hurriedly apologized. "We're sorry, Lord Longxiang." Seeing Realm Lord Longxiang, Fong Chen was shocked. A brilliant smile appeared on his face as he nodded at Realm Lord Longxiang. "Can they enter now?" the Longxiang Realm Lord asked. Of course. The 2 guards did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly opened the city gate and allowed Fong Chen and the others to enter. "Let's go." Realm Lord Longxiang took the lead and led Fong Chen and the others into the world city. Who is this person? Why are the guards of the world capital so afraid? And he can bring people into the world capital as he pleases. In the crowd, there were a few new Sector Lords who didn't know the Dragon Elephant Sector Lord and asked curiously, "Shoo, lower your voice. Do you want to die?" That's the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord. Even Transcendent Realm Lords have to give him face when they see him. Everyone whispered to each other, afraid of angering the Draco Elephant Realm Lord. Inside the World City, it was bustling with noise and excitement. People came and went. After entering the city, the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord turned to look at Fong Chen and laughed heartily. "I didn't expect us to meet so soon." Realm Lord Longxiang. The other Sector Lords greeted the Dragon Elephant Sector Lord one after another. The latter's strength was comparable to a Transcendent Realm Lord. In the territory of the world capital, he could summon the wind and rain. Naturally, they respected him. In fact, the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord was also shocked when he saw Fong Chen. In such a short time, Fong Chen's cultivation had already reached the great circle of the Minor Tribulation Sovereign Realm. Moreover, his battle strength was comparable to a Sector Lord. His potential was unparalleled. As expected of one of the candidates of the Master, the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord thought to himself, to be able to gain the recognition of the Bloodline Monarch, One could see how strong his potential was. Just as the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord was about to speak to Fangchen, his expression suddenly changed and he said, "Find a place to settle down first. I have something to deal with." After saying that, the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord hurriedly left. When can I be like the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord? The Blood Demon Realm Lord said with burning eyes, "With your strength, you want to be comparable to the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord? Dream on." Realm Lord Wuya laughed. The Dragon Elephant Realm Lord's strength is comparable to a Transcendent Realm Lord. With your talent, it's harder than ascending to the Transcendent Realm. The Blood Demon Realm Lord didn't care about Realm Lord Wuya's words, because he knew how difficult it was to reach the Transcendent Realm Lord. "Let's go. We'll find a place to settle down first." The True Martial Realm Lord said. At night, a cold wind blew gently. The night sky was dotted with stars, and a crescent moon hung in the sky. The entire land seemed to be covered in a layer of silver. The world capital was vast. In the northwest direction, there was a hidden courtyard. The courtyard was brightly lit. Two silhouettes sat opposite each other on a stone bench, tasting fine wine. "Why are you in such a hurry to find me?" The man holding a folding fan raised his wine cup and took a sip. "Young Master Ning, the 9 realm lords of the eastern region have arrived." The red-haired elder said in a low voice, Hearing this, young Master Ning's face instantly darkened. Is the true martial realm lord leading the team this time? Young Master Ning closed his fan and asked in a deep voice, "Yes, the true martial realm lord is leading the team, but there's a new face in the team." The red-haired elder said. He told young Master Ning everything that happened at the city gate today. After hearing this, young Master Ning's face completely darkened. "You're saying that the Sky Heart Realm Lord has fallen, and the person who replaced him is a peak minor tribulation sovereign?" Young Master Ning asked. "That's right. When the guards at the city gate saw this person, they wanted to make things difficult for the 9 realm lords of the eastern region. However, they were suddenly sent flying by the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord. It seems what?" Young Master Ning asked when he saw the red-haired elder hesitating. "It seems that the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord knows the new Sky Heart Realm Lord." Because young Master Ning used too much strength. The fan in his hand shattered and turned into powder. A gentle breeze blew past and scattered the powder. A sinister smile appeared on young Master Ning's angular face. "I remember that the Sky Heart Realm Lord is related to my Shinshin school, right?" Young Master Ning raised his head and looked at the starry sky. "Not long ago, a disciple of my Shinshin school went to the Sky Heart Realm, but we lost contact with him. I thought that he entered some ruins, but now it seems that he might have fallen. The Sky Heart Realm Lord has fallen and been replaced by someone else." Young Master Ning said, "There must be a conspiracy behind this. A mere true martial realm lord dares to go against my Shinshin school?" Speaking up to hear, young Master Ning looked at the red-haired elder. "Go and investigate the residence of the 9 realm lords in the eastern region. Then investigate their relationship with the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord." "Yes, young Master Ning." Soon, the red-haired elder disappeared into the darkness. At this time, young Master Ning slowly stood up and walked under the moonlight. His pitch-black eyes looked into the distance and muttered, "Back then, I almost became a Transcendent Realm Lord, but because of that lunatic in the eastern region, my realm fell and I suffered heavy losses." That lunatic's actions had almost destroyed young Master Ning's cultivation path. Fortunately, young Master Ning had a strong backer. With countless resources, he was able to preserve his cultivation as a realm lord. However, it was almost impossible for him to break through to the Transcendent Realm. Therefore, during every Realm Lord conference, he would find fault with the 9 great realm lords of the eastern region. This time was no exception. A mere tribulation sovereign dares to replace the Sky Heart Realm Lord's position and participate in the Realm Lord Conference. How arrogant! Young Master Ning said sinisterly, "Since that's the case, I'll start with you. If you want to blame someone, blame the true martial Realm Lord. He obviously took you for a fool." After speaking, young Master Ning's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. East Park. This was the residence of the 9 realm lords in the eastern region. Dang, dang, dang. Footsteps could be heard outside the pavilion. Fong Qin didn't turn around. He knew that Realm Lord Wuya had come. "Realm Lord Wuya, why did you come so late at night?" Fong Qin asked. "Realm Lord Skyheart." Realm Lord Wuya glanced at Fong Qin and muttered, "I'm here to remind you not to go out these few days. There will be people targeting the Realm Lords in the eastern region, especially you." Oh, Fong Qin was surprised. Although the Heart God sect is located very far away from the world capital, they would always send some world overlords to participate. And every time, they would think of all sorts of methods to humiliate the 9 world overlords of our eastern regions. This time around, you have replaced the position of the Skyheart World Overlord. You will definitely become a thorn in their eyes. Realm Lord Wuya spoke. Chapter 3140. There were still a few days before the start of the Sector Lord meeting. All the Sector Lords would come early to observe. Because of the incident at the city gate, many people knew that Sector Lord Longxiang had stood up for the 9 Sector Lords. However, this wasn't enough to cause any ripples in the massive world capital. East Park Restaurant. Today, the restaurant was especially lively. Have you heard? Sector Lord Heifeng has entered East Park Restaurant. What? Are you sure? Is it really Sector Lord Heifeng? Many warriors were shocked. Sector Lord Heifeng was quite famous in the sector capital territory. Of course, there was still a gap between him and Sector Lord Longxiang. However, even so, the arrival of Sector Lord Heifeng caused the number of warriors in East Park Restaurant to increase. Many martial artists all came because of his reputation, wanting to see just what kind of figure the legendary Realm Lord Heifeng was. However, how could it be so easy to see Sector Lord Heifeng? In a separate courtyard of East Park Restaurant, Fong Qin looked through the door at the crowd not far away. Sector Lord Heifeng? Fong Qin muttered. Sector Lord Heifeng is an extremely strong Sector Lord. It's said that he has a void technique. In terms of escaping techniques, even Transcendent Sector Lords are inferior. Unknowingly, Zhen Wu Sector Lord appeared behind Fong Qin and explained. Oh, Fong Qin exclaimed softly and secretly remembered the name Realm Lord Heifeng. However, he didn't care too much. These people are here to visit Sector Lord Heifeng. However, it is said that Sector Lord Heifeng's personality is very reclusive. Ordinary people can't see him. Sure enough, just as Zhen Wu Sector Lord finished speaking, a roar was heard. Immediately after, a majestic power spread out from the courtyard. Many warriors retreated, their faces pale. Bang! A few warriors were thrown out of the courtyard by Sector Lord Heifeng. Those Sector Lords who were about to cause trouble stopped in their tracks and looked at each other, not daring to go near Sector Lord Heifeng's courtyard. Sector Lord Heifeng, Junior Ningzhen is here to visit. Suddenly, a figure walked out of the crowd with a folding fan in his hand and a smile on his face. Creak! The courtyard door opened and a voice came out. Come in. Young Master Ning nodded and entered the yard. Who is he? How can you enter the courtyard? From the looks of it, he should be acquainted with Realm Lord Heifeng. Otherwise, with Realm Lord Heifeng's temper, it would be strange if he didn't kick him out. Many people were curious about young Master Ning's identity, to actually be able to obtain the recognition of Realm Lord Heifeng. However, someone revealed the secret behind it. I know this person. He's the world overlord of Shinshin School. His name is Ningzhen. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. When they heard the 2 words Ningzhen, everyone's expression changed rapidly. Could he be the legendary world slayer Ningzhen? That's right, it's him. Instantly, everyone's hearts were in turmoil. Although they weren't too familiar with the name Ningzhen, the title of World Lord Slayer caused their expressions to change. This guy actually came as well. Shinshin School sent him to participate this time. It seems like they want him to amaze everyone in the Realm Lord Conference. The crowd whispered to each other. Ningzhen? Shinshin School? Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed, but he didn't show it. Just as everyone was discussing spiritedly, Ningzhen had already walked out of the courtyard. From the time he entered the courtyard to the time he came out, it had only been a few minutes. He's out. Many people shouted. Ningzhen held a folding fan in his hand and walked out slowly with a smile on his face. Obviously, he was very happy to be able to talk to Realm Lord Heifeng. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw Fang Qin and the Realm Lord of Jinwu through the void in another courtyard. Realm Lord of Jinwu? The Realm Lord of the Eastern region? Seeing this, a strange smile appeared on Ningzhen's face. Immediately, under everyone's gaze, he walked to the door of the courtyard where Fang Chen was. Creak! At this moment, the door of the courtyard closed directly. Seeing this, everyone was stunned for a moment and immediately looked in the direction of the courtyard in disbelief. Who lives in this courtyard? Does he want to die? How dare he not give face to Realm Lord Suoming? No matter who he is, he's dead for offending Realm Lord Suoming. Humph. I guess he's a newly promoted Realm Lord. It's his first time participating in the Realm Lord Conference, so he doesn't know the rules. Doesn't he know that it's easy for him to not be able to walk out of the Realm City? Some people were discussing. Shinshin School's Ningzhen is here to visit, Ningzhen said. The courtyard was silent. There was no sound. Why? The 9 Realm Lords of the Eastern region don't welcome me. Ningzhen. Ningzhen continued to speak. At this moment, everyone knew that the people living in this courtyard were actually the 9 Realm Lords of the Eastern region. Humph, I was wondering who it was, so it's a barbarian from the Savage Land. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Just wait. Realm Lord Suoming will definitely teach them a lesson. In the courtyard, the voice of the Realm Lord of Jinwu could be heard. Sorry, however, before the Realm Lord of Jinwu could finish his words, Ningzhen waved the folding fan in his hand. Suddenly, countless powerful auras instantly burst out and pierced through the door. Bang! The broken door collapsed, and Fang Qin and the Realm Lord of Jinwu appeared in Ningzhen's line of sight. Ningzhen looked at Fang Qin with a smile that wasn't a smile. I heard that the Realm Lord of the Eastern region, Skyheart Realm, is a minor tribulation realm cultivator. I'm very curious, so I specially came to pay a visit. The Realm Lord of Jinwu's expression changed slightly. As expected, Ningzhen wanted to use Fang Qin as an example. This person is vicious, because an expert of the Eastern region once destroyed his path of advancement. This caused him to harbor hatred in his heart. Every time during the Realm Lord Conference, he would think of ways to humiliate the Realm Lords of the Eastern region. The Realm Lord of Jinwu secretly reminded, afraid that Fang Qin would fall into Ningzhen's trap. Originally, I thought that the new Realm Lord of Skyheart would be an unparalleled hero, but now it seems that he doesn't live up to his name. Ningzhen said softly. After everyone knew that the person living in the courtyard was the Realm Lord of the Eastern region, they already understood Ningzhen's intention. It seemed that his visit to Realm Lord Heifeng was fake. His real purpose was to humiliate and suppress the Realm Lord of the Eastern region. Are you done talking? Fang Qin shrugged and asked indifferently. Ningzhen frowned and stared at Fang Qin. If you're done, please go back. Don't disturb our cultivation. Fong Chen said, "By the way, this door was destroyed by you. Go and explain to the restaurant owner." After speaking, Fong Chen turned and returned to the pavilion. "Stop!" A junior tribulation supremacy was so arrogant. Ning Zhen's heart was faintly burning with anger. Although the Eastern region has a quota for the Realm Lord Conference, it's not a place where just anyone can participate. Now, as a disciple of the Shinshin school, I suspect that you are not qualified to step into the Realm City. Ning Zhen bared his fangs. So, before I get angry, kneel down and beg for mercy, kowtow, and apologize. Then, get out of the Realm City and destroy your cultivation. Everyone curled their lips. As expected of the Realm Lord, his thoughts were indeed vicious. Some people looked at the Realm Lord of Jinwu and Fong Chen with schadenfreude. Ding, ding, ding. Realm Lord Wuya and the others noticed the commotion and walked out one after another, side by side with the Realm Lord of Jinwu. "What? You want to bully me with numbers? I, Ning Zhen, have never been afraid." Ning Zhen sneered and walked step by step towards the courtyard. His powerful aura suppressed Fong Chen and the others. Looking at Ning Zhen, who was close by, Fong Chen took a step forward and said, "Does the Realm City belong to you? Are you the organizer of the Realm Lord Conference?" Ning Zhen didn't speak. "If not, then what right do you have to talk to me here? What right do you have to question me?" Fong Chen retorted mercilessly, "Do you think that your standards are higher than the Realm Lord of Longxiang?" Being scolded by Fong Chen like this, Ning Zhen's face completely darkened. He clenched his fists and said coldly, "Are you using the Realm Lord of Longxiang to suppress me? If you really have the ability, then prove to everyone that you participated in the Realm Lord Conference with your own strength and not some improper relationship." Idiot. Fong Chen was too lazy to talk to Ning Zhen. "You," with a boom, Ning Zhen's aura surged. "You're courting death." The dignified Realm Lord was repeatedly humiliated by a junior tribulation supremacy. What kind of humiliation was this? Ning Zhen used his aura to suppress Fong Chen. "I originally gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now I've changed my mind. I'll take your life." Chapter 30, 141. The grudge between Sector Lord Suoming and the 9 Sector Lords of the Eastern region had been going on for a long time. Now that he had finally found an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't miss it. Boom! World Slayer Ning Zhen closed the fan in his hand with a paw sound. After that, a vast amount of energy was emitted from his body. The surrounding sector lords kept retreating, their faces filled with excitement. Although Sector Lord Suoming wasn't as strong as Sector Lord Heifeng, he was still a powerful Sector Lord. When he attacked, it would naturally be an exciting battle. I wonder how the barbarians from the Eastern region will resist. Humph! A mere lesser tribulation supremacy dares to provoke a Sector Lord. What a joke! A Sector Lord's prestige cannot be insulted. This person offended Sector Lord Suoming. He will be crippled even if he doesn't die. The true martial Sector Lord and the others wanted to persuade Fong Chen, but the latter shook his head and refused. If he was afraid of the battle today, Ning Zhen would definitely nag endlessly. Moreover, what was a mere Ning Zhen? Die! Ning Zhen opened his palm, and a majestic power quickly gathered. He then clenched his fist and punched out. In his opinion, one punch was enough to deal with a complete lesser tribulation supremacy. Rumble! A deafening fist light whizzed out, piercing through the void and quickly arriving in front of Fong Chen. An extremely terrifying power spread out in the void. It was a simple fist radiance, but it caused the world to change. This scene caused the hearts of many Sector Lords to tremble. Sector Lord Suoming's strength has increased again. That's right. His physical strength has become even stronger. Everyone discussed, as if they could already see Fong Chen's miserable end. 1. Sword-shaped runes covered the surface of his skin, and a powerful force surged out, forming a strong defense in front of his body. Dong! At this moment, the powerful fist light bombarded his body. Kacha! When the fist light came into contact with Fang Chen's body, it instantly dissipated, disappearing from the world. As for Fang Chen, he stood there motionlessly as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. What's going on? What happened just now? Is there a hidden expert who helped him block Sector Lord Slayer Life's attack? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can his physical body block Sector Lord Sua Ming's attack? Obviously, the surrounding Sector Lords didn't believe that Fang Chen could block Sector Lord Sua Ming's attack with his physical body defense alone. They discussed and looked at each other. A look of astonishment surfaced on Ning Zhen's face. Soon after, he let out a sinister laugh. Insignificant skill. Just now, there were sword-shaped runes flashing on the surface of Fang Chen's skin. Ning Zhen believed that Fang Chen must have used a sword Dao talisman to increase his physical defense. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to block his attack. Sua Ming's attack. Sua Ming's times Sua Ming Thava, and Sua is his. Every time he threw a punch, the void would tremble. In the blink of an eye, the dense fist shadows engulfed the entire sky and surrounded Fang Chen. Break! Ning Zhen opened his hands, and the fist shadows in the sky quickly gathered together before exploding with a loud bang. Each of the fist shadows contained an extremely powerful force. Even Ning Zhen himself would not dare to face tens of thousands of fist shadows head-on. Let's see how you're going to deal with this. Ning Zhen floated in midair, looking down at Fang Chen, and sneered. Xiao! Just when everyone thought that the battle was about to end, they were shocked to see an illusory figure shuttling through the thousands of fist shadows at high speed. It was as if he had entered a state where there was no one around. How is this possible? At first, they couldn't react. However, soon, someone discovered that the silhouette was Fang Chen. He's shuttling through the void. As someone in the crowd shouted, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. They stared dumbfoundedly at the figure shuttling through the fist shadows with ease, and their hearts were in turmoil. Is he still a junior tribulation supremacy? Fang Chen's action had overturned all the Sector Lords' understanding of tribulation supremacies. They shook their heads, unable to believe what they were seeing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen's figure shuttled quickly. Although the fist shadows were powerful, they couldn't touch his body. Whoosh! When he dodged the last fist shadow and appeared in the void, his dark eyes looked coldly at Ning Zhen. Is this your trump card? Sector Lord Sua Ming is only SO. Ning Zhen clenched his fists in anger. He could hear the mockery in Fang Chen's voice. He couldn't stand being mocked by a junior tribulation supremacy. Do you think you can block my attack with a special movement technique? Ning Zhen sneered. You're too naive. Although you have great potential, everything is meaningless in front of absolute strength. The gap between our realms can't be made up. Next, I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind blew, and a vast aura emerged from Sector Lord Sua Ming's body as he walked towards Fang Chen. The latter faced him indifferently, as if he didn't put Sector Lord Sua Ming in his eyes. Does he have any trump cards? Why is he so fearless and confident? Can he really fight against a Sector Lord? Too strong. With such potential, as long as he reveals it in the Sector Lord Conference, he will definitely attract the attention of many experts. Many people exclaimed in their hearts. It had been many years since they saw a martial artist with such great potential. Enough. Just as Sector Lord Sua Ming was about to go all out, a dignified voice sounded from another courtyard. This voice was like thunder, exploding in everyone's mind. Immediately, many Sector Lords trembled as they exclaimed in their hearts. Sector Lord Heifang. When the voice sounded, the entire world seemed to freeze. Even Ning Zhen's attack came to a halt. Voila! In front of Ning Zhen and Fang Chen, The void flickered, and a black-robed figure suddenly appeared. Settle your personal grudges in the Sector Lord Conference. This is the East Park restaurant. I don't want to see it destroyed. Sector Lord Heifong stood with his hands behind his back and said softly, Sector Lord Heifong. Ningzhen opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but was stopped by Sector Lord Heifong. Go back. Although Ningzhen was unwilling, he had to end it here. Sector Lord Heifong was much stronger than him, and he had to give him face. Since Sector Lord Heifong has said so, I will naturally give you face. Ningzhen smiled and said goodbye. When Ningzhen turned around, he glared at Fang Qin fiercely. After Ningzhen left, the other Sector Lords also left. Very quickly, only Sector Lord Zhenwu, Fang Qin, and Sector Lord Heifong were left in the courtyard. Thank you, Sector Lord Heifong, for helping. Fang Qin cupped his fists and thanked him. Sector Lord Heifong shook his head, his dark eyes staring at Fang Qin, and after a long while he slowly said, Your physical body's defense is very strong. Even if Ningzhen attacked with his full strength, it would take some time to break through. Plus, your attainments in the Void Dao are also very strong. If it was an all-out battle, Ningzhen wouldn't be able to defeat you. Sector Lord Heifong saw the battle clearly. Originally, he didn't care, but after seeing Fang Chen's Void Dao, he couldn't help but step in. While Fang Chen was conversing with Sector Lord Heifong, the other Sector Lords who had left the East Park restaurant were discussing amongst themselves. Although that guy is very strong, exceeding our expectations, he's not on the same level as Sector Lord Suoming. Yeah, if Sector Lord Heifong didn't step in, that guy would definitely be heavily injured by Sector Lord Suoming. Just wait. Offending Sector Lord Suoming, he won't have a good ending. The world capital was too big, and there were countless fighters. The battle between Fang Qin and Sector Lord Suoming could only be heard in a small area. However, most of the Sector Lords still didn't notice Fang Qin. At night, the East Park restaurant was brightly lit. In the elegant courtyard, Fang Qin and Sector Lord Heifong sat on a stone bench. To have such achievements at such a young age, it really makes this old man gasp in amazement. After talking with Fang Qin for a long time, Sector Lord Heifong felt that his understanding of the Void Dao had deepened. Also, some of his previous bottlenecks seemed to have been touched. You have a unique understanding of the Void Dao. It's very useful to me. Sector Lord Heifong didn't have any intention of being arrogant in front of Fang Qin, and cupped his fists towards Fang Qin to thank him. Sector Lord Heifong, you don't have to be like this. The martial Dao has no limits. It's easier to move forward by interacting with each other. Fang Qin said humbly. After a short conversation, he had a certain understanding of Sector Lord Heifong. This person's attainments in the Void Dao were extremely high, but it hadn't reached a level that surprised him. Ha ha ha! Today's conversation with little friend Fang has benefited me greatly. If there's anything in the future, feel free to find me. Towards the end, Sector Lord Heifong stood up and said with a smile. Fang Qin nodded lightly. Looking at Sector Lord Heifong's leaving figure, Fang Chen's face revealed a smile. Sector Lord Suoming, I'll let you live here for a while. Fang Qin clenched his fists and said to himself. Every time he thought of Princess Xan being taken away by Shinshin School, he was extremely angry. He originally planned to find the Shinshin School's Sector Lord at the Sector Lord meeting, but he didn't expect Sector Lord Suoming to deliver himself to his door. The pain that Princess Xan suffered, I want you to pay back 100 times. When Sector Lord Suoming attacked him, Fang Qin had the intention to kill. If it wasn't for Sector Lord Heifong, even if he didn't kill him, he would have heavily injured Sector Lord Suoming. But it didn't matter. There wasn't much time left before the Sector Lord meeting. All grudges would be settled at the Sector Lord meeting. Under the night sky, the stars twinkled. Fang Qin stood with his hands behind his back, The breeze blew past, and his robe swayed. Chapter 31:46. The 5 kings of the world capital. From their appearances, they were all old men. However, their names were like thunder in the ears of everyone in the world capital. The Wood King, who was leaning on his walking stick, stepped forward and waved his hand. He said to everyone, "Welcome everyone to my world capital's grand event. The World Lord Conference will now officially begin. This time, there will be many unparalleled major powers who will come to watch. I hope that all of you can do your best and obtain the recognition of these major powers." The Wood King's words instantly ignited the atmosphere. Although they didn't see any major powers, no one doubted the Wood King's words. Because in the past, during every World Overlord Conference, those supreme characters wouldn't appear. They would only appear when they fancied a demon-level genius and wanted to accept them as a disciple. At other times, they would mostly remain hidden in the void. In the following time, the Wood King simply explained the rules of the World Lord Conference. However, when he finished and was about to announce it, the World Capital Lord spoke, only to see a white-haired old man who seemed to be on the verge of death slowly stand up. Instantly, the pressure in the entire area increased, giving off an invisible pressure. This was the pressure of the World Capital Lord. The World Capital Lord waved his hand and stopped the Wood King from speaking. His gaze swept across everyone, and he said, "The purpose of the World Lord Conference is to select outstanding geniuses and nurture them to continue the bloodline of our human race. Now, the World Lord Conference has been held for the 19th time. Before that, the rules of each conference were fixed. Today, in the 20th World Lord Conference, I would like to make a change to this." The World Lord Conference was the grand event of the World Capital. The World Capital Lord had the qualifications to make any decision. Even if he cancelled the World Lord Conference, no one would dare to say anything. Now he was going to change the unchanging rules. This caused the hearts of the people below to be filled with excitement. Change the rules? What does the World Capital Lord mean? By changing the rules, could it be that he wants to give everyone a greater chance? Ha ha ha. Maybe after changing the rules, we will have a greater chance. Many people had beautiful thoughts. However, when the World Capital Lord said the next sentence, the entire plaza fell silent. This year's Realm Lord Conference will be held within the barrier of the Realm Capital. The Realm City, Lord continued. All the Realm Lords who enter the Realm City's barrier are people who agree with the rules. In the barrier, what you need to do is to survive. The boundary of the World Capital was the largest secret realm within the World Capital. For a long time, the World Capital's barrier had been completely controlled by the 5 kings and was not open to the outside world. Rumor had it that a peerless almighty had died in the barrier of the World City, and his inheritance treasure was left inside. There were also rumors that the Realm Citadel barrier was a battlefield of the Battle of the Fallen Gods in the ancient times. There were countless treasures left behind from the ancient times. In short, no matter which rumor it was, they all spoke of the enormous treasures hidden within the barrier. Many warriors in the World City dreamed of entering the boundary of the World City to cultivate. That was because entering the spirit formation meant that one had taken a step into the Transcendence realm. Over the countless years, almost all the sector lords who were sent into the spirit barrier by the World Capital Lord had become Transcendent Sector Lords. One could only imagine how rich the treasures within the Realm Capital's barrier were. After a short moment of silence, the plaza was filled with frenzied shouts. Countless people were screaming. Their hearts were filled with excitement and their bodies were trembling. How extravagant! For the Realm Lord Conference, they actually opened the barrier. The Realm Lord of Zhen Wu couldn't help but exclaim, "What is the Realm Capital's barrier?" Feng Chen asked. Rumor has it that the Realm Capital's barrier was a battlefield of the Battle of the Fallen Gods in the ancient times. As long as anything was related to the Battle of the Fallen Gods, it would definitely make people go crazy. Indeed, it's extravagant. After hearing the Realm Lord's explanation, Feng Chen couldn't help but sigh. In the past, every Realm Lord conference was held in the plaza of the realm capital. Many realm lords would spar and discuss the Tao. Why would there be such a huge change this time? Looking at the excited crowd, the realm capital lord waved his hand, and the plaza instantly quieted down. Within the realm capital's barrier, there are no rules. You can use any method to obtain what you want, the realm capital lord said. But the time is only 100 years. Once the time is up, those who are alive will be teleported out. Those who are dead will forever remain within the realm capital's barrier. The realm capital lord's words were undoubtedly telling everyone that they could slaughter as they wished within the realm capital's barrier. This was extravagant. After all, within the realm capital's barrier, even the 5 realm lords couldn't interfere. Even though the 4 realm lords were confused, they didn't say anything in the end. The realm capital's barrier is very dangerous. Even transcendent realm lords can lose their lives if they enter. So don't try your luck. Think carefully. If you want to back out now, it's still not too late. To be able to step into the realm of realm lords, one state of mind wouldn't be wrong. Who would be willing to give up after working so hard to this step? The realm capital's barrier? I'll slaughter 10,000 demons to conquer it. A thunderous voice came out from the square, which came from Tu Wanma. His personality was like that. He was very flamboyant. Ouyang Luoshua on the side was rather calm. Could it be that the realm capital's barrier is being opened because of Ouyang Luoshua? All of a sudden, the crowd began to whisper. Many people realized this. Why did the realm capital lord change the rules when the Ouyang family's beloved daughter came to the realm lord meeting? No matter how strong the realm capital lord was, he couldn't be stronger than the Ouyang family, right? It must be like that. As expected of a giant from Dragonfield, she can actually make the realm capital lord change the rules. Looks like Ouyang Luoshua will definitely be able to gain something in the barrier. Tu Wanmo and the others naturally heard the words of the crowd. He looked weirdly at Ouyang Luoshua and found that the latter was very calm, so he didn't say anything. Only Fong Qin frowned. No one knew what he was thinking about. A moment later, the realm capital lord asked again, "Is there anyone who wants to back out? If not, I'll open the realm capital's barrier right now." No one in the square responded. Good, very good. Although the path of martial arts is difficult, one should have a fearless heart. The realm capital lord smiled. Then he waved his withered hand and terrifying power surged out of his body. Hoo hoo hoo! Between the heavens and the earth a violent wind blew, and a stone door appeared in the void. Through the stone door, one could sense an ancient aura rushing toward them. The realm capital lord jumped and arrived in front of the stone door. The barrier has been opened. You can all enter. Remember, you only have 100 years. The realm capital lord waved his hand and the stone door slowly opened. Let's go. Tu Wanmo was the first to charge through the stone door. Behind him were the other geniuses. After the first one, everyone in the square rushed towards the stone door like a swarm of bees. Let's go too. In the blink of an eye, Ouyang Luoshua and the other experts had already entered the barrier. There were only a few people on the square. The true martial sector lord and the others also passed through the stone door and entered the barrier. However, before Fong Qin entered the stone door, the realm capital lord seemed to smile and nod at him. Hung long long. After all the sector lords entered, the stone door closed. City Lord, why are you doing this? City Lord, this was what the 4 kings of the realm capital called the realm capital lord. For one Ouyang Luoshua, you're opening the greatest treasure of our realm capital? King Mu asked. The other 3 kings didn't speak, but their faces were filled with confusion. The realm capital lord glanced at them and smiled. The 5 of us have been together for many years. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Even if the Ouyang family's experts come, I won't submit. Then, this time the barrier isn't opened for Ouyang Luoshua. It's opened for someone else. The realm capital lord didn't even fear the Ouyang family. Then, Who is this person to make the realm capital lord change his mind and open the barrier? The Bloodline King candidates are here. What? King Mu and the others exclaimed. And there's more than one. The realm capital lord said. You should know what will happen when the Bloodline King candidates meet. After the shock, the 4 kings nodded. Chapter 30, 147. The rules of the Realm Lord meeting had never changed in hundreds of millions of years. But today they had changed because of the heir of the Bloodline King. The 4 kings of the realm capital looked at each other. The news that the rules had been changed quickly spread throughout the entire realm capital. All the warriors were discussing why the rules had been changed this time. Could it be that an inheritance treasure had appeared within the boundary? Perhaps this was the arrival of a golden age. Of course, in the hearts of many warriors, they subconsciously placed the reason for changing the rules of the Realm Lord meeting on Ouyang Luoshua. After all, as the top force of the Dragon Field, it was also the oldest and strongest orthodoxy. No other force could compare to the Ouyang family's foundation. For countless years, the Ouyang family had been able to dominate the Dragon Field. This was proof of their status. But as the apple of the Ouyang family's eye, she had countless halos and honors as soon as she made a move. From a young age, Ouyang Luoshua had shown great talent. With the help of the Ouyang family's powerful cultivation resources, Ouyang Luoshua's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. It could be said that Ouyang Luoshua's every action could affect the hearts of many warriors of the Dragon Field. Ouyang Luoshua, who had always been known for being cold and aloof, had once said that she didn't care about the Realm Lord meeting at all and wouldn't attend. But this time, she went back on her promise and came to participate in it herself. Coincidentally, the Realm Capital Lord had announced a change of the rules and opened the boundary. All these reasons combined caused many people to have many thoughts. But the Realm Lords didn't know anything about the outside world, because they had already entered the boundary of the Realm Capital. A terrifying aura filled the air. Around them, a powerful pressure attacked. Thump! Thump! Suddenly, the void tore open and a figure appeared out of thin air. Dong! This figure landed on the ground. Because the force of the dive was too great, the ground caved in and dust flew up. This is the boundary of the realm capital. Fong Qin murmured. He looked around and his powerful consciousness spread out wildly. Everything within 100 miles was under his control. What a barren place! At a glance, inside the boundary, there were broken walls and ruins. It was as if a great battle had just occurred. The smoke of war seemed to be faintly visible in the air. Sword-shaped runes flickered, and a halo of sword chi enveloped the surface of his skin, resisting the powerful pressure coming from all directions. The pressure here is very strong, and the rule force seems to be everywhere. Fong Qin frowned, his heart trembling. According to legend, the boundary of the World Citadel was one of the battlefields of the Battle of the Fallen Gods in ancient times. Now it seemed that the rumors were most likely true. What happened in the Battle of Gods? Fong Qin murmured. Everyone's expression changed when they talked about the Gods' Fall battle. However, although everyone knew how terrifying the Battle of Gods was, they didn't know what had happened back then. The Battle of Gods' Fall was the beginning of the decline of the human race. It was also the sign of the Age of Doom. That period of time was known as the Dark Age by later generations. While Fong Qin was lost in thought, he suddenly saw 3 figures walking side by side in the distance. The 3 of them seemed to have noticed Fong Qin as well. They raised their vigilance as they walked. They stared at Fong Qin. In this unfamiliar place, the 3 of them naturally didn't dare to act rashly when they encountered a human warrior. However, when they sensed that Fong Qin's aura was only at the Junior Tribulation Supremacy realm, a look of greed flashed in their eyes. "Brother, why do you look so unfamiliar?" one of them asked with a smile. Fong Qin was silent. "The 3 of us are disciples of the Crying Mountain sect. "Brother, are you traveling alone? The boundary of the world citadel is very dangerous. Why don't we travel together? What do you think?" Another person asked. Fang Qin shook his head. "Sorry, I like to travel alone." Hearing this, the three of them looked at each other and then formed a triangle, trapping Fang Qin in the middle. "Kid, who are you?" How can a puny tribulation supremacy enter the boundary of the world citadel? However, at this moment, the expression of the realm lord who had spoken earlier suddenly changed, as if he had thought of something. He slapped his head and grinned. "Before entering the boundary of the world citadel, I heard that 9 realm lords had come from the eastern region. One of them isn't a realm lord, but he has the strength of a realm lord. If I'm not wrong, that person should be you." Hearing this, the other two were a little surprised. However, soon after, a cold smile appeared on their faces. After knowing that Fang Chen was the realm lord of the eastern region, they didn't hide the killing intent in their hearts. A mere barbarian from the eastern region dares to participate in the realm lord conference in the world citadel. What a joke! "Kid, although your strength is comparable to a realm lord, in front of the three of us, you're just a piece of trash. If you know what's good for you, obediently hand over the things you have on you, and we can spare your life." The three of them closed in on Fang Qin step by step. Their powerful auras suppressed Fang Qin. Fang Qin slowly raised his head and swept his pitch-black eyes across the three of them. "Sobbing Mountain sect? I think it's just a small sect. Otherwise, I would have heard of it. Kid, you're courting death." The three of them were enraged. This guy in front of them actually dared to look down on the Sobbing Mountain sect. Boom! The three of them attacked at the same time. Their thunderous attacks crazily landed on Fang Chen's body. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head as if he didn't put the three of them in his eyes. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Fang Chen stood on the ground without moving and allowed the three of them to attack him. After a while, the three of them felt that the energy in their bodies was exhausted and they were panting. One of them raised his head and looked at Fang Chen, his eyes filled with shock. "How is this possible? How can your defense be so strong?" Fang Chen took a step forward and stood with his hands behind his back. A terrifying aura spread out. He looked down on the three of them like a ruler. "The three of you are like ants in my eyes." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out 3 punches in a row. The power of each punch was extremely strong. Seeing this, the three of them turned pale. They wanted to dodge, but they were shocked to find that they couldn't move their bodies. No. The three of them screamed miserably as the 3 terrifying punches landed on their bodies. "My senior brother from the Sobbing Mountain sect will not let you go." An angry roar spread through the void and didn't dissipate for a long time. Crack! The 3 of them from the Sobbing Mountain sect were all dead. Fang Chen withdrew his fist and looked calm. He had already seen through this world where the strong preyed on the weak. If you didn't kill others, others would kill you. Therefore, only if your fist was strong enough could you survive in this cruel world. Killing the 3 of them from the Sobbing Mountain sect was just a small interlude for Fang Chen. The most important thing now was to figure out the layout of the boundary of the world city and then look for opportunities. In a dark and gloomy place in the boundary of the world city, crack! A crisp sound reverberated through the void. Then, a scarlet aura drowned the entire dark and gloomy place. A palpitating power gradually spread out. Countless demonic beasts fell to the ground, and blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. Whoosh! 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 A strong wind blew, and a figure slowly walked out from the scarlet aura. He was dressed in a red robe and had a red crown on his head. He looked like a king. His body was filled with a gloomy and terrifying aura. He stood there like a god of death, giving people a very terrifying feeling. Hee! The man in the red robe suddenly raised his head, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. He said eerily, "I didn't expect to meet a candidate for the Bloodline King in the World Lord Conference. How interesting. He vaguely remembered that when he became a candidate, he had received some information. If he wanted to become the only candidate, he had to absorb all the bloodline power of the other candidates. Over the years, I've spent a lot of effort to find a candidate and successfully absorbed the bloodline power in his body. I didn't expect to meet more than one candidate when I passed by the World City. The heavens are on my side. At the same time, in other parts of the barrier, there were also candidates for the bloodline monarch. They were also very excited. As long as they could kill the other candidates, they would have a chance to become the strongest candidate. In an instant, a few dark bloodline candidates began to compete. Other than that, the other geniuses were also looking for opportunities. This was the boundary of the World City, and opportunities were everywhere. Of course, there were many dangers. The biggest danger didn't come from the boundary of the World City, but from the human race. A torrential demonic aura permeated the void, and a figure stood above it. Devil Hand Sect Tu Wanma. At this moment, Tu Wanma clenched his fist and gathered a vast amount of demonic aura before punching out. Rumble. Wherever the fist passed, the void was torn apart, and the demonic aura corroded the void. Kacha! All of the demonic beasts that were struck by his fists were annihilated without any resistance. However, Tu Wanma's target wasn't the beasts. It was a sector lord hiding behind the beasts. Dong! When all the beasts were killed by Tu Wanma's fist, the sector lord was exposed in front of Tu Wanma. Tu Wanma, you can't kill me. Before he could finish, he was killed by Tu Wanma's fist. I don't care who you are. If you stop me, Tu Wanma, you must die. Demonic aura surged from Tu Wanma's body. His voice contained an extremely domineering attitude. In this World Lord Conference, I will definitely enter the Transcendence realm and become the strongest World Lord. There were countless geniuses in the World Lord Conference, but Tu Wanma was fearless and focused on the Tao. Dong! Chapter 30-148. Within the huge world capital, countless sector lords were busy searching for their own inheritances. After all, there were countless legends about the spirit array in the outside world. Previously, there were people who had walked out of the spirit array and soared to the sky. Therefore, in the eyes of everyone, this was an opportunity that they could not miss. On a mountain peak, a battle was breaking out. A group of men in gray robes were besieging a powerful, demonic beast. Die, you bastard! After a while, the battle reached its climax. One of the men in gray robes shouted and stomped his foot. His figure flashed, and he appeared above the head of the demonic beast. At the same time, a black dagger appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it into the head of the demonic beast without hesitation. Roar! The demonic beast roared angrily. However, it could not resist the attack of the dagger. After struggling for a while, its huge body fell on the mountain peak. Phew! Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It's finally dead. That's right. Because of him, several of our junior brothers died. Fortunately, senior brother intervened at the critical moment. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone's eyes fell on the man with the dagger. Cut the body of the demonic beast. The man nodded gently. Then he put away the dagger and stood with his hands behind his back. He turned around and looked into the distance. However, at this moment, his body suddenly shook and he quickly opened his Sumeru ring. A few tokens in the Sumeru ring suddenly shattered without any warning. This scene caused the man's expression to change. Senior brother, what's wrong? The other disciples noticed that their senior brother's expression was not right and asked hurriedly, Old Seven and the others are dead. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked and could not believe it. Old Seven and the others had died not long after they entered the spirit array. Who killed Old Seven and the others? Damn it! How dare he kill the disciples of our Crying Mountain sect? He's courting death. No matter who it is, I will make him pay with his blood for daring to touch the disciples of Crying Mountain sect. Many disciples of Crying Mountain sect were emotional. Don't worry. Old Seven and the others won't die in vain. The gray-robed senior brother said in a deep voice, I've already sensed their approximate location through the tokens on their bodies. Let's go there now and find the murderer. All right, let's avenge Old Seven and the others. Many disciples of the Crying Mountain sect hurriedly left after cutting up the bodies of the demonic beasts. During this time, Fong Qin had been walking on the vast wasteland. He could sense the aura of confusion in the air at all times. How big is the barrier? Fong Qin couldn't help but sigh. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Looking ahead, a mass grave appeared in the wasteland. In the open space ahead, there were countless skeletons that had undergone the baptism of time. These skeletons contained extremely powerful energy. The surrounding walls were in ruins, as if an earth-shattering battle had once taken place here. As Fong Qin stared at the many skeletons, his mind went into a trance. Then he saw an unbelievable scene. An image appeared in the sky above the skeletons. In the image, the sky was pitch black and an intense battle was breaking out. They're too strong, Fong Qin exclaimed. Almost all of the experts in the image had earth-shattering means. They could destroy the heavens and the earth with a raise of their hands. However, halfway through the image, it suddenly disappeared. Then, Fong Qin couldn't see anything. What was that just now? Was it an illusion? Fong Qin's expression changed, and his heart was shaken. Or rather, it wasn't an illusion at all, but something that had really happened here? In short, after experiencing the scene just now, Fong Qin's heart fluctuated greatly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a vast aura suddenly swept over from the distant horizon. When Fong Qin turned his head to look, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared. It was Ouyang Luoxue of the Ouyang family. After seeing her, Fong Qin was also a little stunned. He actually met Ouyang Luoxue here. Her long hair draped over her shoulders, and she emitted a cold aura. She looked very cold on the outside. She only glanced at Fong Qin, not taking him seriously at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ouyang Luoxue's delicate figure arrived in front of the mass grave in the blink of an eye. The skeletons here contain an extremely strong corrosive power. Even a transcendent world, Lord, wouldn't dare to face it directly. She seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be talking to Fong Qin. In short, after saying this, Ouyang Luoxue didn't say anything else. She waved her sleeves, and her white palm quickly opened up. A terrifying suction force enveloped the skeletons. Fong Qin could feel a terrifying aura erupting from the skeletons. However, Ouyang Luoxue could perfectly control these skeletons. This is... Fong Qin opened his eyes wide and stared at Ouyang Luoxue's palm. This was because he saw a layer of golden light on her palm. This layer of golden light could actually suppress the majestic power within the skeletons. In an instant, Fong Qin thought of a legend. If he guessed correctly, Ouyang Luoxue should be using the legendary Ouyang family's innate ability. Seal. The Ouyang family's innate ability was the Golden Dragon Seal. Anything in the world could be sealed. It's said that the Ouyang family's innate ability is extremely powerful. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation. Fong Qin understood the Tao of seals very well, so he could see how extraordinary the Golden Dragon Seal was with a single glance. It's extremely mysterious. Even though he had the Heaven Sealing Tablet and was extremely skilled in the Tao of Seals, he still couldn't see through the Golden Dragon Seal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as he was in a daze, Ouyang Luoxue's white palm suddenly clenched, and all the skeletons in the mass grave were sucked into her bag. The heavens and the earth regained its calm, and Ouyang Luoxue glanced at Fong Qin before silently leaving. Everyone thought that the Devil Hand Sect's 2-1-MO had boundless potential amongst the younger generation of World Lords, and was the most promising amongst the World Lords participating in the World Lord meeting. He was also the first genius to step into the transcendental realm. However, Today I saw that Ouyang Luoshua's methods weren't any weaker than Tu Wan Mo's. Fong Qin sighed. As expected of the jewel of the Ouyang aristocrat clan, with such an innate ability, even if it was him, he would have to activate the heaven-sealing monument in order to escape. Interesting. The corners of Fong Chen's mouth curled up, and he revealed a faint smile. This kind of Worldlord meeting was even more interesting. Only by competing with experts and interacting with geniuses would one be able to improve quickly. At the same time, Fong Qin couldn't help but sigh. The stronger one was, the more opportunities one would have to obtain. For example, the majestic power within the skeletons was too strong. If he were to act, he would definitely have to go through a lot of trouble. Although he could eventually suppress the skeletons and subdue them, in terms of efficiency, he would definitely not be as effective as Ouyang Luoshua. I'm still too weak. Fong Qin also knew that his disadvantage was his realm. Currently, his realm was still at the 3 disasters, minor tribulation supremacy level. In fact, it was very easy to become a grand tribulation supremacy. However, Fong Qin was very ambitious. He wanted to accumulate enough strength and overcome 9 difficulties at the same time like the 3 disasters. Only then would he have the chance to become a transcendent. After seeing Ouyang Luoshua's methods, Fong Qin was even more determined to become a transcendent in one step. In the following time, Fong Qin continued forward. During this period, he didn't encounter any danger. He walked like this for about 3 days. Finally, Fong Qin met someone. Strictly speaking, it should be an old man with disheveled hair. After seeing the old man, Fong Qin instantly became vigilant. Although the old man looked ordinary, he gave him a strong sense of oppression. Cough, cough. The old man leisurely turned around, holding a pipe in his hand. He took a deep breath and slowly asked, "Where are you from?" Fong Qin was stunned. "I'm from the primordial chaos." "You're lying." The old man put down the pipe in his hand and looked straight at Fong Qin as he said, calmly, "I sense the aura of the ancient Saint Chaos on you," the old man continued. Fong Qin's heart trembled, and he turned pale with fright. "The old man can actually tell that I'm from the ancient Saint Chaos? What's going on? Senior, may I ask who you are?" Fong Qin cupped his fists at the old man and asked respectfully, "Who am I?" The old man looked up at the sky. "It's been too long. I've waited for too long. I've already forgotten who I am." He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be responding to Fong Qin. After a while, the old man calmed down and continued to ask, "How is the ancient Saint Chaos now?" "The chaos of the ancient Saint Chaos has been quelled, and now it has entered a peaceful era. Moreover, powerhouses are emerging in large numbers, and geniuses are rising like a geyser." Fong Qin told him truthfully, "Good, very good. I didn't expect to hear such wonderful news after so many years." Fong Qin noticed the word "after" in the old man's words. His eyes widened, and his heart became even more complicated. The old man just said that he had been dead for countless years. But why did Fong Qin feel that the old man in front of him was real? "Senior." Fong Qin's divine sense spread out and enveloped the old man, but he didn't find anything strange. "Hee hee," the old man grinned. "There's no need to check. With your soul Tao cultivation, it's impossible to find anything. Yes, I'm indeed dead. What you see now, strictly speaking, is not the real me at all." "Then why?" Fong Qin was even more puzzled. If the old man died, he would definitely be able to sense it. But now he couldn't sense it? "I came from the past and don't belong to the same time and space as you. How can you sense it?" The old man laughed. Fong Qin's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. He came from the past and didn't belong to the same time and space. Fong Qin's heart was in turmoil. Since he started cultivating, this was the most magical thing he had encountered. Chapter 3150. Fong Qin naturally did not know that Tu Wan Ma was chasing after him. Ever since he entered the boundary of the world city, he felt a very powerful aura lurking in the dark, as if it could erupt at any time. He was cautious and vigilant, thinking that the boundary was much more dangerous than the legend said. Especially after meeting that old man, his heart became even heavier. What had happened to the boundary of the world city? Why would an expert who had fallen in the past appear in this space-time? How powerful would it take to come from the past to meet in a certain space-time in the future? All these questions made Fong Chen even more eager to find out. Perhaps, to him, this was an unprecedented challenge, but also a brand new opportunity. He had to seize the opportunity to improve his cultivation and find out the truth. There is a majestic aura approaching. Just as Fong Chen was thinking, the immortal scepter, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly transmitted a message to him. Fong Chen's mind shuddered as he raised his head to take a look. To his surprise, he discovered that a vast and mighty force was sweeping across the entire sky, whistling towards him. Oh no! Fong Chen felt the murderous intent in the aura. Without hesitation, his body flashed, and he activated the power of space-time to the extreme, fleeing into the distance. However, the sky was covered by dark clouds, and the entire earth seemed to have become still. Fong Chen's speed also decreased sharply. Fong Chen was even more shocked and cried out involuntarily. Who on earth wanted to kill him? Bang! Fong Chen, who was traveling through space-time, suddenly felt his body hit a wall, and a powerful force bounced back. He stood up abruptly and looked in front of him vigilantly. At this time, he suddenly realized that there was a figure in front of him, and he did not know when it had appeared. Seeing this figure, Fong Chen was dumbfounded, and his heart was in turmoil. This was because he sensed that the aura of this figure was exactly the same as that of the old man from before. Who are you? Fong Chen asked carefully. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The vast aura was majestic and magnificent surrounding the man. The man raised his head, and his pitch-black eyes stared at Fong Chen. You are from the ancient Saint Chaos. Fong Chen's heart sank. He could hear the man's hatred for him. All the people from the ancient Saint Chaos should die. With that, he opened his hand, and a vast power whistled out. Oh no! Fong Chen was extremely anxious. The man's strength was too strong, beyond his range of resistance. Crack! He activated his monarch physique and pushed his defense to the limit. But he still couldn't stop the man's attack. Emperor Realm physical body? When the man discovered Fong Chen's physical body, he was a little surprised. But soon, a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. I can't let you. In the next instant, the man unleashed his full strength. With overwhelming strength, he crushed Fong Chen. What's going on? Why is it that ancient martial art practitioners who have fallen in the past can still exert such a powerful force on me? Fong Chen could not figure it out, no matter how he thought about it. The man in front of him was the same as the old man he had met before. They both came from the past. It was just that he had met Fong Chen in this space-time. But why could they attack, and with such a powerful attack? Bang! While he was thinking, the Emperor Realm defense was instantly shattered. Fong Chen's body was struck by lightning and almost exploded. Fortunately, he dodged in time and barely escaped. Die. The man didn't seem to have given up. His large hand, which contained immense power, struck toward Fong Chen. Immortal Star Core. Fong Chen gritted his teeth and activated the Immortal Star Core in his body. Powerful Immortal Star power instantly spread out. At the same time, the Immortal Scepter appeared and quickly absorbed the Immortal Star power. Rumble. The Immortal Scepter began to expand. With endless power, it stood in front of Fong Chen and blocked the man's attack. Dang, dang, dang. The man retreated. After stabilizing himself, a ray of golden light shot out from his eyes. Immortal Scepter? You're the successor of the Immortal Emperor? The man cried out involuntarily, and then his anger burned. Ha ha ha, God is on my side. I can't believe I met the successor of the immortal emperor. The man said eerily, "Today I will not only kill you, but also cut off the immortal emperor's legacy." It seemed that the man had a deep hatred for the immortal emperor, and he was venting it all on Fangchen. "Run." The immortal scepter said hurriedly. At the same time, it released a huge amount of immortal star power, enveloping Fangchen and making him flee. As for its body, it grew in size once again and began to fight fiercely with the man. "This place doesn't belong to you," the immortal scepter said in a deep voice. The immortal star power released and wrapped the man. "It's just a weapon. If the immortal emperor had it, I would be afraid. But now," while speaking, the man and the immortal scepter fought fiercely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fangchen didn't know how long he had been running. He was exhausted and even fell into a coma. Whoosh! In a daze, he passed through a bubble-shaped void door and came to a mysterious place. Bang! Finally, he couldn't hold on any longer. He fell to the ground and passed out completely. There was an earth-shattering battle in the Boundary City. The mysterious expert from the past was finally forced to retreat by the immortal scepter and disappeared in the void. Therefore, the immortal scepter's whereabouts were unknown. When Tu Wanma came to the battlefield, the battle had already come to an end. What kind of battle happened here? Tu Wanma's expression changed. He looked solemn. The ground was broken. It must have been a battle between transcendents. The Boundary City is getting more and more mysterious. Tu Wanma said in a deep voice. He didn't stay here for too long. He continued to chase after his enemy. In the distant horizon on a mountain peak. Whoosh! Suddenly, an old man appeared out of thin air. If Fangchen was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the expert from the ancient Saint Chaotic world that he had met earlier. The old man stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the distant sky. It was the place where the immortal scepter and the mysterious expert fought. After a long while, a helpless look appeared on his face. What will come eventually. It's just a pity for this little guy. The old man sighed. After so many years, I finally met a little guy from the ancient Saint Chaotic world with outstanding potential. Who would have thought that he would be hunted down just because he met me? When the old man said this, a cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then he seemed to have made a decision. It seems that it's time to go there. Then the old man's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. On the other side of the Boundary City, a red-robed man with a hooked nose held a long sword in his hand. His face was full of disdain. Humph! Pretending to be mysterious. The red-robed man flicked his wrist and the long sword shot out. A bright sword light fell from the sky and slashed forward with the power to split mountains. When the black figure in front of him came into contact with the powerful sword light, his body split into two and dodged the attack. I said that your attack can't threaten me. The black figure's figure reformed again and stood with his hands behind his back. Who exactly are you? The red-robed man's face finally became serious. Does it matter who I am? The black figure smiled strangely. You want to get the inheritance treasure and dominate the world. I also want something. Why don't we work together? What do you want? The red-robed man asked cautiously. The black figure shrugged. You will know what I want in the future. As for you, if I'm not wrong, you should be one of the candidates for the Bloodline King. You are not the only candidate to enter the Boundary City this time. Only by killing all of them and absorbing their bloodline power can you become the only candidate. Is that right? Hearing this, the red-robed man was shocked and stared at the black figure with wide eyes. How do you know? The candidates for the Bloodline King. This was a secret. How did he know? The black-robed man laughed. The Bloodline King? I know him too well. Unfortunately, he didn't finish, which made the red-robed man even more confused. Humph, you may be strong, but I have many ways to deal with you. Why should I work with you? Clearly, the red-robed man couldn't see through the black figure and didn't want to work with him. The black figure looked up at the red-robed man. The world citadel's enchantment has changed. There are many people like me. Even if you can escape from me, what if you meet others? The black shadow asked. The enchantment is much more dangerous than you think. Every time the boundary city changes, it means the arrival of a golden age. This time, we old fellows have all appeared in this space-time in order to fulfill the wishes of the past. If you don't work with me, you will die. However, no matter what the black figure said, the red-robed man didn't agree to work with him. If I don't work with you, I can still get everything I want. The red-robed man suspected that the black figure was after his bloodline power. Haha, you think you are smart. The black figure looked up and laughed, his face full of mockery. You think you are strong, but you don't know that in the eyes of us old guys, you are nothing. The black figure sighed. You have already died once. What is there to be afraid of? Do you know where I come from? The black figure said in a low voice. The red-robed man was silent. I come from the past. The black figure's next words completely stunned the red-robed man. I have already died in the past. Due to certain reasons, I met you in this time and space. The black figure said, This is your opportunity. Do you want to give it up? Without my help, how would you have been able to get past those old fellows? The red-robed man's head exploded. He shook his head hard. You died in the past, but you can come to this time and space? This was extremely shocking. The red-robed man couldn't accept it. Chapter 3155. For countless years, the lava river within the Flame Mountain had been nurtured by the laws of fire, giving birth to a powerful fire seed. And after the baptism of time, these fire seeds gathered together to form a shocking flaming saber. Even without the flaming saber, the Flame Mountain could be considered a place in the primordial chaos that cultivators of the Tao of fire dreamed of. Fan Qin could feel that Xiaohua had undergone a great transformation in the Flame Mountain. Even he was shocked by this transformation. Xiaohua's attainments in the Tao of fire had reached an unimaginable level. Even Fire Demon, Perfected Lord, would be shocked if he was here. Because of this, Xiaohua had forcefully suppressed the flaming saber and fused his understanding of fire into it, controlling it from its roots. Fan Qin was very happy about this. After all, Xiaohua could control the flaming saber, and his battle strength would greatly increase. This was a good thing for him. Congratulations. Fan Qin smiled and nodded at Xiaohua. Xiaohua put away the flaming saber and said confidently, Brother, I will definitely raise the flaming saber to the Emperor level. When that time comes, I will be able to help you deal with your enemies. Fan Qin gently stroked Xiaohua's head and smiled without saying anything. Inside the barrier of the world capital, after the powerful lightning tribulation in the sky disappeared, everyone was puzzled. Who had just undergone the tribulation? Could it really be the Sky Heart Realm Lord from the Eastern region? Has Sky Heart Realm Lord stepped into the realm of Sector Lords? It said that he could suppress ordinary Sector Lords and fight against top Sector Lords when he was just a junior tribulation supremacy. If it's really him breaking through, his battle strength will soar. I'm really curious if he can fight against a transcendent Sector Lord after stepping into the realm of Sector Lords. For a time, everyone was talking about Fan Qin. Of course, there were also some who snorted and didn't care about it. Among them was Tu Wanma from the Devil Hand sect. A mere junior tribulation supremacy wants to step into the transcendent realm. What a joke. Tu Wan Mo snickered coldly. Demonic chi filled the sky around him. With a stomp of his foot, the entire heaven and earth shook. With a flick of his finger, the terrifying devil chi formed a powerful black ripple in the void and pierced through a tall mountain in front of him at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Boom! The finger radiance exploded, the mountain peak collapsed, and the sky changed color. I, the slaughterer of 10,000 devils, will definitely be the first to step into the transcendent realm. After saying that, Tu Wanma's figure flashed, and disappeared from the world. At the same time, in another direction, other experts were also discussing Fangchen. When Ouyang Luoshiwa, who were fluttering white clothes, heard this news, he was first stunned, and then his icy cold face revealed a wisp of surprise before it vanished. The barrier of Realm City shook, and the appearance of the powerful lightning tribulation made them realize that time was of the essence. The enchantment was only open for 100 years, and they only had 100 years. If he wanted to step into the transcendent realm, this was his last chance. Countless people plunged into the various relics in search of opportunities. At this moment, Fan Chen was discussing the Tao of Fire with Fiery. Buzz! Fire Mountain had already regained its calm. Although there were undercurrents surging inside and vast amounts of lava enveloped the entire mountain, the lava was unable to get close to Fang Chen and Fiery. The two of them sat cross-legged at the top of Fire Mountain and looked at each other. The powerful fire origin bloodline power continuously surged from their bodies. "Do you feel it?" Fiery asked. Fang Chen nodded and said in a low voice, "I understand. Your fire origin bloodline has undergone a great change in essence, and this change has given you a bigger stage to shine on." Fang Chen sighed. As expected of the descendant of the fire demon True Lord, he was born for fire. He believed that he was extremely talented in comprehending the Tao of Fire, but he still couldn't be compared to Fiery. "Big brother, you're not a member of the fire origin race, but you can use the fire origin bloodline to such an extent. It's really rare," Fiery said. "I'm sure that Big brother will be able to shock the world on the Tao of Fire in the future." Fang Chen grinned and slowly got up. Now, this mysterious space was no longer worthy of Fang Chen's stay. In Fire Mountain, the most precious flame saber had already been obtained by Fiery, and because of this he had passed the 8 trials. He needed time to pass the last one. The next tribulation will be the day I step into the transcendental realm. Fang Chen clenched his fists and thought to himself. Although Fiery's strength had become a lot stronger, Fang Chen still kept him in dark cave mountain to be safe. Then he left the mysterious space alone. Whoosh! On the barren plain, one couldn't see the end of it. Suddenly, the void flickered and a figure appeared. "I'm finally out." The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled upwards, revealing a sinister smile. Back then, he was hunted down by a mysterious expert who had died countless years ago and almost died. In the end, he fled in panic and found Fire Mountain. Now that his strength had increased and he had returned, it was time to take revenge. After roughly checking the surrounding environment, Fang Chen found the direction of the battle with the mysterious expert. "Let's go." This time he took the initiative to look for the mysterious expert. Firstly, it was for revenge, and secondly, it was to find the truth. Why could a warrior who had died in the past appear in this space-time? He felt that there must be a big secret hidden in this. A few days later, Fang Chen followed the route of his escape and came to the place where he had fought. When he looked over, he suddenly discovered that there was actually an earth-shattering battle taking place here. Taking a closer look, Fang Chen realized that the people fighting were actually the ancient saint Primal Chaos expert, whom he had met once before, as well as the mysterious expert. "I didn't kill you back then, but today I'll kill you." The mysterious expert's aura was like a rainbow. He spread out his big hand and pressed it down. Suddenly, a mighty force swept through the entire void. "Oh no!" Seeing this, the old man from the ancient saint chaotic world knew that things were not good. His body flickered and he quickly blocked. Crack! However, he was still hit by the mighty force and his body flew out. Dang, dang, dang. After stabilizing his body with difficulty, the old man stared at the mysterious expert with his dark eyes. "Is it really okay to force the grudge between us on a junior?" The old man said in a deep voice. "Humph! You know better than anyone that we can appear here. Why do I need you to tell me what to do?" As soon as the mysterious expert's voice fell, waves of powerful attacks swooped down. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Fang Chen watched from afar for a while and felt that it was time to take action. Otherwise, the old man would be killed by the mysterious expert. Go to hell. Just as the mysterious expert was accumulating all his power and attacking with all his strength, Fang Chen appeared out of nowhere. Space-time sword explosion. He used his finger as a sword and cut through the sky. The powerful finger radiance carried an unparalleled sword chi and blocked the mysterious expert's attack. At the same time, it forced the mysterious expert to retreat. "Huh, it's you?" After seeing Fang Chen, the mysterious expert glared at him. "You still dare to appear?" On the side, the old man was stunned and hurriedly said, "You are not his opponent. Leave quickly." Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. Sword-shaped runes covered his body as he calmly looked at the mysterious expert. "Why can you appear in this space-time when you died in the past?" Fang Chen asked. "Ha ha ha, do you want to know? Go ask the King of Hell." The mysterious expert laughed wildly as his aura surged. Fang Chen was puzzled. If they used remnant souls as carriers, it would be understandable. But now, they were neither remnant souls nor energy bodies. Instead, they existed in a special form. Different space-time, different geniuses. The old man sighed. "This space-time is destined to be the golden age of chaos." Crush. The mysterious cultivator took a step forward, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. However, Fang Chen activated his emperor-level body and used his 5 immortal star cores as a foundation to punch out. Dong! The terrifying power collided with each other, forming a terrifying spatial storm. The mysterious expert's expression changed drastically when he came into contact with Fang Chen. How is this possible? Chapter 3156. A great battle was about to break out. Fang Chen and the old man stood side by side. Opposite them, the mysterious expert's face was ferocious. His scarlet eyes were fixed on Fang Chen. Seeing this, the old man heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was shocked, he was more than happy. With Fang Chen's strength, it would not be a problem for him to deal with the person in front of him. "It seems that I've been overthinking." The old man glanced at Fang Chen and said with a smile, "It seems that you've gotten some opportunities. But do you think that you can defeat me like this?" The mysterious expert sneered and stomped his foot. Dust flew up and a terrifying aura spread out. He jumped and stretched out his hand to grab Fang Chen's neck. "His Achilles heel is in his abdomen. I'll hold him back." Just as Fang Chen was about to make a move, the old man suddenly made a move. His body flashed, and he tangled with the mysterious expert. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The battle between the two was very fierce. However, the mysterious expert attacked angrily and suppressed the old man in a moment. The old man was in a very dangerous situation. Time freeze. Fang Chen raised his hand and the void instantly froze. Together with the old man and the mysterious expert, they were all imprisoned. Sky Sealing Tablet. Fang Chen quickly took out the Sky Sealing Tablet and set up the evil killing array to completely trap the mysterious expert. Then he used his finger as a sword and performed the space-time sword explosion. The immortal star core was fully activated and his finger radiance's attack power was raised to the extreme. The terrifying finger radiance went straight to the mysterious expert's abdomen. Buzz! The mysterious expert looked ferocious and seemed to be trying to break free from time freeze. However, at this moment, dense sword-shaped runes flashed and suppressed the whole world. Crack! The finger radiance shot out at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. However, when it was about to come into contact with the mysterious expert, there was a change. A powerful black halo appeared around the mysterious expert's body and blocked the powerful finger radiance. Crack! Although the finger radiance was strong, it was blocked by the black halo. Seeing this, the old man was shocked. "You've actually cultivated an evil technique?" As soon as he finished speaking, The old man gritted his teeth and made a crazy decision. You and I shouldn't exist in this space-time. It's time to put an end to this. With that, the old man's body exploded. A terrifying power swept across the land, and a terrifying shockwave instantly enveloped the mysterious expert. A furious roar could be heard from within. The black halo shattered, and the powerful finger beam pierced through the mysterious expert's abdomen. Pucci! The mysterious expert's body disintegrated and dissipated into the void. Hoo! A gust of wind blew past, and the gloomy energy between heaven and earth also dissipated. A sentence echoed in Fong Chen's mind. The result you want is at the Spirit Formation Mountain. This was what the old man had told him before he blew himself up. Fong Chen's body trembled, and his eyes burned as he looked up into the sky. Spirit Formation Mountain? Whoosh! The great battle had just ended when Fong Chen heard the sound of something tearing through the air. He turned his head, and a black light flashed in the void. Not long after, a figure appeared in the sky. This battle strength is comparable to a peak sector lord. The person squinted his eyes and said, "With your strength, you shouldn't be a nobody. I know all the peak sector lords in the world capital. If I'm not wrong, you're the Eastern region's Sky Heart sector lord." Fong Chen remained silent and stared at the person, not knowing what he meant. Looks like the rumors are true. The lightning tribulation that triggered the spirit formation was caused by you. However, from your aura, you don't seem to have stepped into the realm of sector lords and are only an 8th tribulation sovereign. Speaking up to here, the black figure couldn't help but sigh. Fong Chen's potential was too strong, and he was ashamed of his inferiority. My name is Bai He, and I would like to fight with you. However, I have an urgent matter to attend to today, so I hope we'll have a chance to fight in the future. With that, the black figure disappeared into the horizon. Bai He the sector lord? Fong Chen muttered. He had naturally heard of Bai He's name. This person was quite famous in the world capital. It was said that he was only a step away from the transcendent realm. Fong Chen did not have many thoughts about the White River Realm Lord. The only thought in his mind was the Spirit Formation Mountain. To the Spirit Formation Mountain. The territory of the world capital was boundless. Among them, there were countless sector lords. However, the sector lords that participated in the sector lord meeting were the cream of the crop. Although within the Spirit Formation, there were treasures everywhere. However, to the Eastern region's sector lords, it was a different experience. What do we do? In a hidden place, the Jianwu sector lord and a few other sector lords were covered in blood. Their faces were pale, and their expressions were solemn. Even if we join forces, we can at most fight against a peak sector lord. We can't stop the Shui brothers. The blood demon sector lord said solemnly. These days, the Shui brothers have been chasing us. They want to kill all the sector lords in the eastern region. Because of this, even the black underworld sector lord fell. The Shui brothers didn't have a good reputation in the world capital. They cultivated evil techniques and often killed ordinary sector lords. And now, they had placed their attention on the few sector lords in the eastern region. What else can we do? At most, we'll fight it out with them. The soul-chasing sector lord said. No. The Jianwu sector lord waved his hand and wanted to say something, but suddenly his expression changed. A trembling aura came from the void. It's the Shui brothers. Let's go. The true martial domain lord waved his hand and led the remaining few domain lords away from this place. Jefta, in the void, the blood-red ripples intertwined with each other, forming a scarlet barrier that trapped the true martial realm lord and the others within. Do you think the Shui brothers are idiots? If we let you guys escape, what face do we have in the world capital? The Shui brothers sneered. Within the red barrier, the Jianwu sector lord and the others looked at each other with heavy expressions. They didn't expect the Shui brothers to catch up so quickly. The Black Underworld Sector Lord and Scarlet Sun Sector Lord have both died. With only the 6 of us left, it's impossible to block the Shui brothers' attack. The Zhen Wu Sector Lord said. However, there are only 2 of them. If we work together, we still have a chance. We'll listen to you. The Pill and Blacksmith Sector Lord said. The Zhen Wu Sector Lord's gaze swept across the other 5 and landed on the Void Sector Lord. Void Sector Lord, among the 6 of us, your escaping ability is the strongest. If the 5 of us work together to restrain the Shui brothers, do you have the confidence to escape? The Zhen Wu Sector Lord asked. Zhen Wu Sector Lord, the Void Sector Lord opened his mouth and wanted to say something. You don't need to say anything. For the Eastern region, you must escape. The Zhen Wu Sector Lord said. After you escape, you must tell the news to the Sky Heart Sector Lord. We can't die in vain. He will take revenge for us. The Shui brothers looked down at the Zhen Wu Sector Lord and the others as if they were looking at prey. Humph. You're about to die, yet you still want to escape. You'll all die. Fong Chen was moving quickly. His target was the Boundary Mountain. Suddenly, he felt a familiar aura below him. He spread out his divine sense and covered the entire land. He instantly found the Zhen Wu Sector Lord and the others. Interesting. Fong Chen's lips curled up, revealing a sly smile. The Shui brothers? Fong Chen's body began to fall. Soon, he arrived at the place where the Zhen Wu Sector Lord and the others were hiding. Is it sealed? Seeing the scarlet barrier, Fong Chen shook his head and punched out. Rumble. The scarlet barrier was like glass, shattering into pieces. What's going on? The Shui brothers were stunned. The Zhen Wu Sector Lord and the others opened their eyes wide. They wanted to know what was going on. Amidst the aura, a slender figure slowly walked over. Seeing the scene, the Zhen Wu Sector Lord and the others were so excited that they trembled. Ha ha ha, we're saved. They never dreamed that Fong Chen would appear at such a crucial moment. Who are you? How dare you ruin our business? The Shui brothers glared at Fong Chen. Chapter 3157. Justice for the Heavens. After the Shui brothers heard this, their faces were filled with ridicule. They looked at Fong Chen as if they were looking at a joke. You want to do justice for the heavens, but do you know that your strength is nothing in our eyes? Fong Chen turned his head and looked at the Realm Lord of the True Martial Realm and said, You guys back off first. Leave this to me. The Shui brothers are too strong. It's hard for you to deal with them alone. If we work together, we might have a chance of survival. Realm Lord Wu Yi said. After all, Fong Chen came from the Boundless World and had a deep relationship with him. He wasn't willing to see the latter die in the hands of the Shui brothers. That's right. Although the Realm Lord of the Eastern region is weak, we will work together and never retreat. Let's work together. Even if we die, we will die standing. The Realm Lord of the True Martial Realm and the others weren't willing to retreat. How could they bear to let Fong Chen bring up the rear alone? The opponents were the Shui brothers. With Fong Chen's strength, how could he defeat them? You're talking nonsense. Since you're courting death, then don't blame us for being impolite. The Shui brothers waved their hands, and a terrifying power swept over. The 2 brothers' faces were filled with disdain. Today, none of you can escape. Fong Chen shook his head. He didn't explain too much. With a flip of his palm, a force acted on the Realm Lord of the True Martial Realm and the others, instantly pushing them out of the battlefield. You guys will only hinder me from killing them. As his voice faded, Fong Chen leaped and instantly arrived in front of the Shui brothers. At the same time, the Sealed Sky Monument rapidly expanded in his palm. In the blink of an eye, the Sealed Sky Monument had expanded to its limit and stood in the void. Strands of sealing energy were emitted from it, sealing this heaven and earth. A terrifying evil aura swept through the entire seal. The Xue brothers' faces slightly changed. A mere seal wants to trap us Xue brothers? The Xue brothers sneered. However, Fang Qin shrugged his shoulders. Now the battle can begin. The reason why he had the heaven-sealing tombstone seal this area was because he was afraid that the Xue brothers would escape. Now he could fully devote himself to the battle. I broke through to the 8th Tribulation Supremacy Realm, but I haven't used my full strength yet. You are the first. With that, Fang Chen clenched his fists. His Emperor Realm aura whizzed out and enveloped his entire fist. Dong! He suddenly punched out, shattering the void. Winds blew and clouds surged. The entire evil killing array was trembling, courting death. Seeing this, the second brother of the Xue brothers stomped his foot and shot towards Fang Chen's fist. Bang! However, in the next second, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. The body of the second Xue brother flew out like a kite. Second brother. Seeing this, Big Brother roared hysterically. He leaped to Big Brother's side and supported him. Cough, cough. After stabilizing himself, Second Brother's throat moved, and blood spurted out from his mouth. His face was slightly pale. His internal organs were damaged, and pain spread throughout his body. This guy's strength is strong. Second Brother's scarlet eyes stared at Fang Qin as he said, coldly, so what if he's strong? In the face of absolute strength, everything is fleeting. After the previous exchange, the Xue brothers did not dare to underestimate Fang Qin. At this moment, the two brothers directly displayed their innate abilities. Roar! In the void, an eye suddenly formed. Then, scarlet blood flowed out from the eye. Huff, huff, huff! The entire area seemed to have sunk into a scarlet sea. Not far away, the true martial realm lord and the others were shocked. Not good. The Xue brothers' innate ability, the scarlet eye. Damn it, the Xue brothers' innate ability is actually so strong. Although the Sky Heart Realm Lord is strong, it will be difficult for him to block the scarlet eye. Should we take action? Realm Lord Wuya asked. Only the true martial realm lord gradually calmed down after a moment of panic. He waved his hand to stop Realm Lord Wuya's action and muttered. When the Skyheart Realm Lord was in the Lesser Tribulation Realm, he was already able to fight against experts like the life-seeking Realm Lord. And now he had a fortuitous encounter and broke through to the 8th Tribulation Realm in one go. His strength will definitely increase. Maybe. After taking a deep breath, the true martial realm lord's pitch-black eyes stared at the evil killing array and said solemnly, maybe he has the qualifications to challenge a transcendent realm lord. Transcendent realm lord. These 3 words made the hearts of Realm Lord Wuya and the others tremble. Challenge a transcendent realm lord? Their eyes were burning as they stared at the battlefield. In the previous exchange, the Xue brothers were obviously at a disadvantage. From this point, we can see that the Sky Heart Realm Lord's strength has exceeded our imagination. The true martial realm lord continued. Just as the Sky Heart Realm Lord said, if we take action, we will hinder him from fighting against the enemy. Hearing this, the others fell into silence. In the evil killing array, the huge sealed sky monument stood horizontally in the void. Dense sealing energy constantly fell and merged into the evil killing array. At this moment, Fang Qin stood in the void with his hands behind his back. In the sky, the scarlet eye exploded with a terrifying power. Blood-red waves instantly drowned it. I have to admit that your potential is very strong, but so what? A genius who dies halfway can't be called a true genius. We, the Xue brothers, love to kill geniuses the most. When the Xue brothers saw the scarlet eye drowning Fang Qin, a wild smile appeared on their faces. A great tribulation realm lord is able to force us, the Xue brothers, to use our innate ability. Even if you die, you should be proud. After saying this, the 2 brothers controlled the scarlet eye and increased its power to kill Fang Qin. Fang Chen's body was filled with a vast sea of blood. "Is this the Scarlet Eye?" Fang Chen said indifferently. There was no fear on his face. Sword-shaped runes covered his body. His Emperor Realm body was fully activated, and his defense was indestructible. He stood there and allowed the Scarlet Eye to attack, but the latter couldn't break through his defense. "The attack is too weak." Fang Chen shook his head. It's said that the Shui brothers can fight a transcendent realm lord with their innate ability. It seems that it's just an undeserved reputation. Dong! 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 Countless collision sounds came from Fang Chen's body. Every time the Scarlet Eye attacked, it would receive a strong, rebounding force. As time passed, the Scarlet Eye's power began to weaken without Fang Chen needing to do anything. In a few breaths' time, the Scarlet Eye began to shake as if it would shatter at any time. Crack! Fang Chen finally made his move. With a single punch, he completely shattered the Scarlet Eye that caused everyone's expression to change when they talked about it. The Shui brothers, who were controlling the Scarlet Eye, suddenly spat out blood and kept retreating. They looked at the Scarlet Eye, and their pupils followed closely. "How is this possible?" The two brothers cried out. They couldn't imagine that the Scarlet Eye was actually festering. No. Amidst the furious roars of the two brothers, the Scarlet Eye shattered, and a proud and tall figure slowly walked out of the scarlet waves. "The Scarlet Eye is only SOSO." Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, emitting a powerful aura as he said indifferently, "Pucci." With their innate ability broken, the two brothers spat out blood and were heavily injured. How is this possible? The two brothers kept retreating, their hearts filled with fear. Even the Scarlet Eye couldn't kill the person in front of them. How strong was he? I don't understand. Why are you unharmed under the Scarlet Eye's attack? You once said that in the face of absolute power, everything is but a fleeting cloud. Let me tell you now, in the face of absolute defense, all power is nothing. Fang Chen grinned and said, "Your innate abilities can't be said to be too weak. It's just that my defense is so strong that it's beyond your imagination." Wong. Sword-shaped runes flickered on Fang Chen's body as the Emperor Realm aura spread out. "Emperor Realm," the Shui brothers cried out when they saw this. It was a pity that they no longer had the chance to spread this news. Not far away, the Realm Lord of Zhenwu and the others were anxiously waiting for the result of the battle. Suddenly, the huge sealed sky monument shrunk rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a palm-sized stone monument and disappeared. The evil killing array also disappeared and a figure slowly walked over. It's the Realm Lord of Tian Xen. Seeing this, the Realm Lord of Zhenwu and the others shouted excitedly, "Where are the Shui brothers?" The Realm Lord of Zhenwu and the others surrounded Fang Chen and asked curiously, "The Shui brothers have been killed by me. You're safe now." Fang Chen said with a smile. The Realm Lord of Zhenwu and the others were shocked. After a long time, they gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Amazing. He's simply a peerless monster. He blocked the attack of the Scarlet Eye by himself and killed the Shui brothers. This battle record is enough to look down on the realm capital territory. Unknowingly, Fang Chen's strength had surpassed the Realm Lord of Zhenwu and the others. Now, they gradually regarded Fang Chen as the leader of the eastern region. "By the way, why were the Shui brothers chasing after you?" After chatting for a while, Fang Chen asked. The Realm Lord of Zhenwu slowly took out a feather from his arms. It was a golden feather with complicated patterns on it. Flowing light flashed, and the feather was completely reflected in the eyes. At first sight of the golden feather, Fang Chen felt that something was wrong. All the grudges were caused by this golden feather. Next, the Realm Lord of Zhenwu told Fang Chen the story of how he got the golden feather and how he was chased by the Shui brothers. Before Fang Chen could speak, a hurried voice sounded in his mind. This feather contains the power of a pure blood. This was the voice of a pure blood beast cub. You recognize it? Fong Qin asked via voice transmission. If I'm not wrong, this golden feather should be the feather of a pure blood rock from the ancient times. Chapter 3158. At first, Fong Chen was just curious as he sensed a special power within the golden feather. However, when the pure-blooded beast cub transmitted its voice to him, his expression finally turned grave. In the ancient era, the pure-blooded beasts were extremely powerful. Their bloodline power was the strongest in the immemorial chaotic era. If it wasn't for the battle of gods, the pure-blooded beasts would have shared the immemorial chaotic era with the humans. Even in the current era, the descendants of the pure-blooded beasts still existed. It was just that they were extremely rare. Fong Chen had only managed to obtain a pure-blooded beast cub by chance. As a pure-blooded beast, it was very sensitive to the aura of the pure-blooded beasts, the feather of a pure-blooded rock. Fong Chen was stunned for a moment before he took the golden feather from the Realm Lord. Immediately, he felt a sharp aura coming from the golden feather and drilling into his palm. Buzz! Sword-shaped runes flickered as the chaotic sword body was activated. Such a sharp aura. Fong Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't expect the small golden feather to contain such a powerful force. After the sharp aura entered his palm, it expanded rapidly as if it was going to damage his internal organs. Luckily, the chaotic sword body sensed the unknown force and activated automatically. After experiencing the baptism of countless years, it can still release such a powerful aura. No wonder it's the feather of a pure-blooded beast. Fong Chen was even more certain of the pure-blooded beast's words. Where did this feather come from? Fong Chen grabbed the golden feather. Light circulated around it as sealing energy revolved around it, trapping it. After that, he inclined his head and stared at the true martial Realm Lord. The Realm Lord of the true martial realm told Fong Chen how he obtained the golden feather. After pondering for a moment, Fong Chen said, "Bring me there." "It's very dangerous there. We only managed to come out after a narrow escape," Realm Lord Wuya said after hesitating for a moment. Fong Chen waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I know what I'm doing." Under the lead of the true martial domain lord and the others, the group of people flew towards that strange place. During this time, Fong Chen was also communicating with the pure-blooded beast cubs. He even placed the golden feather into Dongming Mountain for the pure-blooded beast cubs to appraise. Dark Cave Mountain. The pure-blooded beast cub held the golden feather in its little paws and kept checking it. If one were to look closely, they would discover that there was a layer of faint red light circulating above the golden feather. After this layer of light came into contact with the pure-blooded beast cub's bloodline power, an extremely rare change occurred. After a long while, the pure-blooded beast cub revealed an excited smile. It is indeed the feather of a pure-blooded rock. The pure-blooded rock was known as the king of birds. In ancient times, it was definitely an existence that could call the wind and summon the rain. Back then, the great rocks had flourished to the peak. The king of the great rocks could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the sovereign level Kunpeng. And now, after countless epochs, it was actually able to obtain the feathers of a pure-blooded great rock here. The pure-blooded beast cub was naturally extremely excited. I can feel that this golden feather contains the power of the great rock's bloodline. If I can obtain enough feathers and absorb the power of the bloodline, it is very likely that it will help me completely awaken my pure-blooded bloodline, the pure-blooded beast cub said. As a pure-blooded beast, there were not many things that could make it so excited that it forgot itself. The golden feather in front of it was one of them. Can a pure-blooded rock from ancient times really survive until now? Xiao Hu walked to the side of the pure-blooded beast cub and asked in a low voice, "No matter what, when Master goes to explore, we will know everything," Tian Xan said to Kongjiu. Fong Qin naturally knew everything that had happened in Dark Cave Mountain. When he learned that the golden feather was the feather of a pure-blooded rock, he was extremely shocked. Legend has it that the pure-blooded rock is not only the king of birds, but also the supreme existence of the way of the void. They can shake the 9 heavens with just a flap of their wings. Fang Chen thought to himself, according to the Jinwu domain lord and the others, it is very likely that there is a skeleton of a pure-blooded rock in that strange place. When he thought of this, Fang Chen's heart was burning with desire. If he could obtain the body of a pure-blooded rock, not only would he be able to reach a higher level in the way of space-time, but he could also completely awaken the pure-blooded beast cub's pure-blooded bloodline. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, this opportunity was extremely rare. I must obtain it. Fang Chen clenched his fists and thought to himself. In a hidden valley within the boundary of the world city, the valley was surrounded by mountains and there was only 1 entrance. It was also very hidden. If one did not search carefully, it would be very difficult for ordinary warriors to find this place. The valley was filled with gold. Whether it was the flowers or the soil, they were all the same color. The valley was very oppressive. The air seemed to contain an extremely sharp aura that constantly tore the air apart. However, in the depths of the valley, there were some figures with monstrous evil aura. Kiki, I didn't expect to find the body of a pure-blooded beast here. The heavens are really helping me. A burly corpse devil clan member with an evil aura exuding from his forehead said in a gloomy voice. Beside it, there were many corpse demon. Lord. Another person was about to speak when the leader waved his hand to stop him. Of course I know. The first goal of this trip is to kill the Sky Heart Domain Lord, which is Fang Chen. The second is to kill all the domain lords that enter the boundary of the world city. The leader said. However, it is not easy to find the body of a pure-blooded beast. How can I not do anything? I have already thought about it. First, I will obtain the body of the pure-blooded beast. Then, I will go and kill the other human domain lords. Yes, Lord. The others did not dare to say anything and nodded heavily. However, at this moment, the leader's face suddenly changed. Damn it. He clenched his fists and cursed fiercely. Lord, what happened? The others asked anxiously. There was a change in the plan. A human domain Lord broke through to the transcendent realm. Speaking until here, he turned to look at the depths of the valley and muttered. Now, I will leave this place to settle some matters. You guys seal this place and search for the body of the pure-blooded beast. Don't worry, Lord. We will definitely find the body of the pure-blooded beast. Hoo. With that, the leader of the Corpse Devil clan disappeared from the Golden Valley. The corpse demon sneaking into the boundary was something that the 5 kings did not expect. And Fang Chen naturally did not know. After passing this mountain, it is not far. Zhen Wu Domain Lord and Fang Chen walked side by side. Along the way, he explained to Fang Chen what happened in that strange place. At that time, we were just curious and entered the valley. Who would have thought that we would almost lose our lives? Luckily, we obtained this golden feather at the crucial moment and escaped death. Fang Chen also knew what happened after that. The Shui brothers saw this scene and chased after them. Both Scarlet Sun, Domain Lord, and Black Underworld Domain Lord died. Even the true Martial Realm Lord and the others had almost died. We are here. It is there. While speaking, Fang Chen and the others were already standing on the mountain peak. Looking in the direction of Zhen Wu Domain Lord's finger, they discovered that in the distant horizon there was a golden valley. As expected, Fang Chen sensed slightly and found that the valley was filled with a sharp aura. It was exactly the same as the aura of the golden feather. You guys wait for me here. I will go in by myself. There was danger in the valley. Fang Chen did not want Zhenwu Domain Lord and the others to take the risk. Okay, we will not be a burden to you. Zhenwu Domain Lord agreed readily. Hoo. Fang Chen stomped his foot and shuttled through the void. arriving in front of the Golden Valley. Dong, dong, dong. The closer he got to the valley, the more Fong Qin could feel the sharp aura raging through the entire world. What a strong power! Buzz! The golden feather in Dark Cave Mountain suddenly appeared in front of Fong Qin. Golden light circulated and enveloped Fong Qin, forming a light screen that blocked the attack of the sharp aura. Fong Qin took a closer look and found that the complicated patterns on the golden feather were all gathered together. "What is this?" Fong Qin murmured. Suddenly, the golden feather flew towards the valley. Fong Qin saw it and took a step forward, following closely behind. However, the moment Fong Qin stepped into the valley, his face turned gloomy. Chapter 3160. 1 second remember, new. They died in the past, but were able to appear in this space-time. When Fong Qin asked about this matter, the old men looked at each other, as if unwilling to talk about it. Seeing this, Fong Qin did not intend to continue asking. If he wanted to know the truth, he would have to go to Boundary Mountain and find it himself. "Seniors, have you found the body of the pure-blooded rock?" Fong Qin asked. The old men shook their heads. "The remains of the pure-blooded rock are in this valley, but we haven't found it yet." After all, they had died long ago. Now, they only appeared in this space-time in a special form. Rumble. Just as the few of them were talking, the golden storm suddenly became wild. Within the storm, a rapidly revolving vortex was gradually expanding. "Not good. The golden storm is absorbing the blood of the corpse demon," the white-clothed old man exclaimed. Hearing this, Fong Qin was also shocked. Without thinking, he knew that the one absorbing the blood of the corpse demon must be the peerless powerhouse of the corpse demon that was suppressed by the pure-blooded rock. "Stop him!" The old men's figures flashed, and they quickly arrived in front of the golden storm. Crash! However, the golden storm became abnormally violent after coming in contact with the blood of the corpse demon. When they got close, red lines suddenly appeared and imprisoned their bodies. Crack! Immediately after, the old men's bodies instantly shattered. This sudden change caused Fong Qin to be at a loss as to what to do. Crash! The pure-blooded beast cub appeared from Dark Cave Mountain, holding the golden feather in its hand. "The golden storm has been invaded by the peerless powerhouse of the corpse demon. We must stop him now," the pure-blooded beast cub said in a deep voice. "How do we stop him?" Fong Qin asked. "I will hold the golden feather and restrain him. You use your fastest speed to burn all the demon corpses here." After saying this, the pure-blooded beast cub held the golden feather in its hand and released a powerful pure-blooded aura. It directly rushed to the front of the golden storm. "The corpse demon deserves to die." The pure-blooded beast cub uttered a groan. The golden feather in its hand began to shake vigorously as if it had sensed something, producing a series of cries. At this moment, the wild golden storm finally weakened a little. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fong Qin waved his hand, and the fire origin energy in his body instantly erupted. The Golden Valley turned into a sea of fire, and the corpse demon's corpse was instantly incinerated. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When all of the corpse demon's corpses were incinerated, the golden storm raged again. The corpse demon's peerless master seemed to want to break out of the cage. Bang! The pure-blooded beast cub's body was sent flying, and its golden feathers were swept into the golden storm. Not good. Fong Qin felt the air become more and more oppressive. His body seemed to be unable to move. What should we do? He glanced at the pure-blooded beast cub on the ground, feeling extremely anxious. Poochie! At the critical moment, the pure-blooded beast cub widened its eyes and glared at the golden storm. "With my pure blood, I will purify all evil in the world." The pure-blooded beast cub opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Then it grabbed a flame beside it and burned it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After the essence blood was burned, the entire Golden Valley began to shake. Whoa! The pure-blooded beast cub charged into the golden storm with boundless power. Rumble! The Golden Valley shook, and the surrounding cliffs seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Fang Qin paid close attention to the golden storm. Ever since the pure-blooded beast cub charged in, the golden storm had become abnormally violent. However, in just a breath's time, the golden storm's movements seemed to have weakened significantly. Fang Qin continued to observe. Soon, the golden storm seemed to be about to subside. All of a sudden, an unparalleled pressure appeared in the void. Immediately after, an extremely terrifying power suddenly appeared, and the sea of fire in the Golden Valley was instantly extinguished. Fang Qin felt a powerful halo completely sealing the Golden Valley. Roar! Vaguely, Fang Qin saw an illusory figure. That was the figure of a pure-blooded rock. In the hazy air, an illusory figure spread its wings and soared. As it flapped its wings, the golden storm gradually disappeared. Whoosh! The pure-blooded beast cub walked out of it, and a bright smile appeared on its face. Are you okay? Fang Qin asked hurriedly. I'm fine, the pure-blooded beast cub said. Roar! An evil voice came from the ground. It was the voice of a peerless expert from the Corpse Devil clan. The voice was filled with extreme reluctance. I will definitely get out. A voice that shook people's hearts resounded through the sky. In the next second, the loud cry of a rock could be heard, and the Golden Valley was suppressed again. In a moment, the Golden Valley regained its calm, and the oppressive aura in the air disappeared. Only the hazy figure spread its wings and soared in the air. I didn't expect to meet a pure-blooded descendant in this age of chaos. The figure of the rock gradually materialized and finally landed on top of the pure-blooded beast cub. Fang Qin looked over, and his heart trembled. Was this the pure-blooded rock from the ancient times? The pure-blooded beast cub looked at the rock's figure without saying anything. Whoosh! The rock flapped its wings, and a clear current was injected into the pure-blooded beast cub's body. The injuries it had suffered previously were instantly healed. The golden feather also flew out of its hand and landed on the pure-blooded rock's body. Back then, I risked my life to suppress the evil spirit of the corpse demon. I wanted it to exhaust its life force and gradually die over the years. Who knew that the corpse demon's life force would be so tenacious? Recently, the corpse demon came here and tried to awaken the evil spirit. Fortunately, I discovered it in time. The pure-blooded rock said. However, the corpse demon is much more tenacious than I thought. If I don't kill it completely, it will escape one day in the years to come. When that time came, there would definitely be a great loss of life. What can I do? The pure-blooded beast cub asked. In ancient times, their ancestors of the pure-blooded lineage were able to stand up to the humans as equals. Their strength was unprecedented and unparalleled. Unfortunately, after the Battle of Gods, the pure-blooded beasts were almost extinct. Being able to see the pure-blooded ancestors here made the pure-blooded beast cub's heart tremble. Although it wanted to awaken its pure-blooded bloodline, it wanted to fulfill its ancestors' dream even more. The pure-blooded bloodline in your body hasn't completely awakened, and I don't have much time left. Before I completely disappear, I can give you all the feathers on my body to help you awaken your bloodline. However, if you want to completely kill the evil spirit of the corpse demon, you alone won't be enough. The corpse demon killed the innocent and should be killed. If you need my help, I will do my best. Fang Qin said. Only then did the pure-blooded great rock focus its attention on Fang Qin. It nodded in satisfaction. It's not easy for you to have such thoughts, but your cultivation is too weak, not even at the Sector Lord realm. You won't be able to help much. Then the pure-blooded rock looked at the pure-blooded beast cub and said, The corpse demon's power is extremely corrosive. If there's a martial artist with strong defense to help, it would be best. He didn't dare to ask for the help of a pure-blooded beast cub. After all, this was the age of chaos, and pure-blooded beasts were almost extinct. Strong defense? How about an Emperor Realm body? The pure-blooded beast cub asked. An Emperor Realm body is considered the best among humans. If there's an Emperor Realm body, its defense will be extremely strong. It shouldn't be a problem to kill the evil spirit. Hearing this, the pure-blooded beast cub grinned and pointed at Fong Qin. The one beside you is a genius who broke through to the Emperor Realm with his body. What? The pure-blooded rock couldn't believe it and asked in surprise. Whoa. Sword-shaped runes surrounded his body, and Emperor Realm power appeared. Emperor Realm, it really is an Emperor Realm body. That's great. The pure-blooded rock was very excited. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping me. With an Emperor Realm body, I will definitely be able to kill the corpse demon. Then he looked at Fong Qin seriously. To be able to break through to the Emperor Realm at such a young age, it's really amazing. I didn't expect that in this age of chaos, there would still be a peerless monster like you. The pure-blooded rock knew very well that even if Fong Qin was in the ancient era, he would still be an extremely dazzling existence. Senior, you're wrong. Fong Qin said humbly. The pure-blooded rock flapped his wings and said with a smile, although your body has broken through to the Emperor Realm, killing the corpse demon might be dangerous. Are you willing? Chapter 3161. The corpse demon and Fong Qin had an irreconcilable feud. The Milky Way was Fong Qin's home base. All of his family and friends lived there. However, the corpse demon wanted to destroy the Milky Way. This was an unforgivable sin. Therefore, every time Fong Qin saw the corpse demon, he would do everything he could to kill it. On the other hand, the corpse demon also saw Fong Qin as its greatest enemy. Ever since the battle in the Milky Way, the corpse demon had been paying close attention to Fong Qin's every move. As time passed, the potential that Fong Qin displayed was too heaven-defying. This also shocked the upper echelons of the corpse demon. They gave a death order that Fong Qin must die. Otherwise, there might be another immortal emperor. This was a disaster that the corpse demon could not bear. Therefore, the corpse demon tried everything to kill Fong Qin. For this reason, they would not let go of any opportunity. In this Realm Lord Conference, the Corpse Devil clan had paid a heavy price to sneak into this place. However, it was destroyed by Fong Qin. However, after hearing that there was a peerless powerhouse like the corpse demon suppressed in this Golden Valley, Fong Qin made a decision in his heart. I am willing. Fong Qin nodded heavily. It was for no other reason than to weaken the corpse demon's power. Although the corpse demon has been suppressed for countless years, it has survived since ancient times. It has been struggling at death's door until now. The pure-blooded rock looked at Fong Qin with admiration. You have to be prepared. I can only help you stabilize the seal. The rest is up to you. Speaking up to this point, the pure-blooded rock paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. I'm staying here to kill the corpse demon. Once it dies, I will also disappear from this world. However, before I disappear, I will give you the inner core condensed from my essence blood. Hearing this, Fong Qin's heart trembled. The inner core condensed from the essence blood of the pure-blooded rock was a priceless treasure. Even with the pure-blooded beast cub's current ability, it could not condense such a luxurious inner core. Prepare yourself first. After the pure-blooded rock finished speaking, he left Fong Qin alone and took the pure-blooded beast cub to the void. Moments later, the pure-blooded rock returned, but the beast cub did not come with him. I have already helped him awaken the pure-blooded bloodline in his body. However, it will take a long time. He is now in the sealed space I set up, absorbing the power of my feathers, the pure-blooded rock said. Fong nodded. Are you ready? Fong Qin inhaled a deep breath of air and voiced his thoughts. I'm ready. In a while, I'll take the lead and detonate the golden storm. Then, I'll use it to confine this world. When I call for you, you can take action." Fong Chin nodded. Boom! In the next moment, the pure-blooded rock flapped its wings, and its huge body flew into the air above the golden rock. When it spread its wings, it covered the sky like a mythical rock, and its aura shook the heavens. Rumble! The golden feather quickly shot into the golden rock and instantly detonated it. Dong, dong, dong! In the Golden Valley, the earth and mountains shook. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Fong Chin forcibly stabilized his body, and his dark eyes stared into the depths of the valley. Suddenly, he was shocked to find that a thick black aura seemed to be about to break through the cage. "You can't stop me." A hoarse voice entered Fong Chen's ears. "Do it!" The pure-blooded rock roared, and its body completely merged into the seal. With its feathers as the foundation, it completely sealed the entire Golden Valley. "Kiki, after so many years, you still haven't changed. Do you think I, the corpse demon, will die so easily?" In the black fog, the corpse demon expert's voice sounded. Fong Chen's defense was raised to the extreme. All the Emperor Realm power gathered in his palm. Boom! Without hesitation, he punched out. Crack! The power of the Emperor Realm slammed into the black fog, causing it to dissipate. An ant-like human dares to challenge my authority. In the black fog, there was an illusory shadow. Invincible sword technique. Fong Chin used his fingers as a sword and displayed the invincible sword technique. In an instant, in the sky, endless sword light crazily blasted toward the black fog. The powerhouse from the Corpse Devil clan exclaimed in surprise. In the Age of Doom, someone can comprehend such a sword technique. The Corpse Demon expert's voice contained a touch of surprise and also a strong killing intent. With such monstrous potential, if I let you continue to grow, you will definitely cause damage to the Corpse Demon. Therefore, you must die today. The Corpse Demon expert's voice shook the sky, and the black fog kept attacking the seal, trying to break out. However, Fong Chin took advantage of this opportunity to throw out punch after punch. Every punch left a crack in the black fog. It's still not enough. After a while, Fong Chin felt that the power of the black fog had not weakened. If this continued, the Corpse Devil clan's experts would definitely be able to escape if they were given a chance to catch their breath. Immortal Star Core. Fong Chin secretly activated the 5 Immortal Star Cores, and the terrifying Immortal Star power spread all over his body. Boom! Another punch, but the power of this punch was several times stronger than before. The dazzling fist radiance kept expanding in the void, and wherever it passed, the void trembled. Even the pure-blooded rock was a little surprised. Immortal Star power? He is the successor of the Immortal Emperor? The pure-blooded rock screamed, but soon he became very excited. Originally, he did not think that Fong Chin could kill the Corpse Demon expert. He just wanted to give it a try. But now he had full confidence that he could kill the Corpse Demon expert. Dong! In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen's fist shot out and smashed into the black mist. Dong! Dong! In the black fog, the Corpse Demon expert resisted desperately, but he was shocked to find that the power in the fist radiance could corrode his origin. He looked up to the sky and screamed miserably. Damn the Immortal Emperor. The Corpse Demon, who had experienced the Battle of Deity Fall, naturally knew the Immortal Emperor's name. It could be said that the Corpse Demon and the Immortal Emperor were mortal enemies. Countless years ago, the Corpse Devil clan had been defeated by the Immortal Emperor. Since then, they had fallen into dire straits and were almost exterminated by the human clan. But now, he had finally found an opportunity to escape with his life. But it met the successor of the Immortal Emperor again. Was this God's will? Countless years ago, you severely injured my race. Now, I will kill your successor with my own hands. After that, the vast black fog forcibly rotated and condensed into a figure. Every move of the figure seemed to affect heaven and earth. However, with the suppression of the spring dawn rock, he could not leave the depths of the valley. The corpse demon expert licked his dry lips and said word by word, "Today no one can save you." After that, the corpse demon expert waved his hand, and monstrous demonic chi soared into the sky. Die. The powerhouse from the corpse devil clan grabbed the air with both hands, and a thick demonic chi long rod was formed in an instant. Under his control, the demonic chi long rod shot toward Fong Chen's head with endless power. Get lost. Fong Chen roared angrily. His fist, wrapped in the immortal star power, met the attack head-on. Dong! The two collided and the earth shook. The golden valley trembled, and the ground instantly turned into ruins. If not for the pure-blooded rock seal, the entire barrier would have trembled. About 100 miles away from the Golden Valley, the ground was lush and full of flowers and grass. A black-robed elder sat cross-legged on a blue stone. Not far away, there were some middle-aged sector lords. They chatted with each other and occasionally turned to look at the black-robed elder. Their eyes were filled with respect. Whoosh! Suddenly, a small bird flapped its wings and flew on a towering tree. However, when it flew above the black-robed elder, it fell to the ground. Upon closer inspection, its entire body was rotten, and there was no vitality left. In the void, one could vaguely see that the black-robed elder's body was emitting a strange black aura. The small bird had died because of this black aura. If Fong Chen was here, he would have realized that this black aura was highly toxic. Whoosh! The death of the small bird made the black-robed elder suddenly open his eyes. What happened? Seeing this, the others hurriedly got up and asked, "There's a battle ahead." Merciless Tyrant muttered. His eyes were filled with a large amount of poison, and his gaze seemed capable of killing. "Should we go and take a look?" The others asked. "Of course." Merciless Tyrant said, "This sector Lord Conference is an opportunity to enter the realm capital's barrier. To be able to cause such a huge commotion, someone must have stepped into the transcendent realm." The word, transcendent, caused everyone's expression to change. "My goal is to step on the corpses of those transcendent realm lords and reach the peak." Merciless Tyrant flicked his sleeve and disappeared into the void, leaving behind a few people looking at each other. Merciless Tyrant is getting stronger. Yeah, he's the most outstanding realm lord in our 10,000 Poisons sex history. That's right. Merciless Tyrant will definitely step into the transcendent realm. Even if Merciless Tyrant hasn't stepped into the transcendent realm, he has no need to fear others with his attainments in the Tao of Poison. The 10,000 Poisons sect was one of the peak factions in the realm capital. Merciless Tyrant was one of the strongest realm lords in the 10,000 Poison sect. The goal of this sector Lord Conference was to step into the transcendent realm. It was said that when he was a peak realm lord, he had once used poison to kill a transcendent realm lord. Back then, this news had shocked the entire realm capital. However, Merciless Tyrant rarely made a move after that. Even now, no one knew just how terrifying his strength was. Merciless Tyrant flew through the air and soon saw the Golden Valley. He stood with his hands behind his back, his black robes fluttering in the wind. His pitch-black eyes stared ahead. "It's time to test out my new poison, Merciless Tyrant." Chapter 3164. After the battle, the Golden Valley was in ruins. However, this had no effect on Fong Chen. At this moment he was sitting cross-legged, surrounded by a vast aura. The pure-blooded rock's shadow floated in the air, and a powerful force was continuously injected into Fong Chen's mind. Wisdom imbuement. Although the pure-blooded rock had been dead for countless years, it was still a pure-blooded from the ancient times. At its peak, it was so powerful that it could fight against the most powerful people. The reason why it could exist as a remnant consciousness for so long was because of the obsession in its heart. As long as the corpse demon was not destroyed, it would not be destroyed. Now, with Fong Chen's help, it had completely destroyed the corpse demon. Its mission was completed, and its remnant consciousness began to dissipate. It wanted to do something for its descendants before it completely disappeared. It raised its head and took a deep look at the pure-blooded beast cub that was awakening its bloodline. Then, it nodded heavily with a determined look in its eyes. A rumbling sound could be heard. The remaining power in his body poured out crazily and poured into Fong Chen's body. Whoosh! Like a waterfall, when the last bit of power entered Fong Chen's forehead, the pure-blooded rock's shadow finally dissipated completely. Dong! In the sky, an explosion sounded. The endless black clouds formed a mushroom cloud. It was very shocking. Fong Chen raised his head and nodded heavily at the void. Senior, rest in peace. With that, he continued to sit cross-legged, fully digesting the pure-blooded rock's power. My pure-blooded bloodline will never be destroyed. The pure-blooded beast cub sensed this and suddenly opened its eyes. Its body shone with a bright light, and its aura shook the sky. The pure-blooded bloodline was completely awakened, and the power in its body rose to its peak. It clenched its claws into a fist and said in a deep voice. It was a promise to the pure-blooded rock and also a spur to itself. Hiss! After awakening its pure-blooded bloodline, the pure-blooded beast cub's aura became stronger and stronger, and its realm continued to rise. The pure-blooded bloodline's special ability was completely awakened. A moment later, his entire body looked brand new, as if he had changed into another person. There was a faint feeling of heaviness in his body. I'll protect you. The pure-blooded beast cub calmed down and looked at Fong Chen. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Fong Chen. With a flick of his finger, he sent a stream of blood essence into Fong Chen's body. Dong, dong, dong. The blood essence of the pure-blooded baby beast contained a powerful, pure-blooded bloodline. After it merged with Fong Chen's body, it accelerated the assimilation of the pure-blooded rock's power. Auras surged in the void. Fong Chen's qi and blood became more vigorous. After an hour had passed, the powerful aura around Fong Chen had completely disappeared. It was replaced by a frightening power. He slowly got up and opened his eyes. Whoosh! The light in his eyes turned into a beam of laser and shot out. The mountain in the distance exploded in response. So strong! Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. Although it was only a small part of the pure-blooded rock's power, it was enough to make him undergo a complete transformation. Rumble! At this moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky and thunder dragons roared. Is the 9th level difficult? Fong Chen looked up and muttered to himself. If it was before, he might have been a little afraid, but now he was not afraid at all. Let me see how strong the 9th level is. Fong Chen opened his palm, and the power of the Emperor Realm surged. His body seemed to be covered in a layer of silver armor. In the blink of an eye, the lightning tribulation had finished accumulating power. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Thick thunder dragons rushed down like a surging river, carrying terrifying power and swooping down toward Fong Chen. Throughout history, countless tribulation masters had fallen in the 9th level. Being able to pass the 9th level meant that he had one foot in the realm of realm lords. As long as he made a breakthrough, he could become a true realm lord. For ordinary people, the 9th level was fatal, but for Fong Chen, it was the complete opposite. Rumble! The terrifying lightning tribulation constantly bombarded Fong Chen's body. However, he bathed in the lightning and baptized his body. The 9th level is just so. Fong Chen said casually. The pure-blooded beast cub grimaced. If the outside world knew that Fong Chen was baptizing his body with the lightning tribulation, what would they think? I just absorbed the power of the pure-blooded rock, so there was some rejection. After the baptism of the lightning tribulation, it can be completely merged. The pure-blooded beast cub saw through Fong Chen's thoughts. The lightning tribulation lasted for about 15 minutes. During this time, Fang Chen was bathed in lightning. As time passed, the power in his body continued to rise. Crack! Finally, after a loud explosion, the lightning tribulation stopped and the thunderclouds dissipated. As for the power in his body, it was like a flood bursting through a dam as it violently surged out. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, his body underwent an earth-shattering change. He felt that he could affect the surrounding void with a raise of his hand. Sector Lord Realm. Fang Chen murmured with a bright smile on his face. After cultivating for so many years, he finally stepped into the sector Lord Realm. You broke through. After the lightning tribulation stopped, the pure-blooded beast cub asked curiously, "Did you step into the transcendent realm?" When he was a grand tribulation sovereign, he could already kill a peak sector lord. Now that he had stepped into the sector lord realm, how terrifying was his strength! The pure-blooded beast cub was very curious. Fang Chen clenched his fists, causing the void to shatter. The biggest difference between a transcendent sector lord and a peak sector lord is the difference in Tao. Fang Chen said, "After stepping into the sector lord realm, I can feel that my understanding of the martial Tao has reached an unimaginable level. If I'm not wrong, this should be the transcendent realm." Although the pure-blooded beast cub was mentally prepared, it was still shocked when it heard it with its own ears. The guy in front of it had actually reached the transcendent realm in one step. Throughout history, even the two most outstanding geniuses of the age of chaos, Gu Tianhua and Lin Qian, hadn't reached this level. In the ancient era, there were many experts and geniuses. Stepping into the transcendent realm in one step wasn't too shocking. The Immortal Emperor, Reincarnation Sword Emperor, Sky One Sword Emperor, etc., were all experts who had stepped into the transcendent realm in one step. However, after the Battle of the Gods, the Chaos realm started to decline. Until the Age of Chaos, cultivation became even more difficult. Stepping into the transcendent realm in one step only existed in legends. Yet, Fang Chen had managed to accomplish this. Amazing! Even the pure-blooded beast cub had to give Fang Chen a thumbs up. It's all thanks to Senior Rock's strength and your essence blood. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to break through. Fang Chen said humbly. The pure-blooded beast cub shook its head. You don't need to be humble. In my opinion, your potential can be said to be unprecedented. No one can compare to you. Fang Chen grinned and didn't linger on this topic. Instead, he asked, "By the way, has your pure-blooded bloodline completely awakened?" At the mention of the pure-blooded bloodline, the pure-blooded beast cub was very excited and said, "It's already awakened. The current me can be considered a pure-blooded beast in the true sense of the word." In the conversation with the pure-blooded beast cub, Fang Chen learned that the former's realm had reached the unimaginable tribulation supremacy realm. He was dumbfounded. This is too exaggerated. Fang Chen's heart was shaken, and a storm was set off. Before this, the pure-blooded beast cub's realm was very low. He didn't expect it to undergo such a huge change after awakening its bloodline. This is nothing. You'll never understand the power of a pure-blooded bloodline. The pure-blooded beast cub said proudly, "It won't be long before I step into the sector lord realm. At that time, those transcendent sector lords will all be trampled under my feet." Pure-blooded beasts originally had heaven-defined potential. In addition to their abnormal innate abilities and the most powerful pure-blooded bloodline in history, they could completely create unparalleled experts. The pure-blooded beast cub had only just awakened its bloodline. In the future, its achievements might not be lower than Fang Chen's. This was the biggest difference between pure-blooded beasts and humans. Fang Chen sighed. He had gone through untold hardships to achieve this, but the pure-blooded beast cub could reach the heavens in a single step just by awakening its bloodline. It really couldn't be compared. I still haven't completely accepted the memories of the pure-blooded bloodline. Otherwise, I would be even stronger. Chapter 3165. Fang Chen was a little surprised as he looked at the pure-blooded beast cub. The latter pointed at the golden stone in his arms. The stone formed by the blood essence of a pure-blooded rock is the glazed golden stone. Although I have awakened my pure-blooded bloodline, it is still not very stable. I need the glazed golden stone to stabilize it. Fang Chen did not hesitate as he took out the glazed golden stone and gave it to the pure-blooded beast cub. The latter immediately activated the power within the glazed golden stone to stabilize its pure-blooded bloodline. Fang Chen calmed himself down and took out his communication jade pendant to send a message to the Realm Lord and the others. No response. Fang Chen frowned as he had a bad premonition. As expected, in the next second, a voice was heard. Realm Lord Tian Xian, you have hidden your strength well. This voice contained an ice-cold killing intent. If you want to save them, come to Boundary Mountain. I will give you 3 days. If you don't come, they will die because of you. After that, the communication was cut off. Corpse Demon. A powerful aura burst out from Fang Chen's body. He gritted his teeth and said, he did not expect that the corpse demon that he had annihilated was not all. There were still fish that escaped the net. And from the other party's tone, it seemed that they knew him very well. Could it be? Fang Chen thought of a possibility. The corpse demon came to kill him. Kacha! He clenched his fists and was burning with anger. Good, very good. Since the corpse demon wants to kill me, then don't blame me for being impolite. Fang Chen was very angry. The corpse demon was too much. They actually attacked the people around him. Today they could touch the Realm Lord. Tomorrow they could touch his family. This was something that Fang Chen would not allow to happen. So, when he put away the communication jade pendant, he had already made his decision. In the west of Boundary Mountain, there was a desolate ice field. The environment here was very bad. Almost no one dared to come here. However, upon closer inspection, there were 5 figures standing at the peak of the ice mountain. They looked at each other, their breathing heavy. Hoo hoo hoo! A strong wind blew, blowing on everyone's faces, causing them to feel a faint stinging sensation. Realm Lord, merciless hand, why are you in such a hurry to gather us here? Devil Hand Sects, Devil Hand Sects, Devil Hand Sect, asked directly. The 5 people present could be said to be the sector lords with the strongest potential in the kingdom capital. Ouyang Luoshua from the Ouyang family was different. Being born in the Ouyang family, they had used up all their resources and had a much higher starting point than others. Not long ago, she finally broke through her bottleneck and stepped into the transcendent realm. At this moment, Ouyang Luoshua had an outstanding bearing. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and under the illumination of the sun, she was even more beautiful and moving. Who would have thought that, in this World Lord Conference, the 4 of us would all step into the transcendent realm? Although Realm Lord, Merciless Tyrant, has yet to enter, his battle prowess is comparable to a transcendent. Ouyang Luoshua's red lips parted slightly. The realm capital's barrier truly lives up to its reputation. In terms of foundation, World City definitely couldn't compare to the Ouyang aristocratic family. However, what the World City had, the Ouyang family might not have. For example, the realm capital's barrier. Ouyang Luoshua was very pleased with her decision to go against the majority and participate in the Realm Lord Conference. Otherwise, she didn't know when she would be able to step into the transcendent realm. That's right. The 5 of us can be considered the strongest in the barrier. Realm Lord, Merciless Tyrant, if you have anything to say, please say it, said Shinshin School's Realm Lord, Blazing Heart. Previously, Shinshin School's Realm Lord Suaming had been killed by Fang Chen. Everyone thought that Shinshin School's Realm Lord hadn't entered the barrier. However, who would have thought that Realm Lord Blazing Heart would sneak in and successfully step into the transcendent realm? This person wore a brown robe, and his appearance gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. At first glance, one could tell that he was a very scheming person. Everyone should know that among the 9 realm lords in the eastern region, there's a grand tribulation supremacy realm Lord Skyheart, said Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant. Why are you mentioning him? A mere grand tribulation supremacy can fight against an ordinary realm lord. What's the fuss about? Realm Lord Jinglang of Black Wolf Mountain said disdainfully, no matter how strong your potential is, the gap between our realms can't be made up for. Realm Lord Jinglang was implying that a transcendent realm lord could suppress everything, and Fong Qin was nothing to be afraid of. Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant waved his hand. Before gathering all of you, I fought with Realm Lord Skyheart. His strength is already enough to fight against a peak realm lord. Hearing this, the expressions of the other 4 changed one after another. This was especially so for Ouyang Luoxue. When she first entered the barrier, she had met Fong Qin once. That guy has already grown to this extent. A trace of ripples arose in Ouyang Luoxue's heart. Is this true? Tu Wanma asked in a deep voice. Not only that, but his attainments in the poison Dao have also reached an unimaginable level. Even my poison Dao was suppressed by him. Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant briefly described his duel with Fong Qin in the poison Dao. After hearing this, the other 4 fell silent. Realm Lord Skyheart's strength was beyond their imagination. Most importantly, Realm Lord Skyheart came from the eastern region. A realm lord from a barbarian land like the eastern region actually dares to step on our shoulders? That's impossible. Merciless Tyrant said, I've gathered everyone here to discuss and judge him. How will he be judged? Realm Lord Jinglang asked. The barbarians of the eastern region are lowly commoners, yet they dared to attack Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant. They have committed a capital offense and should be executed. Realm Lord Blazing Heart said. I agree to kill Realm Lord Skyheart, Tu Wanma said. However, we will split his corpse equally. In fact, everyone knew very well that Realm Lord Skyheart wanted to kill Realm Lord Skyheart. What they wanted was Fong Qin's secret. The trial was just an excuse on the surface. Anyone would be tempted if they heard that a grand tribulation supremacy could fight against a peak realm lord. Perhaps they would be able to obtain a peerless treasure from him. However, at this moment, Ouyang Luoxue gently shook her head. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't be participating. Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant was somewhat worried as he watched the white-robed Ouyang Luoxue leave. It's fine. She's the daughter of the Ouyang family. It's fine if she doesn't participate. While the 4 experts were plotting to kill Fong Qin, he was already on his way to Boundary Mountain. As he hurried, he held the glazed golden rock in his hand and comprehended the Great Pung Movement technique. In ancient times, the pure-blooded Great Pung race was known for their unparalleled speed. The Great Pung Movement technique was a divine technique that countless people envied. The pure-blooded beast cub told Fong Qin some of the secrets in its inherited memories. You are a space-time cultivator. If you can comprehend the Great Pung Movement technique, it will help you advance further in the Tao of space-time. Fong Qin nodded. After learning about the Great Pung Movement technique, he had an idea to fuse it with the Tao of space-time and innovate. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could comprehend the Great Pung Movement technique. However, don't get your hopes up. After all, you are not of the pure-blooded lineage, much less the Great Pung race. It's too difficult to comprehend the Great Pung Movement technique with just a glazed golden rock. The pure-blooded beast cub comforted. Fong Qin put away the glazed golden rock and looked into the distance. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. He knew that there was a corpse demon expert waiting for him in a trap ahead. However, he had a reason to go. The corpse demon was his mortal enemy. Moreover, the realm lord of True Force and the others were captured because of him. No matter what, he could not stand by and do nothing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After hurrying for a while, he finally arrived at the boundary mountain within the stipulated time. The boundary mountain is 100 miles ahead. Are you ready? The pure-blooded beast cub asked. With its current strength, it could not help Fang Chen too much. If the opponent is a transcendent, then I can't do anything. Go to the Cave 2 mountain and wait, Fang Chen said. Then he took a step forward, tore through the void, and flew toward the boundary mountain. A towering mountain stood in the middle of the boundary mountain. Within 100 miles, it was a wasteland that stretched as far as the eye could see. On the boundary mountain, smoke lingered. It was like a paradise on earth. However, today there were some changes at the peak. The aura of the corpse demon infected the peak of the boundary mountain. The realm lord of true force and the others had their strength sealed and were thrown to the top of the mountain. Humph! After we kill realm lord Tian Xin, all of you will die. The corpse demon leader said coldly, I am afraid that you will die while we are still alive. Realm Lord Wu Yi snorted. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. A red handprint appeared on Realm Lord Wu Yi's face. Chapter 3166. Boundary Mountain was located in the middle of the boundary of the world capital. The surroundings of the mountain was surrounded by a terrifying energy. As time passed, it formed a spatial storm. If one's physical body was too weak, they wouldn't even be able to get close to the mountain. Although everyone knew that there would definitely be a legendary inheritance treasure on the mountain. But not many people dared to come here. But today, there were countless sector lords gathered here. They heard a rumor that the Eastern region's Sky Heart sector lord had opened the seal of the boundary mountain and obtained the inheritance treasure. When they first received the news, they were all stunned. They were very curious as to what the inheritance treasure within the boundary mountain was. But when the next piece of news exploded out, everyone was in an uproar. It was said that the inheritance treasure within the boundary mountain was the lifetime comprehension of an ancient expert. If one could completely comprehend it, stepping into the transcendent realm was only a matter of time. This piece of news caused all the sector lords to fall into a state of madness. In the entire immemorial primal chaos, there were countless sector lords, but those that could step into the transcendent realm were few and far between. The transcendent realm was the realm that every sector lord dreamed of. Only by stepping into the transcendent realm would one have the qualifications to pursue a higher level of martial strength. Participating in the sector lord assembly was to pursue the transcendent realm. But now, someone had actually obtained such a treasure. Humph! The Eastern region's trash sector lord dares to touch the treasure of my world capital? What a joke! No matter what, I must obtain the inheritance treasure and step into the transcendent realm. Wait till I step into the transcendent realm. I will be able to stand on the same level as Tu Wanma and the others. I will even be able to step on them and become famous in the world capital. Many sector lords thought in their hearts, but they all had a common goal, and that was to kill the Sky Heart sector lord and obtain the inheritance. Hoo hoo hoo! A violent wind blew as a vast power swept across the land. At the foot of the boundary mountain, a large number of sector lords gathered. Their bodies were surrounded by a dense aura to resist the spatial storm around the boundary mountain. Everyone gathered there and stopped their footsteps. Everyone. The black-robed sector lord standing at the front waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Instantly, the noisy plains quietened down. Seeing this, the black-robed sector lord continued, Our goal here is the same, and that is to obtain the inheritance treasure. As far as I know, the Eastern region's realm lord Tianxin is a tribulation supremacy, but his battle prowess is comparable to a powerful realm lord. This time he even obtained the lifetime cultivation comprehension of an ancient peerless expert, so he can't be underestimated. Instead of us fighting on our own and being extremely scattered like this, which might give him a chance to escape, why don't we join forces and kill him first? Then we'll rely on our own abilities to fight for cultivation comprehension. What does everyone think? If an ordinary person said such words, these sector lords naturally wouldn't believe it. But this black-robed sector lord in front of him was the famous, bloodthirsty sector lord in the world capital. His strength had already reached the peak sector lord level, and he was only a step away from the transcendent realm. However, what was most revered was not his strength, but his incomparably cruel personality. Once someone disobeyed him, they would definitely be massacred by him. The moment the bloodthirsty sector lord said that, there were other sector lords who disagreed. I don't think there's a need to join forces, a green-robed sector lord said faintly. If we fight on our own, we might have a better chance. After speaking, he was prepared to leave. Want to leave? The bloodthirsty sector lord's eyes were scarlet red. With a flick of his finger, a bloody light shot out. Pucci! No matter how the green-robed sector lord tried to resist, he couldn't break free. The bloody light quickly entered the green-robed sector lord's body. With a boom, his body directly exploded and he died. The entire plane was deathly silent. Everyone looked at the bloodthirsty sector lord in fear. Ha ha ha, as expected of the bloodthirsty sector lord. Such strength is comparable to a transcendent sector lord. Someone praised. With the bloodthirsty sector lord taking the lead, our success rate will be higher. The bloodthirsty sector lord's scarlet eyes surveyed the surroundings before he nodded lightly. Since no one has any objections, let's set off. Show! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard, following which, a white-robed figure whizzed through the void and stopped in front of the spatial storm. We're finally here. Fong Chen's voice transmitted into everyone's ears. He lightly waved his hand and touched the spatial storm. In an instant, a crack appeared in the spatial storm. Fong Chen flashed and entered it. He is the Sky Heart Sector Lord. At this moment, everyone finally reacted. They cried out involuntarily. Damnable Sky Heart Sector Lord. He could pass through the spatial storm so easily. If he didn't obtain the inheritance treasure, I would be the first to not believe it. He dares to do this in front of us. Is he mocking us? Kill him. Fong Chen's actions caused many sector lords to be enraged, especially the bloodthirsty sector lord. His scarlet eyes were filled with greed. Let's go. After Fong Chen passed through the spatial storm, he tapped his feet lightly and rapidly arrived at the mountain peak. True Martial Sector Lord. His gaze swept over and saw the true Martial Sector Lord and the others. Their faces were pale and their auras were weak. They seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. I'm here to save you. Fong Chen spoke. The true Martial Sector Lord heard the voice and slowly opened his eyes. No, the true Martial Sector Lord desperately shook his head, wanting to stop Fong Chen. Don't come over. Unfortunately, it was too late. When Fong Chen arrived beside the true Martial Sector Lord, the void suddenly changed. The entire world seemed to be spinning. Kiki, in the void, the corpse demon's voice could be heard. Originally, I wanted to kill you personally, but now I've changed my mind. It would be more interesting if a human genius like you was killed by those stupid human cultivators. The corpse demon laughed eerily. So, enjoy the feast I've prepared for you. If you don't die, then I can only suppress you personally and refine you into a puppet. Rumble. On the Spirit Formation Mountain, a terrifying power was rumbling. All of a sudden, the spatial storm that had surrounded the Spirit Formation Mountain dissipated. The Boundary Mountain appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Fong Chen frowned. His divine sense carefully searched every inch of the void, but he couldn't find where the corpse demon was hiding. Damn it! Fong Chen clenched his fists, his heart filled with rage. The corpse demon actually wanted to use the many sector lords to deal with him. However, his wishful thinking was wrong. The Boundary Mountain has opened. Kill the Sky Heart Sector Lord. While thinking, the bloodthirsty sector lord led the many sector lords to ascend the Boundary Mountain. They surrounded the entire Boundary Mountain and angrily stared at Fangchen. Sky Heart Sector Lord, quickly hand over the inheritance treasure. Otherwise, I'll kill your entire family. The bloodthirsty sector lord licked his dry lips and said. The other sector lords also let out threatening words, wanting to force Fangchen to submit. Fangchen shrugged and said, "You all saw it before. I just arrived at the Boundary Mountain. So, I didn't get the inheritance treasure you all spoke of. You're lying. I came to the Boundary Mountain to save a few of my companions. The Corpse Devil clan was behind all of this. He wants to see us humans kill each other." Fangchen said, "Don't give me that. This is the Boundary Mountain. How can the corpse demon enter?" The bloodthirsty sector lord waved his sleeves, and a scarlet aura filled the air. He took a step forward with a powerful aura and pressured Fangchen. "Do you think we're idiots? Today, no matter where you go, no one can save you." Fangchen's gaze swept across the sector lords. Their faces were malevolent and filled with killing intent. Seeing this, the last bit of hope in Fangchen's heart was completely destroyed. He originally didn't want to start a massacre, but now he had no choice. Don't resist. Fangchen kept the weakened Zhenwu sector lord and the others into Mingdong Mountain. Want to escape? Suddenly, a sector lord acted forcefully, ambushing Fangchen. Scram! Fangchen let out a furious roar and suddenly punched out. Kacha! In the air, blood splattered. The sector lord that attacked him exploded and died instantly. He's gotten stronger. It must be because of the inheritance treasure. Chapter 3167. One trap after another. This was the corpse demon's plot against him. Flesh wounds were nothing. What was truly terrifying was the heart. Fangchen raised his head. His gaze was calm as he swept past the sector lords. They didn't hide their killing intent at all. This was the human race that they spoke of. In front of the enemy, they only thought of themselves. For the sake of the non-existent inheritance treasure, they even wanted to kill him. This is the corpse demon's plot. Its goal is to make us kill each other. Although his heart was extremely cold, Fangchen still didn't make a move. In his heart, he didn't want the corpse demon's plan to succeed. The corpse demon is hiding in the dark. Fangchen suddenly raised his finger and pointed to the void. He said solemnly, "Everyone here should know better than me how terrifying the corpse demon is. Today's situation is completely caused by the corpse demon. What inheritance treasure? It's completely non-existent. I came to Boundary Mountain to save my companions. That's all." If you want to monopolize the inheritance treasure, just say it. You actually made up such a ridiculous lie. Do you think we're all idiots? Someone beside the bloodthirsty sector lord said in disdain. Didn't you say that the corpse demon is hiding in the dark? Why didn't we discover it? Don't tell us that your consciousness is already stronger than all of us. There are 5 kings in the world capital. How could the corpse demon sneak in? That's right, plus this is a boundary. Without the permission of the 5 kings, not even a fly can fly in. Everyone didn't believe Fangchen's words. They thought that Fangchen was lying. Boom! The bloodthirsty sector lord stomped his foot. The entire Boundary Mountain trembled. A violent aura engulfed the land. Hand over the inheritance treasure, and I'll leave you a complete corpse. The bloodthirsty sector lord's attitude was extremely cold, as if he wanted to tear Fangchen into pieces. Seeing this, Fangchen didn't say anything else. He only lightly shook his head. He was very disappointed in the Realm Lord. Since you don't believe me, there's no point in saying more. Fangchen stood with his hands clasped behind his back. I, Fangchen, am right here. If anyone wants to attack me, come at me. Courting death. Some sector lords couldn't hold it in any longer and launched thunderous attacks. Rumble. Wild attacks filled the sky. Colorful energies intertwined in the sky. forming a huge energy-light pillar. Boiling lava slowly flowed out of the torn space. In just a breath's time, the magma gathered to form a fiery red spear. Rip! Under the joint control of many sector lords, the fiery red spear pierced through the void and pierced towards Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen's expression was calm. When the fiery red spear was about to touch him, he suddenly raised his hand. Everyone was stunned as Fang Chen gripped the fiery red spear tightly with both hands. The next scene was extremely shocking. They saw Fang Chen's hands that were gripping the red spear, slowly rotating it and then gripping it tightly. Kacha! The frightening fiery red spear was actually shattered into pieces. Voila! The fiery red energy continued to scatter in all directions before fading away. Dong dong dong! More than 10 sector lords suffered from the strong recoil and spat out blood. Their bodies exploded and they died. Hoo! When the energy of heaven and earth dissipated, Fang Chen still stood with his hands clasped behind his back as if nothing had happened. At this moment, even the bloodthirsty sector lord's face changed drastically. He clenched his fists tightly, and his scarlet eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? The bloodthirsty sector lord exclaimed. The combined attack of more than 10 sector lords was comparable to a peak sector lord. Even he wasn't willing to face the fiery red spear head-on. However, this guy in front of him grabbed it with his bare hands and crushed it. How strong did he need to be? Could it be that he had already stepped into the transcendent realm? This was what many sector lords were thinking. They opened their eyes wide and stared at Fang Chen. After a short tremble, the boundary mountain regained its calmness and the bloodthirsty sector lord's face became even more serious. Because he realized that Fang Chen had already stepped into the sector lord realm. When he was at the minor tribulation sovereign realm, he could already fight against a sector lord. Now that he had stepped into the sector lord realm, how strong was he? No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. So you've already stepped into the sector lord realm. After a short daze, the bloodthirsty sector lord regained his composure and snorted. Although he was shocked, he still didn't think that Fang Chen had the strength to fight against him. However, do you think you can block all of our attacks like this? As the bloodthirsty sector lord's voice fell, all the sector lords behind him released their strongest power and surrounded Fang Chen. Fang Chen shrugged. I've said it before. I'm right here. If you want to kill me, feel free to do so. However, before that, let me remind you out of goodwill. If I make a move, none of you will be able to survive. Arrogant. The bloodthirsty sector lord stomped his foot and leapt up. Scarlet light wreaked havoc in the void. He suddenly slapped out, causing the sky to change color. A scarlet red palm print landed on Fang Chen's body. Kacha! Fang Chen stood there quietly. He had not moved his body at all. However, when the powerful scarlet palm came into contact with Fang Chen's head, it shattered with a loud bang. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Emperor Realm physical body? The bloodthirsty sector lord opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. Suddenly, his mind flashed as though he had thought of something. When he wanted to retreat, it was already too late. Fang Chen had already made his move. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive punches. The power of each punch was comparable to a transcendent sector lord. Kacha! Everywhere the fist light passed, ordinary sector lords would fall. Miserable screams could be heard. Go. In just a single exchange, the bloodthirsty sector lord could feel how terrifying Fang Chen was. He hid among the other sector lords, wanting to escape. Everyone attacked together and kill him. The bloodthirsty sector lord wanted to use the advantage of numbers to kill Fang Chen. However, the current Fang Chen had already entered a berserk state. He would kill anyone in his way. His iron fists were invincible under the heavens. His body was filled with invincible strength. Every punch he sent out would definitely cause the death of a sector lord. In just a few minutes, Over 10 sector lords had died. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely cause a commotion in the entire world capital. After all, a sector lord could be considered a warlord. It was very rare for so many sector lords to die together, form the formation, a formation master lord. At the same time, he gathered everyone's strength and formed a powerful formation, wanting to trap Fang Chen within. Fang Chen raised his head. His eyes flashed with disdain. No matter how many techniques you have, I only have a pair of iron fists. Kacha! Emperor Realm's strength gathered on his fist. A single punch shattered everyone's last hope. When the formation shattered, the sector lords who were besieging Fang Chen finally felt fear. Demon, he's a demon. Transcendent, he has already stepped into the transcendent realm. Run. Many sector lords couldn't care less anymore. They all fled in panic. Want to leave? Fang Chen found the bloodthirsty sector lord in the crowd. He was the one who wanted to kill Fang Chen. How could Fang Chen let him go? Voila! Fang Chen waved his palm and space began to change. The entire spirit formation mountain seemed to have turned quiet. Everyone's body was trapped in the void. Die! Fang Chen arrived beside the bloodthirsty sector lord and punched towards his head. Sila! The bloodthirsty sector lord burned his essence blood and broke free from the time stop. He roared in anger. Heaven Heart sector lord, since you've already stepped into the transcendent realm, why do you want to kill us weak sector lords? Kill the weak? Fang Chen sneered. I gave you a chance. Not only did you not cherish it, you even wanted to surround and kill me. Now that you know that I'm a transcendent, you want to beg for mercy? You're a transcendent. If you kill sector lords like this, the 5 kings of the world capital won't let you off. At this moment, the bloodthirsty sector lord couldn't care less anymore. He directly used the 5 kings of the world capital to threaten Fang Chen. He only had a single thought in his heart, and that was to escape this place. As long as he could leave this place alive, it was better than anything else. At the same time, he felt regret in his heart. If he knew that this fellow was so perverted, he wouldn't have provoked him even if he was beaten to death. It's useless. I will kill you today. Chapter 3168. Today, if he was too weak and couldn't resist the encirclement of so many sector lords, his ending would be very miserable. Now he was strong enough to suppress all the sector lords. But the bloodthirsty sector lord lowered his head and begged for mercy. Was this possible? Die. Fang Chen's fist mercilessly landed on the bloodthirsty sector lord's body. Bloodthirsty fury. Seeing this, the bloodthirsty sector lord clenched his teeth and his expression turned sinister. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. In the previous exchange, he was well aware of Fang Chen's strength. He was too strong. His battle strength was comparable to a transcendent sector lord. He couldn't resist at all. Now, Fang Chen was going all out and he knew he couldn't resist. Hence, he hardened his heart and ignited his essence blood, wanting to die together with Fang Chen. Rumble! The huge flame burned his entire body. His essence blood instantly merged with the flame. In the next moment, the bloodthirsty sector lord released a supreme pressure. He took a step forward and arrived above Fang Chen's head. Then he began to madly attack his head. It's time to end this. However, Fang Chen wasn't afraid. He faced the attack head-on, and his iron fists directly shattered the bloodthirsty sector lord's body. CSISI. The bloodthirsty sector lord's essence, blood, covered the surface of Fang Chen's skin, wanting to corrode his body. However, it couldn't break through Fang Chen's Emperor Realm defense. In an instant, it was refined by Fang Chen. Kacha! After the world regained its calm, the bloodthirsty sector lord had completely fallen. Fang Chen stood in the air and looked down. Many sector lords were fleeing in panic. In this battle, he was like a demon god descending to the world, killing all the sector lords. In just a short battle, Over 100 sector lords had died in Feng Chen's hands. The remaining sector lords were scared out of their wits and fled in panic. After Feng Chen killed the bloodthirsty sector lord, he didn't chase after them. It didn't matter if he killed these sector lords or not. Wang, just as Feng Chen was lost in thought, a ripple suddenly flickered. Then a crack appeared in the void, and a terrifying black light burst out. "I've been guarding against you for a long time." Seeing this, Feng Chen sneered. He leaped into the black light and clashed with the corpse demon leader. Boom! Boom! The heavy fists of both sides collided, causing the void to tremble as both sides retreated. "I truly did not expect your growth to be this fast. If I had known earlier, I would have spared no effort to kill you back then," the corpse demon leader said gloomily. Originally, he had planned to let the human race fight amongst themselves and borrow the hands of the other sector lords to kill Feng Chen. Then he would kill the remaining sector lords. However, the situation changed. He had never imagined that Feng Chen's strength had already reached such a level, becoming a transcendent in a single step. Such potential was unprecedented. Even a large clan with a deep foundation, like the corpse demon, had to pay attention to it. "If I bring your head back to the clan, I will definitely be heavily rewarded." The corpse demon leader sneered, his eyes filled with greed. If it was before, he would not have cared about this at all. He only wanted to kill Feng Chen. But now, the situation was different. If the corpse demon knew that Feng Chen had become a transcendent in a single step, it would definitely be shocked. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability." Feng Chen exuded a powerful aura as he muttered, "Being arrogant is the nature of you humans." The corpse demon leader said, "I, the corpse demon, have existed for countless years. Even at the peak of your human race, you were unable to completely destroy my race. Do you think you have the right to say this to me?" Whoosh! 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 The sound of something breaking through the void could be heard. Then a beautiful figure in white approached from afar. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the boundary mountain and stood side by side with Feng Chen. Her beautiful eyes stared at the corpse demon leader as her red lips parted slightly. She said softly, "What if you include me?" Feng Chen was stunned for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. The person who came was the daughter of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Luoshua. When they first entered the boundary mountain, Ouyang Luoshua had met Feng Chen once. At that time, Ouyang Luoshua was high and mighty, as if she was an otherworldly fairy. But now, Feng Chen had caught up to her. "Humph, you came at the right time. Killing human prodigies is what I, the corpse demon, am most happy to do." The corpse demon leader's figure flashed, and a great battle broke out. Ouyang Luoshua and Feng Chen attacked together, surrounding and suppressing the corpse demon leader. On the boundary mountain, a shocking battle was about to break out. Terrifying battle fluctuations were constantly released. The entire spirit formation mountain was shaking. In the distant horizon, there were 4 figures. They were Merciless Tyrant of the 10,000 Poison Sect, Blazing Heart of the Shinshin School, Jinglang of the Black Wolf Mountain, and Tu Wanma of the Devil Hand Sect. Before this, the 5 experts had gathered to discuss how to deal with Feng Chen. However, Ouyang Luoshua was unwilling to be with them and left early. At this moment, the 4 of them stood there, staring at the boundary mountain in the distance. The 4 of them looked at each other with grave expressions. Transcendent, he has also stepped into the transcendent realm. Blazing Heart clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, they knew better than anyone what it meant for Tian Xian to step into the transcendent realm. After all, this guy's combat strength was comparable to a peak realm lord when he was at Tribulation Supremacy. Now that he had stepped into the transcendent realm, how strong was his combat strength? The last time I fought him, he hadn't stepped into the realm lord realm. How did he do it in such a short time? Merciless Tyrant of the 10,000 Poisons Sect racked his brains. Beside him, Tu Wanma's demonic aura was overflowing. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he said coldly, he stepped into the transcendent realm in one step. What? Black Wolf Mountain's realm, Lord Jinglang cried out, his face filled with shock. He stepped into the transcendent realm in one step? How is that possible? Stepping into the transcendent realm in one step only existed in legends. How did a mere realm lord of the eastern region do it? The air froze, and the atmosphere was stifling. The four fell into silence. The four of them could not accept stepping into the transcendent realm in one step. However, this was reality. After a long while, Tu Wanma said, "Cancel the previous plan." But Merciless Tyrant said somewhat anxiously, "You should know what it means to step into the transcendent realm in one step. Are you going to let him continue to grow? When the time comes, will there still be room for us to survive in the realm capital?" Taking advantage of the fact that he has just stepped into the transcendent realm and has yet to stabilize his footing, the four of us will definitely be able to heavily injure or even kill him. Merciless Tyrant was unwilling to give up this opportunity. Who knew how strong Fang Qin would be the next time they met? Enough. Blaze Heart Realm, Lord berated. Merciless Tyrant, you've suffered at the hands of Skyheart Realm, Lord before. Don't try to instigate us. There's still a long time before the barrier closes. We can look for opportunities and continue to break through. There's no need to waste our time on this. That's right. I agree with Blazeheart Realm Lord. Skyheart Realm Lord's strength is beyond our imagination. It's not worth the risk. After saying this, the three of them left together with Tu Wanma. Merciless Tyrant glanced resentfully at the intense battle on Barrier Mountain. He flung his sleeves and turned to leave. The day I step into the transcendent realm will be the day your life ends. Of the 5 experts, only Merciless Tyrant had yet to step into the transcendent realm. However, with his superb attainments in the Poison Dao, he could fight against a transcendent. Barrier Mountain. Terrifying shockwaves from the battle wreaked havoc on the entire mountain. Every time Fang Chen punched out with his iron fist, it gave people a feeling of incomparable shock. On the other hand, Ouyang Luoshua's methods were extraordinary. With the two of them working together, they suppressed the corpse demon leader in an instant. Damn it! The corpse demon leader roared at the sky. Evil aura gathered all over his body as he wanted to make a final counterattack. At the same time, he took out a flute from his bosom and put it to his mouth to blow. The melodious sound of the flute spread out. Seeing this, Fang Qin frowned. There's something wrong with this flute sound. Fang Qin felt that there was something wrong with the flute sound. Suddenly, he thought of something. Stop him. Immediately, Fang Chen roared and punched at the corpse demon leader, wanting to destroy his flute. The white-clothed Ouyang Luoshua raised her fair hand and took out a long whip. She exerted strength in her wrist and lashed out with the whip. It tore through the sky and smashed towards the corpse demon leader. Summoning an expert from the past? Intuition told Fang Qin that the corpse demon leader's flute sound seemed to be summoning an expert from the past. Chapter 3169. The sound of the flute was melodious, as if it had existed since ancient times. Strands of ripples spread out from the flute. Like halos, they formed circles of ripples on the boundary mountain. As the sound of the flute became heavier, there seemed to be countless forces surging from the distant horizon. After sensing these forces, Fang Chen's mood became heavier and heavier. He was very anxious and directly transmitted his voice to Ouyang Luoshua. He's trying to summon the experts who died in the past. You hold him back. I'll go destroy the flute. Hearing this, Ouyang Luoshua turned her head and glanced at Fang Qin. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a complicated expression. However, she didn't say anything. She suddenly swung the long whip in her hand. A fiery red light shot into the sky. The long whip wrapped around the corpse demon leader's body and restrained him. Don't! The corpse demon leader blew the flute while attacking Ouyang Luoshue's long whip. For a moment, he couldn't pose a threat to Fong Qin. At this time, Fong Qin used the mysteries of the space-time Tao to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, Fong Qin passed through the whip seal and came to the corpse demon leader's side. Space-time sword explosion. After the hidden star sword broke, Fong Qin replaced the sword with his finger and performed the invincible sword technique. A terrifying finger light shot out and quickly transformed into a sword light in front of Fong Qin. At the same time, the immortal star core in Fong Qin's body rotated at full speed. The immortal star power quickly merged into the sword light. Crack! In a flash, the sword light pierced the flute. Get lost! The corpse demon leader roared angrily, trying to force Fong Qin to retreat. However, at this time he was shocked to find that his body couldn't move. It seemed that the world had stopped. Even Ouyang Luoshue, who was controlling the long whip, couldn't help but be stunned. What was going on? Why was the void restriction? However, when she saw Fong Qin's actions, she instantly understood. Time stop. Ouyang Luoshue took a deep breath, and his cold face was filled with shock. His chest heaved up and down as he was greatly shaken. She didn't expect that Fong Qin not only had unlimited potential, but also had such a powerful void technique. Crack! Fong Qin attacked with all his strength. The resplendent sword light fiercely collided with the flute. In addition to the powerful amplification of the immortal star force, his strength rose to the peak. Even a true transcendent expert would not be able to withstand it, let alone the corpse demon leader, who had been forced into a difficult situation by Ouyang Luoshue. A crisp sound echoed. Cracks suddenly appeared on the flute in the hands of the corpse demon leader before it shattered into pieces. No, the leader of the corpse demon faced the sky and roared angrily. His eyes were scarlet, and he wished he could tear Fong Qin into pieces. Boom! Without the protection of the flute, the corpse demon leader was sent flying by Fong Qin's punch. Dong! Dong! The experts that had fallen from the distant sky all stopped. They were floating in the air above the Spirit Formation Mountain as they looked down at the battle below. At this moment, their minds were no longer cloudy. Instead, they became brighter. Corpse demon. Several fallen experts gnashed their teeth in hatred when they saw the corpse demon leader. At the same time, they looked at Fong Qin with eyes full of gratification. If this child hadn't forcefully attacked and shattered the flute, they would have been controlled and killed their fellow comrades. Life-demanding whip. Taking advantage of the moment when the corpse demon leader was heavily injured, Ouyang Luoshue's body flashed. The fiery red whip in her hand carried endless power as it fiercely lashed towards the corpse demon leader. Crack! The fiery red whip contained an extremely strange power. When it wrapped around the corpse demon leader, it instantly shattered his body. I can't accept this. The corpse demon leader roared angrily, but it was useless. In the end, his life force dissipated and he completely died. On Boundary Mountain, the ripples of battle gradually spread out. Fong Qin and Ouyang Luoshue looked at each other and nodded lightly. Ouyang Luoshue returned to her cold appearance. She put away her whip and turned to leave. However, before she left, she said one sentence to Fong Qin. I owe you a favor. Fong Qin opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Ouyang Luoshue had already left. Fong Qin couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. You don't owe me anything. The corpse demon and I cannot live under the same sky. Even without you, I would have done everything I could to kill it. Little friend. Several fallen experts descended on the ruins of Boundary Mountain and clasped their fists towards Fong Qin. This time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, we would have been controlled by the corpse demon again, said one of the old men with a smile. That's right. We've been dead for so many years, but the corpse demon still won't let us rest in peace. Humph, that damn corpse demon. If I'm still alive, I'll definitely fight them to the death. This wasn't the first time Fong Qin encountered experts that died in the past. However, his heart was still shaken. Until now, he still hadn't figured out the truth. Seniors, may I ask why you appeared in this space-time? Fong Qin asked the questions in his heart. They looked at each other and then grinned. Have you discovered what's different about this Spirit Formation Mountain? One of them asked with a mysterious smile. Fong Qin frowned. He carefully sensed, but didn't discover anything. He then shook his head. Try sensing again, said another. After sensing for a long time, Fong Qin still didn't discover anything. This made him even more puzzled. This junior is slow-witted. Seniors, please guide me, Fong Qin said humbly. Haha, the Tao cannot be easily passed down. Since you were able to come to Boundary Mountain, we believe you can succeed. Boundary City in an extremely secluded area. There were no traces of humans here. There were only a large number of powerful beasts that fought for prey. Roar! The furious roars of the beasts lingered in the air. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked, because with just a casual glance, all the beasts were at the Sector Lord level. How terrifying was that? Beasts, because of their natural abilities, were much stronger than humans of the same level. The stronger the beast, the more fearful it was. Right now, these Sector Lord level beasts, even Transcendental Sector Lords would be fearful of them. However, with a closer look, there was a red-robed old man at the place where the beasts gathered. The red-robed old man's expression was very strange. His eyebrows were like sharp swords, giving people a feeling of fear. There was a terrifying sword mark on his palm, as if he had been heavily injured. There was a terrifying aura emitting from his body. The beasts looked at him with fear. Hoo hoo hoo! Suddenly, a black figure shot over from afar. Roar! The beasts roared towards the sky, releasing their powerful aura to fight against the intruder. Stop! However, just as the beasts were about to attack, a reprimand sounded. Instantly, the beasts quietened down. The red-robed old man opened his eyes. After seeing who it was, he smiled. How is it? The plan failed. The person who came was the prodigy of the Devil Hand sect, Tu Wanma. His demonic aura filled the sky, and his face was filled with regret. That fellow is too strong. He's already at the transcendent realm. The plan has to be abandoned. The red-robed old man nodded. Don't worry. As long as you listen to me, I guarantee you will become the strongest person in the boundary, or even the strongest Sector Lord. The red-robed old man pointed at the surrounding beasts and said, They're all Sector Lord level beasts. Your next mission is to spar with them. You will improve through battle, comprehend through battle, and break through your limits at the border of life and death. During this process, I won't easily make a move. You have to be prepared. Hearing this, Tu Wanma's expression changed. The boundary of the world capital is much more complicated than you think. The red-robed old man said, Do you know why the experts who died in the past would appear in this time and space? Tu Wanma shook his head. He had thought about it before, but he couldn't think of anything. Because there's a pair of invisible hands behind all of this. The red-robed old man said coldly, Since he gave me a chance, I naturally won't miss it. I will break out of this cage, break free from the shackles of these hands, and revive. The red-robed old man was also a fallen expert who messed up time and space. However, he was very ambitious and wasn't content with the current situation. You're very similar to me. I have high hopes for you. I hope you won't disappoint me. The red-robed old man said, 100 years is enough to change everything. You have to grab this chance. Then the red-robed old man disappeared, leaving behind Tu Wanma, who was filled with demonic aura. 100 years later, I, Tu Wanma, will become the strongest Sector Lord in the world capital. The red-robed old man's words echoed in his ears. Tu Wanma was filled with pride. Chapter 30, 170. Fang Chen's battle on Spirit Formation Mountain shocked the world. He killed until all the world overlords were terrified. They frantically fled. When they heard the name of the Heaven Heart World Overlord, they felt incomparably terrified. Other than the 5 peak experts, no one knew what level of battle had erupted on Spirit Formation Mountain. The corpse demon paid a disastrous price to sneak into the Spirit Formation. It wanted to kill the human world overlords, but in the end it was all annihilated by Fang Chen due to a freak combination of factors. Most likely, not even in their dreams would they have imagined that the target they had been scheming to get rid of had grown to such a heaven-defying level. Unfortunately, the Spirit Formation was isolated from the outside world. The news could not be transmitted. Even if the corpse demon eventually found out about this matter, that would be in the future. The current Fang Chen, after experiencing a huge battle, began to recuperate. In order to express their gratitude to him, the several fallen experts that he had saved personally stood guard over him so that he could sense the difference on the Spirit Formation Mountain. The current Spirit Formation Mountain was in a very sorry state. On top of the mountain there was only ruins. On top of the ruins, Fang Chen sat cross-legged. Powerful energy revolved around him. The sword runes on the surface of his skin were abnormally bright, as if they were about to leave his body. At this moment, Fang Chen closed his eyes, wholeheartedly comprehending the mysteries on Spirit Formation Mountain. The few old men looked at each other. In the end, their gazes landed on Fang Chen's body. Every time they saw Fang Chen, they would sigh and sigh endlessly. This child's potential is too monstrous. That's right. Unfortunately, he was born in the age of chaos. If he was born in the same era as us, he would definitely become a ruler. Even in the age of chaos, to be able to become a transcendent world overlord at such a young age, just this record alone is enough to surpass both ancient and modern times. If he was born in the ancient era where experts were numerous, I even feel that it is extremely possible for him to reach a level that even rulers could not touch. The few old men were full of praise for Fang Chen. That was because Fang Chen's potential was simply too monstrous. After spending a few days together, they increasingly felt that Fang Chen's future achievements were bound to be very high. Transcendent World Overlord, Emperor Realm Fleshly Body, Unparalleled Sword Tao, and his primordial spirit has long reached the peak of the Immortal Emperor Realm. He's only a single step away from the Immortal Emperor Realm. I truly can't think of any more heaven-defying geniuses in this era. Who dares to call themselves a genius in front of him? Those so-called geniuses of the outside world are nothing but a joke in front of him. These people had a very high opinion of Fang Chen. They even believed that it would not be an exaggeration to say that Fang Chen was the strongest heavens chosen since ancient times. Such a perfect human youth. I truly hope that he will be able to comprehend the profoundness of the Spirit Formation Mountain. The gray-robed elder looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. Wang. Suddenly, the sword-shaped runes on Fang Chen's body rapidly condensed into a suit of armor that completely covered Fang Chen's body. Dong dong dong. In the void, countless sword lights suddenly appeared and crazily pierced the armor, emitting crisp sounds. However, no matter how the sword lights attacked, the armor was unbreakable. Kacha! When the sword lights all shattered under the armor, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Who? He spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. I never would have thought that I would be able to comprehend the 8th move of the unparalleled sword technique in such an environment. The unparalleled sword technique originated from the unparalleled sword Tao. As for the unparalleled sword Tao, it was a sword Tao that Fang Chen created by combining his own comprehension of the martial Tao. Previously, Fang Chen had created 7 moves. Now he had comprehended the 8th move while comprehending the profoundness of the Spirit Formation Mountain. This 8th move shall be called the Star-Breaking Sword. The inspiration for the Star-Breaking Sword came from the star concealing sword. When he was fighting against the corpse demon in the Golden Valley, the star-concealing sword broke. In order to commemorate the star-concealing sword that had followed him throughout his life, Fong Qin gave it such a name. I'll find an opportunity to reforge the star-concealing sword, Fong Qin muttered. Before the pure-blooded rock completely dissipated, it had given him a glazed golden stone. Not only did the glazed golden stone contain the rock's movement technique, it was also an excellent material for refining weapons. If it was integrated into the star-concealing sword, it was very likely that it would allow him to step into the Emperor realm. How is it? The old men stared at Fong Qin and asked curiously. Fong Qin shrugged and said helplessly, I can vaguely feel that there's a different aura on the Spirit Formation Mountain. However, whenever I want to capture it, I can't do it. As he spoke, Fong Qin felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. There's no rush. Take your time. After all, there's plenty of time, the old men said with a smile. Fong Qin nodded and prepared to continue comprehending. However, at this moment, one of the old men in a rust-colored robe asked, I can see that your sword Dao is unparalleled. Why don't I see your weapon? As a sword cultivator, the long sword never left his body. However, in the previous battle, Fong Qin only used his fingers as a sword and did not take out a long sword. This made the old man in the rust-colored robe very surprised. I was an Emperor Realm weapon refiner when I was alive. If you don't have a suitable weapon, I can help you refine one. Hearing this, Fong Qin was very surprised. He carefully looked at the old man in the rust-colored robe and vaguely felt that there was a wisp of weapon-refining aura flowing on this person's body. Of course, if one didn't observe carefully, one wouldn't be able to notice it at all. I didn't expect Senior to be an Emperor Realm weapon refiner. I'm sorry for my rudeness. Fong Qin cupped his fists and said. The old man in the rust-colored robe waved his hand. So what if you're an Emperor Realm weapon refiner? In the end, you'll still be a pile of yellow soil. The other people's faces also darkened, and they all shook their heads and sighed. Yes, when they were alive, they were so glorious and respected by the world. However, they still couldn't resist the invasion of time and would still die. Could it be that only rulers can live forever? Fong Qin asked. The old men shook their heads. There's no such thing as immortality in the world. What you know is only relative and not absolute. What they were implying was that even sovereigns would fall one day. It was just that compared to ordinary martial artists, their lifespans were infinitely long. Fong Qin's heart was strongly impacted. On the path of martial arts, in addition to protecting one's family, wasn't it the pursuit of immortality? However, even rulers couldn't achieve true immortality? Then, what was the point of their cultivation? As if sensing Fong Qin's emotional fluctuations, the old man in the rust-colored robe said, In fact, there are some things that can only be understood when one stands at a certain height. Rulers can't achieve immortality, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they can't directly deny immortality. Perhaps there are experts of an even higher level than rulers. This world is complicated and confusing. All we can do is cherish what we have. You have great potential and will have a chance to become a ruler in the future. If you want to pursue the mystery of immortality, you'll know when the time comes. As he spoke, the old man in the rust-colored robe gently patted Fong Qin's shoulder. Right now, what you need to do is constantly enrich yourself and improve yourself, and not bite off more than you can chew. What kind of weapon do you want? Tell me the conditions, and I'll help you refine it. However, I'm a fallen person, so I can't refine an Emperor-level weapon. At most, it'll be a half-step Emperor. After a long time, Fong Qin recovered from his silence and took out the broken hidden star sword. Senior, this junior's weapon accidentally broke when fighting the corpse demon. I don't know if you can help me restore it. After all, the hidden star sword was a weapon that had followed him to conquer the world when he was still weak. He treated it as a combat partner and wouldn't easily give it up. Half-step Emperor? No problem at all. The old man in the rust-colored robe only took a glance to confirm the level of the hidden star sword. Oh, right. Fong Chin handed the star, concealing sword to the rusty-robed old man and took out the glazed golden rock. This is glazed goldstone. Seeing this, the old men cried out involuntarily. Then they gave Fong Chin a thumbs up. Amazing, really amazing. You can even get your hands on a glazed goldstone. Ha ha ha. With this glazed goldstone, I'm 50% sure that I can refine it into an Emperor-level weapon. For an Emperor-level weapon, a 50% chance was already very high. An ordinary refiner wouldn't be able to do it. Thank you, Senior. Chapter 30, 171. The rusty-robed old man was once an Emperor Realm blacksmith, able to create Emperor Realm weapons with a wave of his hand. However, at that moment he was using his dead body to refine a treasure for Fong Chin. Hence, the difficulty greatly increased. Luckily, with the glazed golden stone, his confidence greatly increased. Good. In the following time, carefully comprehend the mysteries of Boundary Mountain. I'll help you refine the weapon. At most a year, I'll definitely succeed. The rusty-robed old man smiled. In the following time, Fong Chin continued to study the mysteries of Boundary Mountain. After the earth-shattering battle, the entire world city's boundary instantly quieted down. The boundary lords who participated in the slaughter of Fong Chin, after escaping death, were left with a shadow in their hearts. They would even be terrified when they heard Fong Chin's name. Now, they were hidden everywhere, thinking of all ways to find opportunities to increase their strength. This boundary lord conference would last for 100 years, and now less than a year had passed. There was still a long time before the boundary city closed. Time passed, leisurely passing. Some people had experienced great ups and downs, while others had been separated by life and death. In short, within the boundary city, there would be boundary lords dying every day. There were also some sector lords who would rise in the face of adversity. As for Ouyang Luoxiwe and the other 4 prodigies, they had disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Fong Chen's super strength had a huge impact on them. They were doing their best to cultivate. The boundary city was vast. Fong Chen's Boundary Mountain was just one of the many peaks. In the northwest direction of the boundary city, there was a region called the Ocean of Death. Hualala! Above the boundless ocean, there would occasionally be strong waves. Countless waves would hit the surface of the ocean, causing great tremors. Occasionally, there would also be shocking waves that would sweep across the land. The sky above the ocean was oppressive, like a bloody hell. Boom! On a nameless island in the ocean, a deafening sound suddenly broke the silence. Then an angry roar was heard. Who are you? Voila! A black light broke through the ground and shot into the sky. Boom! A terrifying energy spread out from his body, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. He took a step forward and stood in the air. His pitch-black eyes stared at the person in front of him. In front of him was a man in light green clothes. There was a strange smile on his face. After hiding for so long, didn't I still find you? You, the black shadow sensed a familiar aura and asked in a deep voice, are you also a candidate for the Bloodline King? You only know now. It's too late. The figure of the man in light green clothes flashed. Like a phantom, he suddenly appeared in front of the black figure. Just as the black figure was about to attack, a large hand suddenly pierced into his back in a destructive manner. Crack! The large hand penetrated his body and emerged from his chest. Fresh blood flowed out of the black silhouette's body, and the unique bloodline power within it was swiftly drained away. No! The black shadow's eyes were filled with terror as he screamed miserably. However, the man in light green clothes did not give him a chance. His bloodline power surged wildly. In an instant, the black silhouette's blood was sucked dry. He turned into a dried corpse and fell on the nameless island. Buzz! After the man in light green clothes did all this, the power in his body soared rapidly. In just a few breaths' time, his overall strength had undergone a tremendous change. Transcendent. The man in light green clothes opened his eyes and grinned. Since entering the boundary, he had killed 3 candidates for the Bloodline King. After absorbing their power, he had successfully stepped into the transcendent realm. However, this is still not enough. When he was in the Boundary City Square, he clearly felt that there were at least 5 Bloodline Kings' auras. Including him, there were only 4. There was still one more. After killing the last one, I will definitely become the strongest Boundary Lord. After finishing his words, his figure flashed and left the island, disappearing into the boundless ocean. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this period, the rusty-robed elder had been wholeheartedly refining the hidden star sword. His original plan was to complete it in a year's time, but the plan could not keep up with the changes. He had underestimated the hardness of the glazed golden stone. Until now, a year had passed, and he still had not succeeded. Rumble. On the Boundary Mountain, flames soared into the sky. A hearty laugh rang through the clouds. The rusty-robed elder had not laughed like this for a long time. He was very excited. The glazed golden stone had finally been completely refined. The next time was to integrate it into the broken hidden star sword. As expected of the pure-blooded rock's lifetime comprehension, this glazed golden stone is truly a treasure for refining. One could imagine that if a thumb-sized glazed golden stone were to spread to the outside world, it would definitely cause a bloody storm in the ancient chaos. Even those who surpassed the boundary Lord level would gladly come and fight for it. Fortunately, this was the boundary of the Boundary City. The outside world knew nothing about this. Merge. The rusty-robed elder opened his palm and controlled the golden liquid to continuously drill into the hidden star sword. Not far away, Feng Chen was still closing his eyes and comprehending. He had been in this state for a year. Suddenly, he felt a ripple in the void. This ripple was completely different from before. This is his divine sense crazily spread out, wanting to capture this completely different aura. Finally, his efforts paid off. He managed to capture it. Void source? Feng Chen saw the void source and the special aura wrapped within it. Could it be that this is the profoundness of the Spirit Formation Mountain? His divine sense enveloped the void source. He secretly used the space-time Tao and began to seriously dissect the void source. He had a strong intuition that if he dissected the void source, he would definitely be able to discover the essence of the Boundary Mountain. However, this was a long process. He was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. When the 5th year arrived, the rusty-robed elder finally finished refining the hidden star sword. Rumble. The clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. Thunder clouds gathered, and the entire world became abnormally oppressive. A lightning dragon flashed, bringing along a powerful lightning tribulation force as it swooped down. Rumble. The sound shook the sky, and the momentum was like a rainbow. However, the rusty-robed elder did not dodge. Instead, he raised the hidden star sword and faced it head-on. Crack! The sharp hidden star sword instantly cut the lightning dragon after coming into contact with it. The lightning tribulation that was incomparably terrifying to others was nothing in front of the hidden star sword. At this time, the hidden star sword had reached its peak state, and there was a faint sword cry. Emperor Realm Lightning Tribulation. The other old men smiled in relief. This was the Emperor Realm Lightning Tribulation. Every time an Emperor Realm weapon was born, it would trigger a lightning tribulation. Not long after, the lightning tribulation dissipated and the sky became clear again. The rusty-robed elder held the hidden star sword in his hand and carefully looked at it. This sword has fused with the glazed golden stone. When it reached the Emperor Realm, it became indestructible and even has a trace of illusory space ability. The rusty-robed elder said, Illusory space was the ability of a pure-blooded rock. The hidden star sword had fused with the glazed golden stone and had a trace of illusory space ability. This was something he had never expected. The future of this sword is limitless. It will definitely be famous in the ancient era. Let me see. The other elders scrambled to look at the hidden star sword. After all, this was an Emperor Realm weapon made with the glazed golden stone. It was indestructible, and ordinary Emperor Realm weapons could not be compared at all. A moment later, the elders exclaimed, "It's simply a stroke of genius. Even if it's your work at your peak, it's not as good as this, right?" The rusty-robed elder nodded. "Yes, when I was alive, I was troubled by the path of refining. Now that I have fallen for countless years, I have comprehended it because of the glazed golden stone." "What a pity!" At this point, the rusty-robed elder sighed. Time waits for no man. By the time he comprehended it, he had already fallen. The other elders saw the rusty-robed elder, so sad, and hurriedly changed the topic. "This sword is made with the glazed golden stone and has a trace of illusory space ability. It's not an exaggeration to call it the King of Swords." Chapter 3172. The hidden star sword had followed Feng Qin to conquer the world. The latter was born from blood and was already at the peak of the half-step martial Emperor Realm. It was only a step away from the martial Emperor Realm. Now, it had absorbed a rare treasure like the glazed golden stone and broke through to the martial Emperor Realm, becoming the undisputed King of Swords. Not bad, not bad. This long sword has the aura of the weapon used by the Tiani Sword Emperor, said one of the old men with a smile. In their era, the Tiani Sword Emperor was the undisputed Sword Emperor. His attainments in the Sword Dao had reached an unimaginable level. The long sword he used was unparalleled. Countless sword cultivators regarded it as the strongest sword weapon. Although the current hidden star sword could not be compared to the weapon used by the Tiani Sword Emperor, the potential of the hidden star sword was infinite. With the help of the glazed golden stone, it was very likely to become the strongest weapon in the future. Buzz! The hidden star sword let out a sword cry. It was very cheerful. At the same time, light flowed on the sword and sword-shaped runes were faintly discernible. A terrifying Sword Dao aura spread out. Since ancient times, weapons that could be called emperor weapons had very strong self-consciousness. The hidden star sword was no exception. It had just broken through and began to protect Feng Qin. Whoosh! Whoosh! The hidden star sword left the hands of the rusty-robed old man and floated above Feng Qin's head. Rays of light surged, and countless Sword Dao aura poured down and drilled into Feng Qin's mind. Dong! Dong! Feng Qin's mind was greatly impacted. His body began to tremble slightly, and the blood in his body was boiling. Vaguely, he caught a glimpse of that mysterious aura. Whoosh! Suddenly, Feng Qin stood up. The hidden star sword seemed to know what its master wanted to do. Its sword body shook, and the tip of the sword carried a powerful force that cut through the void. Boom! Vast power erupted, and a ball of gray light was exposed in front of Feng Qin. This is it. He had been comprehending the mystery of the Boundary Mountain all these years. Today, with the help of the hidden star sword, he finally caught it. He stretched out his big hand and joined hands with the star-hidden sword to encircle and suppress this mass of gray light. Got him. The gray light couldn't escape and was caught in Feng Qin's palm. Suddenly, an endless stream of information drilled into Feng Qin's mind. Have you finally comprehended it? When the old men saw this, their faces were filled with gratification as they laughed heartily. Rumble! Feng Qin opened his palm, and the gray light actually disappeared. At the same time, he was shocked to discover that the sky above Spirit Formation Mountain had split apart. A deafening sound resonated through the sky. In the crack in the void, there was a path that led to the horizon. The path was formed by a terrifying force, giving the crowd a shocking feeling. This is, Feng Qin mumbled to himself. This path contained countless powerful auras. His blood was boiling. Could this be the profoundness of the Spirit Formation Mountain? Fong Chin carefully searched through the information that had just drilled into his mind. Finally, he learned the secrets of this path. The ancient road of space-time. Vaguely, Fong Chin felt that the reason why those people from the past could appear in the space-time was because of the ancient road of space-time. Whoosh! In the distant horizon, the red-robed old man stepped on the clouds. A vast amount of power surged from his body as he rushed towards the ancient road of space-time. Stop him! When the rust-robed old man and the others saw the red-robed old man, their expressions changed drastically. They urged, "Quickly enter the ancient road of space-time." Rumble! The old men instantly fought with the red-robed old man. Stubborn! The red-robed old man opened his palm and pressed down. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A violent storm rose, and the entire Spirit Formation Mountain was shrouded in a powerful shadow. While everyone was fighting, Tu Wanma's aura soared. He appeared out of thin air and plunged into the ancient road of space-time. Tu Wanma! Fong Chen recognized Tu Wanma. At this moment, the demonic aura on Tu Wanma's body gave off a terrifying feeling. What did he go through? Fong Chin was shocked. However, there was not much time left for him. The red-robed old man was too strong. The old men were quickly suppressed. Fong Chin originally wanted to help, but he was stopped by the rust-robed old man. Quickly go in. Don't worry about us. Fong Chin opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he stopped. In the end, he gritted his teeth and plunged into the ancient road of space-time. All of you must die. Seeing Tu Wanma successfully enter the ancient road of space-time, the red-robed old man's face was ferocious. He said eerily, "All of you must die." Then an incomparably violent power surged from the red-robed old man's palms and gathered into two balls. Boom! The scarlet balls smashed into the Spirit Formation Mountain. The entire Spirit Formation Mountain was instantly destroyed. The figures of the old men were submerged in it. Crack! The red-robed old man took a step forward and chased after them. The black dagger in his hand gently slashed, and the old men were completely killed. Whoosh! The red-robed old man glanced at the ancient road of space-time that was about to close and entered it. However, even he didn't notice that when the ancient road of space-time was about to close, a hidden figure had entered it. The Spirit Formation Mountain was destroyed. A terrifying storm swept through the entire Spirit Formation Mountain. Countless world lords who were in seclusion came out. What happened? Why is the Spirit Formation Mountain shaking? Could it be that someone broke through to the World King level? Impossible. How can it be so easy to break through to the World King level? A treasure must have appeared. The shaking came from the Spirit Formation Mountain. Let's go and take a look. In an instant, world lords from all over headed towards the Spirit Formation Mountain. However, when they saw the Spirit Formation Mountain from afar, they were completely stunned. The Spirit Formation Mountain was destroyed. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. What was going on? Why was the Spirit Formation Mountain in ruins? Why was it destroyed? Who did it? Many world lords shook their heads. Their faces were pale. This was because a name appeared in their minds. Let's go. Thinking of the Sky Heart World Lord, they didn't say anything and hurriedly left. They were afraid that they would be killed by him. Hoo! A moment later, all the world lords had left. Only the ruined Spirit Formation Mountain remained standing on the plains. Xiao! After an unknown amount of time, for figures came from 4 different directions. What happened? Shinshin School's Blaze Heart World Lord was shocked when he saw the Spirit Formation Mountain destroyed. A shocking battle happened here. Could there be another transcendent world lord besides us? Jing Lang World Lord asked. Oh Yang Luoshue's beautiful eyes flashed. She stared at the ruins in front of her and fell into deep thought. Merciless World Lord emitted a gloomy aura and poisonous gas surrounded him. His voice was hoarse as he said, with such a huge commotion, it's impossible for Tu Wanma to not know. However, among the 5 of us, only he didn't come. You're saying that the person who fought with Sky Heart World Lord was Tu Wanma? Jinglang World Lord asked with wide eyes. Very likely. Blaze Heart Realm Lord muttered. I've interacted with Tu Wanma a few times. This person is very shrewd and gives off a very dangerous feeling. The destruction of Boundary Mountain this time is most likely due to his battle with Skyheart Realm Lord. As for the reason for the battle, I guess there are 2 possibilities. First, it's a personal grudge between them. Second, they discovered the secret of Spirit Formation Mountain at the same time and fought over it. Although the other 3 didn't say anything, they tacitly agreed with the second possibility mentioned by Blazeheart Realm Lord. Then where are they? Jinglang World Lord asked. Blazeheart World Lord spread out his divine sense and searched carefully, but he didn't find anything. Maybe there's a secret treasure on Spirit Formation Mountain. They entered it and were isolated from the outside world. Then what should we do? Jinglang World Lord continued to ask. It's extremely difficult to find the secret treasure, but we can't give up. After speaking, Blazeheart World Lord jumped and stood on the ruins of Spirit Formation Mountain, searching for the entrance. Jinglang World Lord and Merciless World Lord also came to the ruins. They didn't want to miss any chance. Only Ouyang Luoxuan nodded lightly and turned to leave. Under the setting sun, her slender figure looked even more beautiful. Interesting fellow. Ouyang Luoxua's lips curled up, revealing a faint smile. Chapter 3173. The Ancient Road of Spacetime. The vast spacetime aura filled the entire ancient road. Fang Chen was on the ancient road and felt the power in his body erupting. His understanding of spacetime was getting deeper and deeper. He took a deep breath and tried his best to stabilize the shock in his heart. He looked around and carefully observed his surroundings. This is the ancient road of spacetime. Fang Chen muttered. In his mind, there was information about the ancient road of spacetime. I didn't expect that ball of gray light to be the key to opening the ancient road of spacetime. Fang Chen said, the mystery of Boundary Mountain was on the ancient road of spacetime. Who was it that created such a majestic ancient road of spacetime? It's really amazing. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. His attainments in spacetime were already very strong. However, in front of the creator of the ancient road of spacetime, it was insignificant. Back then, in the galaxy universe, the bone progenitor created the spacetime Tao. After that, Fang Chen developed it. Now, Fang Chen's understanding of spacetime had reached a very high level. In terms of control of spacetime, no one could compare to him among the sector lords. However, after coming to the ancient road of spacetime, Fang Chen finally understood. In fact, spacetime wasn't the only Tao. The spacetime Tao that he and the bone progenitor cultivated was only one of the true great Tao of spacetime. The ancient road of spacetime contains many types of spacetime Tao. It's the closest to the great Tao of spacetime. The person who created it is at least an unparalleled expert, like the reincarnation Sword Emperor. Fang Chen said softly. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen began to move forward. The ancient road of spacetime was vast and boundless. Fang Chen walked on it as if he was in the starry sky. The stars twinkled and streaked past him. He wanted to touch it with his hand, but he couldn't. 3 days later, Fang Chen stopped on the ancient road of spacetime because he discovered a star in front of him. The spacetime aura on this star was exactly the same as his spacetime Tao. Whoosh! Fang Chen leaped and arrived on the star. He knew that this was not a true star, but something that the master of the ancient road of spacetime had used some powerful method to create. Whoa! Inside the star, the spacetime power within Fang Chen's body suddenly erupted and merged with the spacetime aura of the star. Dong dong dong! At that instant, Fang Chen's comprehension of the space-time Tao improved once again. The star-hidden sword suddenly trembled. Fang Chen held the sword hilt, and a familiar aura drilled into his body. Glazed gold stone. Fang Chen felt the aura of the glazed golden stone, but soon his heart trembled. That is the Great Rock Movement technique. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. He didn't expect to obtain the Great Rock Movement technique in such an environment and in such a way. In his mind, the rock spread its wings and soared. Every time it flapped its wings, there was a strong rhythm. Fang Chen was stunned. The Great Rock Movement technique was the strongest movement technique of the Great Rock Clan. It was fused with the space-time Tao and was known as the fastest movement technique in the world. And now it was fully displayed in his mind. So that's how it is. Fang Chen sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the Great Rock Movement technique. In the star, the space-time aura crazily poured into Fang Chen's body as if it was going to burst his body. Somewhere in the starry sky, ancient path. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. The Bloodline King candidate stood on a star and laughed crazily. This star was filled with death chi, and a scarlet aura permeated the entire star. As long as I devour all the death chi in this star, I can become the strongest sector lord and even reach an even higher level. He seemed to have seen himself in the future and was very excited. Boom! All of a sudden, a heavy punch came whistling through the air. With a bang, the Bloodline King candidate was caught off guard and his body was sent flying. Fortunately, his physical defense was extremely strong and he only suffered a light injury. Who are you? The Bloodline King candidate stared at the person and said coldly, I want this star. If you want to live, get lost. Tu Wanma's attitude was very arrogant and did not put the Bloodline King candidate in his eyes. Hearing this, the latter laughed eerily. It has been a long time since someone dared to talk to me like this. You are not bad. As he spoke, blood chi gushed out from the Bloodline King candidate's body, and countless unique bloodline powers appeared crazily. I have yet to meet an opponent in the same realm. You want me to get lost with just you? The Bloodline King candidate scolded. He grabbed with his hand, and the blood ball formed by the bloodline power smashed towards Tu Wanma. Worship of 10,000 demons. Tu Wanma roared, and demonic aura filled the sky. He held the sky demon steel fork and pierced towards the blood ball like a demon god. Dong! The blood ball exploded, and the bloodline power rushed into the sky demon steel fork. However, Tu Wanma shook his wrist, and the bloodline power was forced out. Your bloodline power is very strong. Unfortunately, I am no longer the Tu Wanma of the past. As he spoke, Tu Wanma walked step by step towards the Bloodline King candidate. He licked his dry lips. I will kill you and sacrifice you to my sky demon steel fork. Let's go. The Bloodline King candidate seemed to have noticed something, and a tinge of fear flashed in his eyes. His figure flashed and left the star. Whoosh! 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 His figure disappeared as soon as he entered the ancient road of space-time. You escaped quickly, Tu Wanma said coldly. Then he raised the sky demon steel fork and stabbed it down with all his strength. Dong! 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 The star shook and all the deathly aura gathered on the sky demon steel fork. A moment later, cracks appeared on the star and the deathly aura disappeared. Tu Wanma pulled out the sky demon steel fork and entered the ancient road of space-time. Next star. Not long after he left, the star could no longer support it and shattered. The ancient road of space-time trembled. The ancient road of space-time was mysterious. A few days later, Fang Chen opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. The rock movement technique is indeed profound. He had already comprehended the foundation of the rock movement technique. If he wanted to go further, he needed an opportunity. As for the space-time aura on the star, it had been completely absorbed. It's time to leave. Fang Chen took a step forward and entered the ancient road of space-time. Along the way, Fang Qin discovered many stars. The energy contained in each star was completely different from the others. It was as if these stars were created for the martial artists who stepped into the ancient road of space-time. In the following time, Fang Qin found a few similar stars and continued to comprehend the rock movement technique and absorb the space-time aura. Finally, half a year later, he found the convergence point of the rock movement technique and the Tao of space-time. I see. On a barren star, Fang Qin suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. As long as I have time, I will definitely be able to completely integrate the rock movement technique and the Tao of space-time. Fang Qin said confidently, "Let's test the speed of the rock movement technique first." The rock movement technique was activated and Fang Qin's body disappeared into the void with a whoosh. In the next second, he appeared on the other side of the star. What a fast speed! My initial estimation is that it has at least doubled my previous speed, Fang Qin said. Moreover, when Fang Qin was experimenting with the rock movement technique, he also discovered some other mysteries. For example, traveling through space-time was even sharper. There was almost no obstruction, and it was easy to travel through space-time. Moreover, it saved more energy in the body. Overall, the advantage of the rock movement technique was too obvious. With my current speed, I'm afraid no one among the sector lords can catch up with me, right? Fang Qin muttered. Of course, nothing was absolute. Although he was confident in his speed, he still had to be careful. Some special treasures or special environments might limit one's speed advantage. I vaguely feel that at the end of the ancient road of space-time, there is a shocking secret waiting for me to uncover. Retracting his aura, Fang Qin returned to the ancient road of space-time. He looked at the endless front and muttered, I have to familiarize myself with the ancient road of space-time as soon as possible. Along the way, I will comprehend the rock movement technique and increase my strength. No matter the time, being strong was the most important. Starlight flickered and the stars rotated, making the ancient road of space-time less lonely. Fang Qin shuttled through it and moved forward quickly. One day he sensed a unique aura and he was shocked. Bloodline King candidate. Fang Qin muttered. I didn't expect him to enter the ancient road of space-time too. Chapter 30, 174. The ancient road of time and space. The stars moved. Standing on the ancient road was like standing in an endless space and time. The majestic aura of space and time was everywhere. Every inch of space contained a completely different aura of space and time. If one could cultivate here for a long time, it would be like heaven for a space-time martial artist. Now, although Fang Qin hadn't been on the ancient road of time and space for long, his comprehension of the Tao of space and time had risen to another level. If he could completely fuse the rock movement technique with his own Tao of space and time, his speed would rise to the limit. Even if he encountered a World King powerhouse, he would have nothing to fear. But right now, Fang Qin had many things to do. First, he had to deal with the crisis in front of him. Hoo! On the distant ancient road of time and space, a black shadow rapidly shuttled through space and time. In the blink of an eye, it was only 10 feet away from Fang Qin. His body exuded a powerful aura. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Qin. You're the only one left. The first words he said after arriving shocked Fang Qin. Soon, Fang Qin understood what he meant. That day, in the square of the world capital, he had felt the aura of several Bloodline King candidates. But now, this person said that he was the only one left. Then, there was only one possibility, and that was that he had already killed everyone else. The only candidate for Bloodline King is me. No one else is worthy or qualified to obtain the power of the Bloodline King. The black shadow coldly said. His face was full of ridicule, as if he didn't place Fang Qin in his eyes at all. Dong, dong, dong. At the same time, he stamped his foot, and the entire ancient road of time and space trembled. A terrifying aura instantly filled the air. He was using his aura to suppress Fang Chen. Kacha! Sword-shaped runes flashed around Fang Chen's body, directly dispersing the oppressive aura. Is this little trick interesting? Fang Chen shrugged. Humph. The black shadow coldly snorted, killing intent surging. I'm curious. Where do you get the courage to be so calm? Is it only because you've become a transcendent? At this point, the black figure licked his dry lips and revealed a sinister look. Before you, those guys were also transcendents. However, they still died in my hands in the end. Do you think you'll be lucky enough to escape? What's the point of saying all this? As the inheritors of the Bloodline King, you and I should know that we cannot coexist. Fang Chen muttered. Originally, I didn't plan to meet you so soon, but I didn't expect you to come to me yourself. How pretentious! When he saw Fang Chen's arrogant attitude, the black figure's face darkened completely. Voila! He spread out his large hands and suddenly slapped towards Fang Chen. Boundless bloodline power quickly condensed into a palm print, causing the ancient road of time and space to tremble. You have the power of a bloodline monarch. Do you think I don't? Fang Chen stood quietly, with a special bloodline circling around his body. His Emperor Realm defense was fully activated, allowing the terrifying palm print to hit his body. However, his body was not injured at all. Even his clothes did not show any signs of damage. This scene caused the black figure's pupils to shrink, and he cried out involuntarily, Emperor Realm, physical body. The mocking look on his face completely disappeared and was replaced with a solemn look. He could not imagine that this guy in front of him had cultivated his physical body to the Emperor Realm. How much potential did this require? He took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. The Emperor Realm physical body was too powerful. It would be difficult to kill this guy. I have to admit that you're the strongest candidate I've ever seen, the black figure said. However, the final victory will still belong to me. Boom! The black figure completely released his extraordinary strength, and his attack power reached the strongest. Whoosh! Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword, and a loud sword cry resounded through the sky. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and gently swung it. I haven't used this sword move since I created it. Let's test it on you. After that, he fully displayed the 8th move of the invincible sword art, the star-breaking sword. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure was like a breeze, shuttling through the ancient road of time and space. The black figure could not catch a trace of Fang Chen at all. Damn it! The black figure clenched his fists and roared in anger. So what if you're fast? The black figure's fists punched out crazily. This piece of heaven and earth was torn apart. He wanted to force Fang Chen out with absolute strength. However, he did not know that Fang Chen was using the legendary Great Rock movement technique, the most powerful movement technique of the pure-blooded Great Rocks from ancient times. Although he had not fully comprehended it, there were not many people in the Realm City who could catch up with him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure was constantly flickering, and the hidden star sword was constantly changing along with his body. In just a breath's time, dense sword light appeared on the ancient road of time and space. These sword light gathered together and emitted a dazzling light. Starlight flickered and intertwined with the sword light. The hidden star sword bore the brunt and rushed toward the black figure with endless sword light. Get lost. The black figure was furious and suddenly punched out. Crack! However, his defense was vulnerable in front of the hidden star sword. The star-breaking sword was too powerful. In just one exchange, the black figure was shrouded by the dense sword light and let out a miserable cry. Boom! All of the sword lights suddenly shattered, and a deafening sound resounded through the sky. Bang! Half of the black figure's body was destroyed by the hidden star sword. The remaining half of his body spurted out blood. His face was pale, and his breath was weak. Ah! The black figure roared to the sky, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. However, he knew that Fong Chen's strength was too strong and exceeded his expectations. Run. As long as there's life, there's hope. The black shadow was terrified and wanted to escape. Trying to escape? The remaining power of the star-breaking sword was still there. Fong Chen tiptoed and held the hidden star sword in his hand and performed the star-breaking sword again. Pucci, although the black figure tried to dodge, he still couldn't resist the attack of the sword light. The dazzling sword light instantly sank into the black figure's body. In the next second, half of the black figure's body directly exploded and flesh and blood splattered. His primordial spirit light cluster desperately tried to escape. If I let you escape right under my nose, how am I going to survive in the future? Fong Chen performed the rock body technique, and his speed soared to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the black figure's primordial spirit light cluster. Time stop. Fong Chen said softly. In an instant, the entire time and space completely stopped. However, at this critical moment, a strong storm suddenly blew on the ancient road of time and space. The black figure's primordial spirit light cluster disappeared into it. Dong! Fong Chen's iron fist whistled through the air, but it hit nothing. The spatial storm dissipated in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Fong Chen looked at the disappearing spatial storm and cursed. However, he quickly recovered his mood. The primordial spirit light cluster that entered the spatial storm was a dead end. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fong Chen opened his palm and sucked the black figure's flesh and blood to his side. Then he absorbed all the bloodline power in the flesh and blood into his body. Whoosh! In the flesh and blood of the black figure, Fong Chen found a blood-red bead. Bloodline bead. Fong Chen could feel that this blood-red bead contained an extremely powerful bloodline power. It seemed that all the bloodline power that the black figure had absorbed before was nurtured in it. Then he absorbed the bloodline bead into his body. Suddenly, all the bloodline power in his body rushed into the bloodline bead. Then his aura skyrocketed and his strength soared. Bloodline King, Fong Chen murmured with a deep look in his eyes. The more he absorbed the bloodline power, the more Fong Chen felt the terror of the Bloodline King. What is he planning? Why did he choose so many candidates? Fong Chen racked his brains. He had only absorbed a small amount of bloodline power, but his blood had undergone such a huge change. He was extremely shocked. Sitting cross-legged, Fong Chen began to refine the bloodline power. The ancient road of time and space returned to normal. It did not change because of the previous battle. The endless ancient road of time and space was filled with gray mist, as if he was in a fairyland. The aura of time and space filled the entire sky. Fong Chen's body was filled with blood-red aura. Each aura represented a bloodline power. These bloodline powers gathered together to form the strongest bloodline power, which was the power of the Bloodline King. Whoosh! 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 The black hole bloodline power was fully opened, forming a devouring black hole. It swallowed the bloodline bead and began to refine it. A few hours later, Fong Chen retracted his aura and slowly opened his eyes. Bloodline power is really mysterious. There are countless types of bloodline powers in the world. The Bloodline King was able to gather them all together to form a brand new power. This method was definitely unprecedented. The current me is almost invincible among the transcendents. Fong Chen murmured, Bloodline power, Emperor Realm physique, Emperor Realm hidden star sword, and invincible sword techniques. If I were to use my full strength, ordinary transcendence would be instantly killed by me. The current him could be considered to have a foothold in the northern region. At the same time, he was curious. When he absorbed all the bloodline power of the candidates and became the only candidate, how strong would he be? He did not dare to imagine. Let's explore the ancient road of time and find the truth of the chaotic time and space. Fang Qin took a step forward and entered the depths of the ancient road of time and space. On a remote star on the ancient road of time and space. This place was desolate, and the star had long been destroyed. A ball of Yuan spirit light floated in the star. Damned bastard! He destroyed my body, broke my cultivation, and stole my power. This is a hatred that will not rest until one of us is dead. The black figure roared in anger. One day I will personally kill you. Not only you, but also your wife and daughter, your family and friends. They will all die. The black figure's heart was filled with unprecedented anger. Fang Chen's attack destroyed his tens of thousands of years of hard work. Chapter 3175. In the ancient road of time and space, a figure was looming and moving at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was submerged in the thick fog. It had been a few months since Fang Chen had entered this place. During this period, he had gained a lot, especially his attainments in the Tao of time and space, which had reached the peak of perfection. One day, Fang Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. He frowned slightly as he stared ahead. The immortal star core in his body was trembling slightly. A trace of immortal star power was automatically released and disappeared into the void. What's going on? Fang Chen was a little surprised. Could there be immortal star power in the ancient road of time and space? Under normal circumstances, the immortal star core was in a static state and would not be disturbed by the outside world. There was only one possibility for this to happen, which was that there was immortal star power in front of the ancient road of time and space. Has the immortal emperor been here before? Fang Chen was even more confused. Let's go. Fang Chen stomped his feet and performed the rock body movement, moving forward quickly. At the same time, he also felt that the immortal star core was unusually active. In the void, there was a trace of immortal star power vaguely guiding Fang Chen forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! The essence of the rock body movement was speed. Fang Chen stepped on the star-hidden sword and integrated the power of the glazed golden stone into the rock body movement. His speed rapidly increased by 30%. Shadows were left on the ancient road of time and space. Half a month later, Fang Chen saw an ancient castle, which was surrounded by dazzling gold and jade, surrounded by the aura of space-time. Outside of the castle were numerous stars that protected it. What's that? Fang Chen frowned as he stared at the castle. He could feel that there was a strong power in the castle. Buzz! At this moment, the immortal star core was completely agitated. Whoosh! 5 immortal star cores were separated from Fang Chen's body and suspended above his head. Dong! 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 The violent immortal star power condensed into a star power spear, carrying a strong storm and fiercely rushing toward the golden castle. Crack! When the astral power spear hit the golden castle, it was blocked by a layer of ripples. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Sparks flew in all directions as the two of them intertwined, constantly consuming each other's energy. In the end, the astral spear shattered, and the defensive power of the castle was greatly reduced. Fang Chen looked into the distance and vaguely saw the scene inside the ancient castle. Instantly he was tongue-tied. Inside the castle, there was a thick scepter that emitted a bright light. This was the immortal scepter that had once helped Fang Chen stop his enemies. Scepter of immortality. Fang Chen cried out. He had been searching for the immortal scepter ever since he came out of the mysterious space. But alas, they had never been able to find it. In fact, they couldn't even find a single trace of it. He had once suspected that the immortal scepter had been broken or suppressed by someone. Why is it here? Fang Chen tried to communicate with the immortal scepter, but to no avail. It seems that the golden castle is blocking the aura outside the ancient road of space-time. Fang Chen murmured. At the same time, Fang Chen also understood that the immortal star cores had acted strangely because they had sensed the presence of the immortal scepter. What's in the golden castle? On the vast ancient road of space-time, there stood a golden castle. This ancient castle looked abnormally demonic. Could it be built by the creator of the ancient road of space-time? Fang Qin slowly walked to the front of the golden castle. The 5 immortal star cores above his head emitted a terrifying power. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and activated his Emperor Realm strength, performing the 8th move of the invincible sword art, Star-Breaking Sword. Swoosh! A cold light illuminated the sky. A terrifying sword light burst out from the tip of the hidden star sword, causing people to tremble. Kacha! The violent immortal star force was completely integrated into the sword light, and its power reached its peak. This sword could kill a transcendent sector lord, and one could imagine how powerful its attack was. Dong dong dong! The sword light fiercely hit the golden castle, and with an unstoppable force, it broke through the defenses of the golden castle and stabbed into the metallic walls of the castle. The entire golden castle trembled violently. Within the castle, the immortal scepter also noticed this scene. Through the cracks of the golden castle, it sensed Fang Qian's aura. Whoosh! The immortal scepter turned into a ray of light and rushed to the front of the golden castle. Kacha! The immortal scepter hit the switch, and with a creak, the golden castle's door opened. Come in quickly. The immortal scepter's voice sounded from within. Fang Qian was stunned for a moment. Then he leaped and entered the golden castle. Dong! In just a breath's time, the golden castle closed again. Fang Qian looked at the immortal scepter and asked curiously, "That day, after you blocked the enemy for me, where did you go? Why did you appear in the ancient road of space-time?" Hearing this, the immortal scepter said, "I don't know. That day, when I blocked the enemy and was injured, I was smashed into the ground. I don't know what mechanism I triggered, but I inexplicably came here. This castle is very strange. There are restrictions everywhere, and my range of movement is very small. In the past few days, I found the mechanism to open the golden castle's door." The immortal scepter said. "What did you find?" Fang Qian nodded and then asked. "Those powerhouses who were wandering in the boundary and died in the past walked out of the golden castle." The immortal scepter said, "Come with me." While speaking, the immortal scepter brought Fang Qian to a square. In the center of the square, there was a black altar. "Do you see it? That black altar is the source." The immortal scepter said. The moment Fang Qian saw the black altar, his body froze. Around the black altar, space-time was chaotic, and the origin was reversed. It was the first time he had seen such a strange place, so powerful. Sensing carefully, Fang Qian could not help but exclaim, "Don't get close to the black altar." Seeing that Fang Qian was about to walk over, the immortal scepter stopped him and said, "I wanted to explore before, but every time I got close to the black altar, I would fall into the chaotic space-time. I even saw a corner of the ancient battle of gods in the chaotic space-time." "What?" Fang Qian cried out involuntarily. His eyes widened, and his heart was full of waves. In the chaotic space-time, he actually saw a corner of the ancient battle of gods? If your mind is not firm enough, it is very likely that you'll get lost in the chaotic space-time. The immortal scepter continued. Dong dong dong. The power in Fang Qian's body suddenly vibrated rhythmically. Fang Qian found that the hidden star sword also seemed to have a strange movement. This was the power of the glazed golden stone. "Do you want me to enter the chaotic space-time?" Fang Qian looked at the hidden star sword and asked. The hidden star sword let out a sword cry, as if responding to Fang Qian. He knew that this was a wisp of the pure-blooded rock's obsession. "Okay, I'll go and have a look." After saying that, Fang Qian took a step forward and came to the black altar. Suddenly, the sound of ghosts crying and gods howling filled his ears. Fang Qian felt that the world was spinning, as if he was in the reincarnation sword shuttle. "It's a bit similar to the world of samsara," Fang Qian whispered, but after sensing it carefully, he still found that there was a little difference. The chaotic spacetime was obviously a level higher than the world of Samsara. After an unknown period of time, Fong Chen appeared on a barren continent. The flames of war were everywhere, and there was endless smoke. The whole continent was plunged into misery and suffering, and blood flowed like rivers. After seeing this scene, he was greatly shocked. Boom! Suddenly, a demonic beast appeared in the sky. It flapped its wings, and the whole continent was trembling. Die! The next moment, a black shadow roared. With a saber in his hand, he cut through the sky and hacked at the demonic beast's wings. Crack! The rock's wings were cut off, and blood spurted out. It dragged its seriously injured body and desperately resisted. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. After saying that, the rock burned its blood essence, and its whole body turned into a sea of fire, burning the sky red. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The black shadow held the saber in his hand and attacked again. Every time he waved the saber, it would increase the rock's injuries. After waving the saber 9 times in a row, the rock's body was directly crippled. Pucci! The rock dragged its broken body and launched the last attack. The next moment, the continent trembled, and Fong Chen's vision turned black, and he returned to reality. Phew! He breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly withdrew from the black altar. Could it be that the rock is the pure-blooded rock in the enchantment? Chapter 3176. Time and space were in disorder, and Fong Chen saw a corner of the past. Moreover, it was a battle between a pure-blooded rock and a mysterious enemy. That battle was extremely tragic. An entire continent was destroyed. He even wondered if the pure-blooded rock had fallen in that era. In the hidden star sword, the power of the glazed golden stone was constantly surging, and it seemed to be a little unstable. Dong dong dong. A series of shocking sounds sounded in Fong Chen's mind. Suddenly, a series of images appeared in his mind. These images were the tragic battle that he had just seen in the chaotic time and space. Something's wrong. Suddenly, Fong Chen noticed that something was wrong. Immediately, his pupils shrank, and he stared straight at the pure-blooded rock's battle scene. His trajectory. Fong Chen's heart was in turmoil. His body trembled, and he was stunned on the spot. Every time the pure-blooded rock's body turned, there was a very strange route. And this route just gave Fong Chen a sense of déjà vu. Thinking carefully, wasn't this the rock's movement technique? Thinking of this, Fong Chen sat cross-legged and inserted the hidden star sword in front of him. The aura of the glazed golden stone emerged and quickly drilled into his body. Guard me. Before Fong Chen closed his eyes, he transmitted his voice to the immortal scepter. The latter stood in front of the hidden star sword. Don't worry. Fong Chen's palm was constantly gesturing, and the trajectory of the pure-blooded rock flashed in his mind. Every shift made Fong Chen feel very shocked. The rock's aura surrounded Fong Chen's body. Time passed by minute, and Fong Chen's comprehension of the rock's movement technique was constantly improving. Outside the golden castle, suddenly, a mass of black aura appeared on the gray and foggy space-time ancient road. Taking a closer look, it was the primordial spirit light mass of the bloodline monarch candidate. After the battle with Fong Chen, his physical body was shattered, and his soul fled in panic. If he hadn't paid a sufficient price, how could he have escaped so easily? In the past few days, he had been walking the ancient path of space-time in fear. He was constantly worried that his soul would be destroyed. Today, he suddenly discovered the Golden Castle. What is this? The Bloodline King candidate was extremely excited. At the end of the ancient road of time and space stood a golden castle. Perhaps this castle contained some heaven-shaking secret. At the thought of this, he manipulated his primordial spirit light cluster and quickly approached the golden castle. However, at that instant, the space was torn apart, followed by a tremendous demonic aura. Dong! 2 Wanma's feet stomped heavily on the ancient path of time and space. The entire sky seemed to tremble. The stars around the golden castle also collided with each other heavily. A mere essence soul dares to enter the ancient path of space-time? Tu Wanma's aura had undergone a completely different change. An unprecedented amount of demonic aura gathered on his body. In the stars of the ancient path of time and space, he had found the demonic inheritance left behind by a peerless demonic cultivator from the ancient times. After inheriting the demonic inheritance, his strength had become even more powerful. Now he had condensed a demonic heart and was considered a true demonic cultivator. This golden castle belongs to me, Tu Wanma. As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Wanma stretched out his hand and grabbed the primordial spirit light mass of the bloodline monarch candidate, struggling. Looking at the struggling primordial spirit light mass in his palm, Tu Wanma sneered and crushed it with his palm. No, I am the bloodline monarch candidate. If you let me go, I can teach you the bloodline monarch's unique skill. At such a critical moment, he couldn't care less. He had to save his life first. Bloodline monarch. Hearing this, Tu Wanma's eyes narrowed and his body trembled slightly. Immediately, a look of greed appeared in his eyes. The bloodline monarch candidate. He stared the primordial spirit light mass, and a terrifying demonic aura appeared around him. It formed a huge whirlpool and pulled the primordial spirit light mass into the whirlpool. What are you trying to do? Seeing this, the bloodline monarch candidate exclaimed. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from Tu Wanma's grasp. It is said that the bloodline monarch relied on his powerful bloodline power to reach the peak. Anyone who could obtain his bloodline power would possess powerful strength. Since you are the bloodline monarch candidate, you must have a powerful bloodline power flowing in your body, right? Speaking of this, Tu Wanma smiled eerily. Ever since he had condensed a demonic heart, Tu Wanma's heart had become even darker. In his world, as long as he could increase his strength, he would do anything. 1. The demonic aura whirlpool closed instantly, and the primordial spirit light mass was absorbed by Tu Wanma. In his mind, the primordial spirit of the bloodline monarch candidate was still struggling, but it was soon suppressed by him. 1. A large amount of information appeared in his mind. After a while, Tu Wanma smiled eerily, and a strange smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect World Lord Skyheart to be a bloodline monarch candidate, and his strength has reached such a level. Tu Wanma said in a deep voice, however, as long as you have not stepped into the realm of World King, I, Tu Wanma, have a way to kill you. Bang! Tu Wanma stomped his feet, and the bloodline power in his body surged. The entire sky became incomparably oppressive. His body was covered with a scarlet aura. The bloodline monarch candidate's strength was completely absorbed by him. As expected of the bloodline monarch's strength, this is just the tip of the iceberg, and it has such a powerful strength. If I can kill World Lord Skyheart and absorb his complete strength, my strength will definitely increase. Even if I don't break through to the realm of World King, I will be able to dominate the realm of World Lords. Not long after, Tu Wanma completely controlled the bloodline power of the bloodline monarch candidate. At this time, he slowly raised his head, and his gaze fell on the golden castle. Don't worry, you and I have a common enemy. I will help you take revenge. As Tu Wanma's voice fell, the struggle in his primordial spirit instantly disappeared. The bloodline monarch candidate had completely disappeared from this world. He never dreamed that he would die in the hands of another bloodline monarch candidate, but in the hands of Tu Wanma. As Tu Wanma approached the golden castle, he could feel a powerful seal. Watch me break it with a punch. Tu Wanma clenched his fist, and a monstrous demonic aura revolved around him as he punched out. Dong! The golden castle trembled and swayed. A crack appeared on the seal. Go in. Tu Wanma's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of the crack. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly felt a terrifying power surging out from the crack. Hoo hoo hoo! Tu Wanma's figure was forced back. After stabilizing himself, Tu Wanma's black eyes stared at the golden castle. There's someone in the castle. Tu Wanma's voice was hoarse, and his face was extremely gloomy. That aura just now, although it wasn't strong, it gave me a sense of unease. Who is in the golden castle? Tu Wanma thought to himself. Could it be him? He thought of the red-robed old man, but soon he shook his head and rejected this idea. If it was the red-robed old man, he definitely wouldn't stop him. Humph, I don't believe that you can stop me for long. After thinking for a moment, Tu Wanma launched a frenzied attack. At this time in the golden castle, a mysterious power floated around Fangchen, and there were many rock shadows formed by the power of space-time revolving around him. The immortal scepter was a little anxious. Tu Wanma is attacking the golden castle, and the seal is loosening. It's taking too long, and I can't stop him. In just one exchange, the immortal scepter could feel that Tu Wanma had completely demonized. He must have received the inheritance of an unparalleled demon emperor and formed a demon heart to demonize, the immortal scepter said. He glanced at Fangchen, who was still comprehending. Immortal heaven and earth, seal the heavens. The immortal scepter made a crazy decision, and it instantly expanded, standing in front of the golden castle's gate. At the same time, it burned its origin energy to block Tu Wanma's attack. Buzz! At this moment, a loud and clear sword chime resounded throughout the ancient castle. Swoosh! A dazzling sword light whizzed, and the hidden star sword floated in front of the immortal scepter. Master is cultivating, and he can't be disturbed. I'll fight with you, the hidden star sword said. All right. The two emperor weapons worked together to stop the enemy, and the shaking of the golden castle gradually stabilized. The dazzling sword light and the immortal star force intertwined, forming a huge seal that covered the golden castle's gate, firmly sealing it. Chapter 30:177. Sword chi and immortal star power intertwined, forming a golden cage that was engraved on the door of the golden castle, blocking Tu Wanma's attack. Damn it! Tu Wanma punched out, and the terrifying power hit the castle door, shaking the space-time ancient path. You want to stop me? Suddenly, demonic chi surged out of Tu Wanma's body. He stomped his foot, and his slender figure stood in front of the golden castle like a demon god. A long time ago, Tu Wanma didn't have this name. According to his words, his goal was to kill all the demons in the world. But now he had fallen into the demon Tao. Wang. Inside his body, a demon heart formed entirely by demon chi floated out. Tu Wanma opened his palm, and the demon heart landed in his palm. In an instant, the sky changed color and the castle shook. The most important and fundamental thing for a demonic cultivator was the legendary demon heart. Once a demonic cultivator could form a demon heart, they would leave the ordinary demonic cultivator and become a noble saint demonic cultivator. Tu Wanma held the demon heart in his hand, and vast power surged out. He clenched his fist and stepped out, arriving in front of the castle door. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive, as if the end of the world had arrived. When the power in his fist had accumulated to a certain extent, he suddenly punched out. Boom! A pitch-black demonic chi enveloped his entire fist. When his fist collided with the castle's gate, the terrifying demonic heart released a powerful corrosive power. Hiss! Even the gate of the castle, which was so strong, was actually corroded into a terrifying crack. The star-concealing sword and immortal scepter behind the castle door quickly retreated. Demon heart! The immortal scepter muttered, and its aura was very heavy. As a weapon that had followed the immortal emperor to battle, it had seen countless demonic cultivators. However, every saint demonic cultivator with a demon heart was extremely terrifying. Boom! Just as the two weapons were thinking, the castle door was blasted open, and Tu Wanma arrived. Emperor weapon! After seeing the star-concealing sword, Tu Wanma's eyes were filled with greed. He licked his dry lips and said in a gloomy voice, "I didn't expect to encounter an imperial weapon the moment I entered the ancient castle. This ancient castle is indeed mysterious." However, at this moment, he suddenly saw the immortal scepter. His body trembled, his eyes widened, and he was tongue-tied. "Is it also an imperial weapon?" Tu Wan Ma cried out involuntarily. A monarch weapon was enough to cause an uproar in the outside world. However, at that moment, the two imperial armaments before him were actually two imperial armaments. Furthermore, he was able to clearly sense that those two imperial armaments were filled with boundless power. It must be the personal weapon of an ancient expert. At the thought of this, Tu Wan Ma laughed eerily. He stretched out his hand, and a monstrous, demonic aura shot up into the sky, covering the entire golden castle. Suppress. He wanted to obtain the two imperial armaments. Thus, he decided to suppress them directly. Of course, he also knew that monarch armaments possessed intelligence. The slightest bit of carelessness would allow them to escape. Therefore, he directly activated his demonic heart and used the strongest demonic power to suppress the immortal scepter and the hidden star sword. 1. The hidden star sword released a powerful sword chi, while the immortal scepter released the immortal star power. However, weapons were ultimately weapons. If there was no one controlling them, their offensive power wouldn't be enough to defeat a transcendent world lord. Very easily, Tu Wan Ma suppressed them. "What do we do now?" the hidden star sword asked. "He has a demonic heart. There's nothing we can do," the immortal scepter said helplessly. At this moment, Fong Chen was still sitting cross-legged. His body was filled with space-time aura. He was comprehending the great rock movement technique and fusing space-time Tao. Kacha! Although the immortal scepter and hidden star sword were suppressed, Tu Wan Ma wasn't able to fully control them in a short period of time. After feeling the resistance of the two imperial armaments, Tu Wan Ma became even more excited. The heavens are really helping me. If I have these two imperial armaments, even if I meet a world king expert, I will be able to fight against him. Thinking of this, he took a step forward and continued to suppress the immortal scepter and hidden star sword with his demonic heart. Dong dong dong. Within Fong Chen's body, the 5 immortal star cores crazily surged as if they wanted to break out of his body. Voila! Feeling the movement of the immortal star cores, Fong Chen suddenly opened his eyes and saw Tu Wan Ma attacking. "Stop!" Fong Chen roared furiously and threw out a punch. Scram! Tu Wan Ma waved his sleeves, wanting to block. Dong! However, Fong Chen's strength exceeded his imagination. His sleeves were torn apart, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Fong Chen waved his hand and forced the demonic heart back. The immortal scepter and hidden star sword were relieved and returned to Fong Chen's side. Tu Wan Ma, who had stabilized himself, was slightly surprised when he saw Fong Chen. "It's you," Tu Wan Ma said gloomily. That day, the 4 of them planned to kill Fong Chen at the Boundary Mountain. However, the latter's strength exceeded their imagination. He was able to fight against a transcendent world lord. In the end, their plan failed and they returned. Now, after so many years, Tu Wan Ma's strength had reached another level. After entering the ancient space-time road, he had formed a world heart by chance. He was confident that he could kill Fong Chen. "You're quite lucky," Tu Wan Ma said coldly. "These 2 emperor weapons are yours." Facing Tu Wan Ma's question, Fong Chen nodded. "Hand them over to me, and I can leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. I will make you suffer all the tortures in this world." Tu Wan Ma threatened. Fong Chen shrugged. "Have you ever thought that the person standing in front of you is someone who doesn't even fear a transcendent world lord?" Hee hee. Tu Wan Ma's face was filled with mockery. "So what if you're a transcendent? I, Tu Wan Ma, am destined to be the strongest transcendent in the world capital. Killing you is as easy as crushing an ant." Tu Wan Ma said arrogantly. He's formed a demon heart. Be careful. The immortal scepter said. Fang Chen had naturally heard of the ancient era's demonic cultivators and knew how terrifying a demon heart was. After hearing the immortal scepter's words, Fang Chen was a little surprised but soon returned to normal. So what if he had formed a demon heart? If he wasn't strong enough, having a demon heart wouldn't help. Seems like you won't give up until all hope is gone. Tu Wanma saw through Fang Chen's thoughts and opened his palm. His demon heart shone and demonic qi swept across the land. Today I'll kill you. Remember, the person who will kill you is called Tu Wanma. With that, Tu Wanma moved and arrived in front of Fang Chen in a single stride. Scram! Fang Chen punched out, pushing his Emperor Realm strength to the limit. Boom! The two fists collided. Tu Wanma was at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat. Damn it, I don't believe that your physical body is stronger than my sacred demon body. Wang. On the surface of Tu Wanma's skin, there were complicated black patterns that were densely packed, and all of them were attached to the surface of his skin. In the next moment, his physical body became abnormally strong, and demonic qi surged towards Fang Chen. The sacred demon body can crush everything. The sacred devil physique was a special physique that demonic cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. Now, Tu Wanma had fully activated it. Although the sacred demon body is strong, you're too weak and can't use its full power. Fang Chen shook his head and said softly. Then, the chaotic sword body was activated and the sword runes shone as it went against the sacred demon body. Boom! The chaotic sword body went against the sacred demon body. The two super strong body constitutions started a shocking battle. Kacha! Tu Wanma took a step out, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. However, Fang Chen blocked it with ease. If that's all you have, just admit defeat, Fang Chen said. You're courting death. Tu Wanma continued to step out and waved his fists. The sacred demon body was connected to the demon heart and exerted its strongest power. Die! Tu Wanma's fists were filled with demonic qi as they slammed towards Fang Chen's body. Boom! There was a loud explosion as the two collided. The demonic qi quickly invaded Fang Chen's body. However, in the next second, Tu Wanma was shocked to find that his sacred demon body could not break through Fang Chen's defense. How is this possible? Tu Wanma cried out involuntarily. Are you done? It's my turn now. After saying that, Fang Chen fully activated his Emperor Realm strength and the chaotic sword body shone brightly. Dong! 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 There was a deafening explosion in the golden castle. Dust flew, and the ground caved in. Chapter 30, 178. Bang! A wretched figure shot out from the sunken ground. He looked up to the sky and roared in anger. His clothes were tattered and his body was covered in a terrifying demonic aura. What is your special body constitution? Tu Wanma asked as he suppressed his anger. He did not believe that there was another body constitution in the world that could defeat his sacred demon body. Chaotic sword body. Fang Chen said casually. Tu Wanma's eyes shrunk and his face turned gloomy. The chaos sword body was the number 1 body constitution in the primordial chaos world. Fang Chen's attainment in the sword Dao had a lot to do with the chaotic sword body. Tu Wanma was not afraid of the Emperor Realm chaotic sword body. Impossible. Even the chaos sword body can't defeat my sacred demon body. Unless, at this point, Tu Wanma fell into silence. He thought of a possibility. If that was the case, then this guy's potential was too terrifying. Emperor Realm. That was the only explanation that made sense. Your physical body has reached the Emperor Realm? Tu Wanma asked in a hoarse voice. Fang Chen shrugged. What do you have to fight me? Damn it. Tu Wanma clenched his fists tightly as he vented his anger. His face was ferocious as he glared at Fang Chen with his scarlet eyes. Humph. Even if your physical body has reached the Emperor Realm, You can forget about escaping from me." At this moment, Tu Wanma did not hold back anymore. He activated his demon heart and used his strongest attack. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure was faintly discernible as he hid in the void. Like the wind, no one could catch a trace of him. Boom! Tu Wanma punched out again and again. However, each punch missed. In a short while, the golden castle was in ruins. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen used the rock movement skill, and his speed increased to the maximum. Tu Wanma could not catch up with him. "You can't even catch my figure, and you want to kill me?" Suddenly, Fang Chen appeared in the void and sneered. Back in the ancient era, Fang Chen saw the battle between the pure-blooded rock and the mysterious enemy. In that battle, the pure-blooded rock used the rock movement skill to the maximum. Every movement was a perfect demonstration of the rock movement skill. It was also because of this experience that Fang Chen entered a state of epiphany, completely comprehending the rock movement technique. Now he could use the rock movement skill and could fuse it with the space-time Tao. No one in the sector realm could catch up to his speed. From the very beginning, Fang Chen had been in an undefeatable position. How could slaughter 10,000 demons resist him? Rumble! Tu Wanma let out a hysterical roar as he activated his demon heart to the maximum. Terrifying energy continued to wreak havoc on the golden castle. However, no matter how hard he tried he could not touch Fang Chen. On the contrary, the power of his demon heart was rapidly depleting. Fang Chen found the right time to turn behind him and threw out a punch. Dong! Tu Wanma's body flew out as if he was struck by lightning and landed heavily on the ground. "Ah, I'm going to kill you." Tu Wanma was enraged. His demon heart flashed and fused with his palm. Boom! Tu Wanma used his strongest attack and hit Fang Chen. Crack! The fist landed and Fang Chen's body shattered. It missed. His strongest attack actually missed. "I don't believe you can be a coward forever." Tu Wanma roared. Invincible sword technique. Fang Chen found the right time to appear. He held the hidden star sword and used the star-breaking sword. At the same time, he held the immortal scepter in his other hand and activated the immortal star core. With the two combined his strength sword. How is this possible? Tu Wanma cried out involuntarily. He felt fear. He had never seen a transcendent sector lord being able to use such strength. Pucci, Tu Wanma's sacred devil body, did not have any power to resist. His defense was directly broken, and the hidden star sword stabbed into his body. Fresh blood spurted out, and Tu Wanma's aura quickly dissipated. At the same time, the immortal scepter whizzed over. The immortal star power completely imprisoned Tu Wanmo. The scepter expanded and smashed onto his head. Dong! Tu Wanma's head shattered, and his primordial spirit was exposed in the void. Run! At this moment, Tu Wanma was terrified. His primordial spirit flew towards the black altar. Voila! Just as he got close to the black altar, his primordial spirit entered the chaotic space and disappeared. "I will come back for revenge." Tu Wanma's angry voice could be heard. Fang Chen frowned as he felt a sense of uneasiness. He did not know if it was a good or bad thing to let Tu Wanma escape. His primordial spirit entered the chaotic space. He will most likely die. The immortal scepter said, "Even if he doesn't die, he is not worthy to be your opponent." The powerful Tu Wanma was one of the top transcendent sector lords. However, facing Fang Chen, he did not even have the strength to fight back. Unknowingly, Fang Chen's strength had reached such a terrifying level. In the entire realm city, and even the northern region, there were few sector lords that could match him. Kacha! The black altar, which seemed to have existed since ancient times, suddenly emitted a crisp sound. Then, cracks began to appear on its surface. What's going on? Fang Chen cried out in surprise, feeling very astonished. He stared at the black altar, wanting to find something. However, in the end, The black altar shattered under his gaze and disappeared into the golden castle. Chaotic space. The disappearance of the black altar triggered a series of effects. Fang Qin took a step forward and arrived at the chaotic space-time from before. However, this time, he did not enter the chaotic space again. Return to normal? Fang Qian looked around and finally confirmed that the chaotic space had disappeared and the void had returned to normal. What is in the black altar? Why did it cause the space to become chaotic? Fang Qin racked his brains. Perhaps the answer can be found in other places in the Golden Castle. The Immortal Scepter reminded, the Golden Castle is at the end of the ancient path of time. There should be something hidden there. Let's go and take a look. In the following time, Fang Chen brought the Immortal Scepter and Hidden Star Sword and searched the Golden Castle carefully. In the vast void, there were two connected miniature universes. At the connecting point of the two universes, there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the void. Suddenly, his eyes flew open. Time comprehension? The bone progenitor's face was filled with an excited smile. This time comprehension came from his disciple, Fang Qin. What an exquisite time comprehension! It's true that the new generation excels the old. Each generation is stronger than the previous. The bone progenitor's proudest thing in his life was to have such an excellent disciple like Fang Qin. Now, with the bone progenitor's strength, it was more than enough to explore the ancient Saint Chaos. However, he insisted on protecting the galaxy universe and the Shura universe. More importantly, he wanted to open up a path that no one had taken before and concentrate on studying the way of time and space. After reading the time comprehension, the bone progenitor stroked his beard and chuckled. As expected of my disciple, if I'm not wrong, he should have established himself in the ancient chaos. The outside world was very big, but the bone progenitor was not lonely. To be exact, on the path of cultivation, he could only be accompanied by loneliness. The bone progenitor found that in the Shura universe, there was an evil god emperor slaughtering the experts of the god realm. Evil warriors should not exist in the first place. With a flick of his sleeve, a strange light flashed. At the same time, in the Shura universe, at the peak of the god realm, many powerful god emperors gathered together to fight against the evil demon. Today, I will unify the god realm. You are so evil. You will be punished by the heavens, a god emperor said coldly. Even if I die, I will not let you succeed. Many god emperors did not back down. Heavenly punishment. To rule the god realm, I am the heavens. The heavenly punishment is decided by me. Who can restrain me? The evil demon laughed arrogantly. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying vortex appeared in the sky. The entire god realm became abnormally quiet. A bright light swooped down and blasted the evil demon's body. Bang! The evil demon's body crashed to the ground, and his body and soul were destroyed. A sigh came from the 9 heavens above. Those who do evil are doomed to destruction. Many god emperors were shocked. They were even more certain that there were more terrifying existences above the god emperors. Chapter 3179. Deep within the Golden Castle. In a courtyard filled with a gloomy aura, a red-robed old man's complexion was gloomy and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. The black altar has disappeared. He was lost, his face expressionless. At the same time, his heart was filled with hatred towards Fang Qin. That damned fellow, for ruining my plans, I will kill you, the red-robed old man viciously said. However, he was also aware of his own limitations. He had personally witnessed the battle between Tu Wanma and Fang Qin, and his heart had been shaken to the core. He never imagined that Lin Ming's strength would have reached such a degree. To step into transcendence in a single step, even in ancient times, that would be an incredible existence. I never imagined that such a monstrous genius would appear in this age of chaos. The red-robed old man's eyes flashed as a light flashed in his mind. Such a monstrous genius of heaven has potential that is countless times greater than 2 Wanmas. It is only a matter of time before he breaks into the World King realm. In the future, he might even become a stable ruler. If such a person could be used by me, that would be for the best. The red-robed old man had borrowed the chaotic space and time around the black altar to arrive in this era. His ambitions were great, and he wasn't willing to accept the current situation. He wanted to be resurrected, to be reborn. This had been his wish since the endless years. Unfortunately, when his plans had reached the most critical step, Fong Qin had appeared out of nowhere and disrupted his plans. Let's go. After thinking for a moment, the red-robed old man eerily smiled. He stepped out of the courtyard and quickly walked down a tree-lined path. He knew better than anyone just what this golden castle represented. Hoo! Soon, the red-robed old man saw Fong Qin. Little friend. Before Fong Qin could speak, the red-robed old man took the initiative to speak first. He smiled and said, "Your potential is unparalleled. Now that you have reached the Transcendence Realm, you have the qualifications to obtain the inheritance of the Golden Castle." Who are you? Fong Qin could clearly sense that there was a special aura on this person's body. This person came from the past and had already fallen. Who I am is not important. What is important is that the person I have been waiting for has appeared. The red-robed old man spread out his hands and said with a smile, "I watched your previous battle. You are qualified to obtain the treasure. Now, it's up to you whether you want it or not." What's in the Golden Castle? What is hidden at the end of the ancient road of space-time? Fong Qin asked all the questions in his heart. The Golden Castle was created by a powerful existence. Back then, he came to the end of the ancient road of space-time and deliberately built the Golden Castle to show his status. The red-robed old man continued, "The inheritance treasure left behind by that expert is hidden in this Golden Castle. If you agree, I can take you there now." Fong Qin stared at the old man and nodded slowly. "This way." With that, the red-robed old man walked in front, with Fong Qin following closely behind, on the elegant and quiet tree-lined path. The more Fong Qin walked, the more uneasy he felt. "How much further?" Fong Qin asked. "We're almost there." The red-robed old man kept a smile on his face. After a while, the red-robed old man stopped and pointed ahead. "Do you see that? The inheritance is in that pagoda." In the depths of the Golden Castle, a magnificent 9-story pagoda stood in front of them, shining with a dazzling light. The pagoda was surrounded by a heavy aura, giving off a feeling of vicissitudes. The pagoda contains the will left behind by that unparalleled expert. He has already acknowledged you. As long as you get close, it will suck you in. Fong Qin took a step forward and looked at the pagoda up close. The 9-story pagoda had complicated golden patterns on it. The circulation trajectories of these patterns were actually somewhat similar to the heaven ceiling tablet. Could it be that the owner of the Golden Castle is also an array master? Fong Qin murmured. Boom! Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt a powerful force coming from behind him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wild power ruthlessly smashed into Fong Qin's body. Caught off guard, Fong Qin's body was sent flying. Rip! When his body got close to the pagoda, a terrifying suction force pulled him into the pagoda. Humph! You're still too inexperienced to play with me. Seeing this, the red-robed old man sneered and opened his palm. A palm-sized token appeared in his palm. Kid, listen carefully. The red-robed old man said loudly. The environment in this pagoda is extremely harsh. Even a transcendent world lord would find it hard to walk out alive. With your strength, you'll only be able to last for half a year before being completely destroyed. I'll give you a chance now. As long as you swear a martial oath and choose to submit to me, I'll open the pagoda and let you out. Otherwise, you'll stay in the pagoda forever. The red-robed old man's words clearly entered Fong Qin's ears. Despicable. In the first level of the pagoda, Fong Qin stood quietly, his face filled with anger. You want me to submit to you? Dream on. Fong Chen sneered and activated his Emperor Realm strength to attack the pagoda. Dong dong dong. On the pagoda, complex golden patterns formed a powerful seal, blocking Fong Chen's attacks. After a while, Fong Chen stopped his attacks. His forehead was covered in sweat. This seal is very strange. It contains the essence blood of an unparalleled expert. It's very difficult to break it. Fong Chen muttered. It's useless. Only I can open the pagoda. The red-robed old man's voice came from outside the pagoda. Fong Chen ignored him and looked at the pagoda carefully. The first level was extremely spacious, as if it was an independent space. It was white as far as the eye could see. What's in this pagoda? Roar. Suddenly, an angry roar could be heard. Immediately after, a Sector Lord Realm beast pounced towards Fong Qin in a frenzy. Bang! Fong Qin sent it flying with a punch. Dong! The beast's huge body landed heavily on the ground, causing dust to fly. It quickly got up and charged towards Fong Qin again. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of punches, Zhang Xian managed to suppress the demonic beast. Kacha! The beast's head was smashed by Fong Qin, and it died completely. Buzz! A line of golden words appeared above his head and lit up the entire first level of the pagoda. Fong Chen looked up and his pupils constricted when he saw the line of words. So this pagoda is called the 9-level space-time pagoda. Fong Chen grinned. Every level has a test. If you want to climb up, you have to pass the test. Moreover, Fong Chen knew that after passing the test on the 9th level, he could leave the 9-level space-time pagoda. Thinking of this, he was very happy. In this way, he could leave without being threatened by the red-robed old man. In the following time, Fong Chen began to kill the demonic beasts in a frenzy. Only by killing a certain number of beasts could he pass. At this time, outside the 9-level space-time pagoda, the red-robed old man was still waiting for Fong Chen's response, but there was no response from the pagoda. The complicated golden patterns returned to normal. What? You want to break the seal by force? What a joke! The red-robed old man sneered. I'll wait for you here. I'd like to see how long you can last. The red-robed old man was very confident in his plan. He did not believe that such a monstrous genius would be willing to be trapped in the 9-level space-time pagoda for a long time. After a long time, he would definitely beg for mercy. Humph! In the mind of the red-robed old man, he was already imagining how to proceed with his plan after controlling Fong Qin. In the 9-level space-time pagoda, Fong Qin used a day to clear all the beasts on the first level. At this time, he had already arrived at the 2nd level. Phew! Heaving a sigh of relief, he rested for a moment and continued to kill the beasts. Although the beasts in the 9-level space-time pagoda are of different races, they all have one thing in common, which is that their bodies more or less contain a trace of space-time power. Every time Fong Qin killed a beast, he would absorb the space-time power for his own use. Let's start the hunt. Pucci! The hidden star sword cut through the sky and slashed a beast not far away. With a crack, the beast's head shattered and fell to the ground. Roar! All the beasts on the 2nd level roared at the sky, wanting to surround and kill this outsider. They quickly surrounded Fong Qin and stared at him like a tiger watching its prey. It's been a long time since I had such a good fight. Fong Qin exerted all his strength and fought with all his might. Chapter 3180. Using the beasts in the pagoda, Fong Qin could refine his swordsmanship. Since the creation of the invincible sword Dao, it had been perfected many times. However, no Dao was perfect. No matter what, there would always be flaws. What Fong Qin could do was to perfect the flaws as much as possible, especially the 8th move, the star-breaking sword. With the help of the hidden star sword, it seemed even more natural. Apart from that, as he absorbed more space-time energy, Fong Chen's attainments in the Tao of space-time grew stronger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One could often see a white figure looming in the pagoda. Every time it appeared, it would be accompanied by a blinding sword light. Wherever the sword light passed, the beasts would all die. The great rock movement technique is indeed powerful. Fang Qin said with a smile as he killed the beasts. If it wasn't for the great rock movement technique, he wouldn't have been able to kill the beasts so easily. He had been trapped in the pagoda for half a year. Fang Qin had already arrived at the 7th floor. The beasts in the first 6 floors couldn't pose any threat to him. However, the beasts in the 7th floor were abnormally powerful. The beasts here should be equivalent to a human, transcendent sector lord. Fang Qin muttered, "Roar." The beasts' roars were endless. Fang Qin held the hidden star sword and shuttled through the beasts, killing them one by one. Puchi! A humongous beast suddenly ignited its origin energy and charged at Fang Qin, intending to take him down with it. However, with a flick of Fang Qin's wrist, the star-concealing sword drew a dazzling flower in the air before exploding with a loud bang. The terrifying energy directly engulfed the demonic beast. Although they were all transcendents, Fang Qin's strength was far beyond other transcendents. Even transcendents were no match for him. However, due to the large number of beasts and their various talents, it was a little troublesome to deal with them. While his original body was trapped in the pagoda, the weapon pavilion that his avatar was in also faced some danger. Currently, the weapon pavilion was the most powerful force in the Western region. Ever since Fang Qin destroyed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion and killed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion Master, his clone had become the strongest fighting force in the vast Western region. Blood City, the headquarters of the Weapon Pavilion. Once upon a time, Blood City was just a normal city. But now, Red City was very prosperous. It had even become the economic center of the Western region. Powerhouses were as common as clouds. Countless martial artists came to Red City from thousands of miles away just to get a weapon from the Armament Pavilion. Today, a group of unknown experts came to Blood City. Their auras were extremely powerful. From now on, the Demon Heaven sect is the dominant force in the Western region. If the Weapon Pavilion knows what's good for you, you should disband. Otherwise, the Demon Heaven sect will destroy the Weapon Pavilion. The leader was clad in armor and exuded a powerful aura. His attitude was extremely arrogant. Creak! The doors of the Weapon Pavilion opened, and the Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher and Grandmaster Dongfang walked out side by side. Demon Heaven sect? How arrogant! When the Weapon Pavilion destroyed the Imperial Weapon Pavilion, where were you? Grandmaster Dongfang looked at them coldly. You want to destroy the Weapon Pavilion? How arrogant of the Demon Heaven sect! The Demon Heaven sect was a rising force in recent years. In the beginning, they were only active in the far west of the Western region, and the Weapon Pavilion did not think much of it. After all, in the vast Western region, there were countless forces. Forces were destroyed every day, and new forces were born. As long as these forces submitted to the Weapon Pavilion, there would be no problem. But what the Weapon Pavilion did not expect was that although the Demon Heaven sect seemed to be well behaved on the surface, they were developing wildly in the dark. Moreover, they seemed to have a powerful backer behind them. In just a few years, they had developed rapidly, especially recently. Their momentum had surpassed that of the Weapon Pavilion. Just as the Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher and Grandmaster Dongfang were discussing countermeasures, the Demon Heaven sect came knocking on their door. Go back and tell the higher-ups of the Demon Heaven sect that if they want to fight, the Weapon Pavilion will accompany them. Having said that, the Heart Weapon Imperial Teacher turned around and walked back to the headquarters of the Weapon Pavilion. Humph, the Weapon Pavilion is only SOSO. The armored man sneered. Grandmaster Dongfang's body came to an abrupt stop. He turned his head and said, "Say that again." I said, "The Weapon Pavilion is trash." The armored man said word by word. What, are you angry? Kill me if you can, but I don't think you have the guts. After all, I have the Demon Heaven sect behind me. The weapon pavilion does not dare to bear the anger of the demon heaven sect. Before the armored man could finish his words, Grandmaster Dongfang made his move. Die. Grandmaster Dongfang flicked his finger, and a dense number of darts shot out. Ding, ding, ding. The armored man was prepared and easily blocked them. Grandmaster Dongfang, you're good at refining weapons, but you're not good at fighting, right? The armored man took a step forward and arrived in front of Grandmaster Dongfang in an instant. There was a strange force in his palm, and he blasted it toward Grandmaster Dongfang's head. However, just as his palm was about to hit Grandmaster Dongfang's body, he could not move it no matter how much force he used. He turned his head abruptly and saw an unfamiliar man pulling his arm. Get lost. He punched back and forced the unfamiliar man to retreat. Whoosh! Fang Qin stood in front of Grandmaster Dongfang and stared at the armored man. Who is the patriarch of Tian Shan Mountain to you? You! A trace of panic flashed across the armored man's face. How did you know? You have his aura on you. Humph. Since you know the patriarch's name, you still dare to attack. Fang Qin grinned and took a big stride forward, arriving in front of the armored man. The latter could not resist at all and was suppressed by Fang Qin. Fang Qin's big hand grabbed the armored man's neck and said coldly, I'm looking for him. Crack! The armored man's neck was broken. The few people who came with the armored man were frightened and kept retreating. Go back and tell the higher-ups of the Demon Heaven sect that if they challenge the authority of the Weapon Pavilion again, they will be destroyed. Fang Chen waved his sleeve and sent them flying. The entire Blood City was filled with enthusiastic applause. Countless people were shouting the Demon King's name excitedly. Since a few years ago, the Demon King had become a legendary figure in the Western region. Everyone knew that the Weapon Pavilion had a powerhouse. He was called the Demon King and could command thousands of demons, but no one had ever seen him attack. Some people even suspected that it was a lie made up by the Weapon Pavilion. But today the Demon King attacked. The Demon Heaven sect has gone too far. I beg the Demon King to destroy them. As long as the Demon King is here, the Weapon Pavilion will still be the dominant force in the Western region. Demon King. A lot of people were shouting. Demon Hand sect. What? The Demon King recognized the secret technique of the Tian Shan Palace? The patriarch of Tian Shan Mountain frowned. Who is this Demon King? Is he Fang Qin? Patriarch! The patriarch of Tian Shan Mountain waved his hand and said, You can leave first. Back then, he was the patriarch of the Tian Shan Palace. However, he was forced into a corner by Fang Qin and eventually became an evil martial artist. He left the eastern region and wandered the world. Finally, a few years ago, he heard that the Weapon Pavilion in the eastern region was created by Fang Qin. He stayed here for a few years and built the Demon Heaven sect single-handedly. The reason why he was unwilling to attack the Weapon Pavilion was that he was afraid that Fang Qin had a backup plan. I can't wait any longer. Maybe Fang Qin already knows that I'm here. The patriarch of Tian Shan Mountain made a decision. No matter who this Demon King is, I must kill him. After I destroy the Weapon Pavilion, I'll head to the southern region. Wherever Fang Qin goes, wherever he goes, I'll personally destroy them. The patriarch of Tian Shan Mountain was full of hatred for Fang Qin. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fang Qin. Pass down my order. The patriarch of Tian Shan Mountain summoned the steward. From today onwards, the Demon Heaven sect officially challenges the Weapon Pavilion. Patriarch, are we really going to war? The steward was a little worried. The Weapon Pavilion is the true overlord of the Western region. They have a strong foundation. Back then, even the Imperial Weapon Pavilion was destroyed. Our plan is not perfect. The patriarch of Tian Shan Mountain interrupted the steward. There's no time. Send the troops. Seeing this, the steward did not say anything else and quickly went to make the arrangements. The patriarch of Tian Shan Mountain's face turned cold. Demon King, you claim to be able to control thousands of monsters? I'd like to see how capable you are. Can you help Fong Qin and protect the weapon pavilion? G_Cup Female Idols, first video. Valiantly wins the championship. Please follow the WeChat public account. Mainvlu123. Long press for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 30, 181. Western Region, Blood City. Today, the atmosphere in Blood City was tense. In the huge city, there were countless martial artists on the streets. Their faces were filled with solemnity. Everyone knew that a great war was coming. It would determine whether they could survive or not. The Demon Heaven Sect's army had already arrived at the city. They were waiting for the ancestor of Tian Shan Sect's order to attack. By then, it was unknown whether the weapon pavilion could stop them. I didn't expect the Demon Heaven Sect to have developed to this stage. They're too powerful. Yeah, the Demon Heaven Sect has been holding back until today. I wonder if the weapon pavilion can stop them? With the Demon King around, the Demon Heaven Sect is nothing. All the martial artists in the streets and alleys of the city were discussing softly. Kaboom! At a certain moment, a suffocating force came from outside Blood City. Everyone's face changed. Their hearts raced as they retreated. They're here. The war was finally about to begin. They knew that the leader of the Demon Heaven Sect was here. Dong! Outside Blood City, the aura shook. The ancestor of Tian Shan Sect stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He exuded an evil aura. His dark eyes looked through Blood City and looked at the headquarters of the Weapon Pavilion. People of the Weapon Pavilion, listen up. From today onwards, the Demon Heaven Sect will be the only dominant force in the Western region. If you know what's good for you, you'd better disband. Otherwise, the Demon Heaven Sect will attack and wash Blood City with blood. A deafening voice resounded in the sky. The faces of the martial artists in Blood City changed drastically, their hearts filled with worry. However, the Weapon Pavilion was still calm. No sound came out. Boom! The city gate of Blood City suddenly suffered a heavy blow. It shattered into pieces, and the city walls collapsed. Many of the martial artists' faces were extremely pale. This is just a greeting gift. If the Weapon Pavilion doesn't respond, I'll flatten Blood City. The ancestor of Tian Shan Sect punched out and shattered the city gate. Dust flew up. The violent force swept across the sky. After the ancestor of Tian Shan Sect spoke, the headquarters of the Weapon Pavilion was still calm. It was as if they didn't care about the Demon Heaven Sect. Many martial artists of the Demon Heaven Sect were furious. Ancestor, why are you talking to them? Just attack and destroy them. As he spoke, one of them stomped his feet and leaped into the Blood City. Die! His gaze swept across the streets of Red City and finally landed on a group of weak martial artists. Those who dare to obstruct my demonic heaven sect will be killed without mercy. After he finished speaking, he opened his palm, and a terrifying power rushed down. No, a few weak martial artists were frightened out of their wits and screamed miserably. They closed their eyes in pain, feeling despair. Crack! However, at this critical moment, the body of the Demon Heaven Sect's expert collapsed without any warning. He fell onto the street and lost all signs of life. At the same time, his attack quietly dissipated. Yes, Lord Demon King. The Demon King has come out. The faces of the warriors who were saved by Fong Qin were filled with excitement as they shouted crazily. All the warriors in the city were shouting the Fei King's name. You are the Demon King? Fong Chen's back was facing the Tian Shan Patriarch, so the latter did not recognize him. Humph! How dare you kill the people of the Demon Heaven Sect? You are courting death. The Tian Shan Patriarch snorted coldly and flicked his finger. An extremely evil demonic aura shot out. Crack! Fong Chen stood quietly, allowing the aura to land on his body. The Tian Shan Patriarch was shocked to find that his attack could not break through Lin Fan's defense. How is this possible? He exclaimed, unable to believe the reality before his eyes. However, in the next second his heart was even more shaken, and a storm raged in his heart. Fang Chen slowly turned around and said with a smile, "Tian Shan Patriarch, how have you been?" Seeing Fang Chen's face, the Tian Shan Patriarch's body trembled slightly, and he took a few steps back. "It's you." After a short moment of shock, the Tian Shan Patriarch glared at Fang Chen. "You destroyed my Tian Shan palace back then, and now you dare to appear before me? You are just a stray dog. What right do you have to order me around?" Fang Chen sneered. "I didn't kill you back then, but you came to the western region and tried to destroy the weapon pavilion that I built. You deserve to die. Humph." The Tian Shan Patriarch flung his sleeve and snorted. "I admit that I was not as strong as you back then, but I have been cultivating hard all these years. I have paid a heavy price for revenge. I have been waiting for this day." As he spoke, the Tian Shan Patriarch's body was filled with powerful energy. He took a step forward and arrived above the Blood City. "Disciples of the Demon Heaven sect, listen up." The Tian Shan Patriarch waved his hand and gave the order. "Attack with all your might and destroy the Blood City. Kill." Following the order of the Tian Shan Patriarch, all the experts of the Demon Heaven sect attacked. In an instant, the Blood City turned into a battlefield. "We will not allow you to destroy the Blood City." The Imperial Master and Master Dongfang came together and stood at the front. They were ready to die. A bunch of ants. There is nothing to be afraid of. Fang Chen remained calm and waved his hand to stop the Imperial Master and Master Dongfang. "With me around, the Blood City will not be destroyed. On the contrary, the Demon Heaven sect will be wiped out. Brat, you're still trying to talk your way out of this? I would like to see how you are going to stop the people of the Demon Heaven sect." The Tian Shan Patriarch seemed to have seen through Fang Chen's thoughts. In a flash, he stopped Fang Chen. Fang Chen smiled. "Do you think that you can destroy the Blood City by stopping me? What do you think?" The Tian Shan Patriarch sneered. "When the people of the Demon Heaven sect destroy the Blood City, it will be your death." Fang Chen shook his head, his face full of mockery. "Actually, from the very beginning, I've never treated you as an enemy. That's because you're simply unworthy." As soon as Fang Chen finished his words, his aura surged. "It's time to show the world my strongest power." As he muttered, he waved his sleeves. The void trembled and cracks appeared. The entire place was filled with a terrifying power. Whoosh! One after another, powerful beasts appeared in the Blood City. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the beasts had all appeared. "Go ahead," Fang Chen said. "Roar!" Many of the beasts let out furious roars toward the sky. All these years, they had been cultivating diligently. Today, they could finally go on a killing spree. "Attack!" The leading beast roared. Then, like thousands of horses galloping, the army of beasts instantly drowned the people of the Demon Heaven sect. Ah! Screams of agony could be heard. How is this possible? The smile on Tian Shan Mountain's patriarch's face froze. His face was filled with fear. No, this is impossible. He had never dreamed that Fang Chen would have such a powerful army of beasts. "No, I have to take the initiative." A cold, murderous intent flashed in the Tian Shan Patriarch's eyes. "If I capture him, I can control the army of beasts." Boom! 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 The Tian Shan Patriarch attacked, trying to suppress Fang Chen. However, as soon as Fang Chen made his move, he completely lost all hope. Bang! With just one punch, he was sent flying. Dong! His body landed heavily on the ground. Uft! The Tian Shan Patriarch spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his body was cold. His strength! Fang Chen stepped on the Tian Shan Patriarch's body. "I've said that you are not qualified to be my enemy." As soon as he finished speaking, He stomped on the Tian Shan patriarch's body and crushed it. At the same time, the battle with the army of beasts had ended. At a glance, it was a ruin. The people of the Demon Heaven sect were all annihilated. No one was left alive. The martial artists who were still worried were completely dumbfounded. Even the powerful Demonic Heaven sect was annihilated in a few breaths of time. There was only one thought in their minds. The Demon King was too powerful. The savage, desolate, demonic beast army's powerful attack shocked everyone. Now, everyone finally knew why Fang Qin was called the Demon King, even though he was a human. Even Master Dongfang and Imperial Master Exenbing were stunned. They were ready for a bloody battle, but the battle was over in just one move. They looked at Fang Chen with complicated gazes, their hearts filled with emotions. Chapter 3182. The Heavenly Mountain Old Ancestor was in charge of the Heavenly Mountain Palace and was almost destroyed by Fang Qin. After that, he fell into the evil path and cultivated evil techniques. He was despised by many experts in the boundless world and was forced to flee the eastern region. Who would have known that he had been hiding in the western region all these years and created the Demonic Heaven sect to take revenge on Fang Qin? Unfortunately, he didn't expect this to happen. The Demon King's strength was simply too great. Furthermore, the army of demonic beasts under his command was incomparably powerful. The members of the Demonic Heaven sect were all personally nurtured by him and were all very strong. However, they still couldn't withstand the attacks of the beasts. After this battle, the Weapon Pavilion had completely stabilized its position as the overlord of the western region. It could be expected that in the next 10,000 years, there wouldn't be any faction that could threaten its position. At the same time, the Demon King's name was known throughout the entire western region. Every martial artist's expression changed when they talked about him. Unknowingly, the Demon King had become the totem of the Weapon Pavilion and everyone's belief. They thought it would be a fierce battle, but it ended in such a dramatic way. Even the Imperial Teacher and Master Dongfang didn't expect this. The two of them sighed, especially the Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor. When Fang Qin first arrived at Blood City, he was a nobody. Now, it had only been a short time and he had already grown to such a terrifying level. The western region calmed down. However, what happened here didn't affect the main body. The ancient road of space-time, the Golden Castle. Fang Qin had already reached the 9th level of the space-time pagoda. Rumble. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. At a glance, the densely packed demonic beasts were charging at Fang Qin in a frenzy. In the void, the resplendent sword light flashed. Every time the hidden star sword stabbed out, a beast would die. In this half a year, Fang Qin's attainments in the invincible sword technique had increased by a lot. The power of the 8 great sword moves had increased to a certain extent. Even his attainments in the space-time Dao had increased by a lot. Now his control of space-time was more mature, and the power of time stop was stronger. In short, everything was going in a favorable direction. The demonic beasts in the 9th level of the time-space pagoda were all very strong. Almost every one of them had the strength of a peak transcendent world lord. Facing such an encirclement, Fang Qin didn't dare to be careless. However, he had the help of the Sealing Heaven Tablet. In the sky sealing tombstone continued to expand as it floated in the air. Streams of light flowed as strands of sealing energy descended. In the blink of an eye, the entire 9th floor was sealed off. Transcendent demonic beasts were also trapped inside. Star-breaking sword. Fang Qin's wrist shook. The hidden star sword drew a strange trajectory and instantly beheaded a demonic beast that was close to him. Roar! The heaven-sealing steel was the ultimate treasure of the heaven-sealing Great Emperor. It contained the heaven-sealing Great Emperor's supreme understanding of the Tao of sealing. Until now, Fang Qin had not fully understood it. However, even so, the power of the sealing heaven monument was enough to make the world tremble. Now, these peak, transcendent demonic beasts were trapped in the seal, unable to do anything. Even a World King powerhouse would be in danger if surrounded by so many transcendent demonic beasts, right? Fang Qin muttered. With the help of the Sealing Heaven tablet, he was already in an invincible position. In the following time, Fang Qin began to slaughter the demonic beasts. As time passed, the speed at which he killed the demonic beasts became faster and faster. Boom, boom, boom. A few hours later, when the last beast was slain, Qin Nan's eyes lit up. There was a great change in the space-time pagoda. In the sky, a large amount of space-time power crazily gathered, forming a terrifying vortex. Then, a beam of light condensed from space-time power swooped down and rushed into Fang Chen's head. Dong, dong, dong. Fang Chen's body vaguely emitted a strange power. Boom! After the space-time power drilled into his body, Fang Chen's figure constantly flashed. The rock movement technique was completely released. Hoo hoo hoo! In almost the blink of an eye, the rock movement technique and the space-time power completely fused together. Xiao! Fang Chen's body turned into a line and shuttled through the space-time pagoda at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Voila! He was still on the 9th floor a second ago, and the next second he was already on the 1st floor. Who? Fang Qin stopped in his tracks with an excited smile on his face. I didn't expect to be able to fuse the space-time power with the rock movement technique under such circumstances. Fang Qin couldn't help but sigh. The rock movement technique was powerful, but after fusing with the space-time power, there was a mutation. The current rock movement technique is even faster, and it can pass through all obstacles. As long as it's not an emperor-level seal, it can't stop me. Fang Qin muttered. Imperceptibly, Fang Qin had taken an astonishing step. In the 9-level space-time pagoda, Fang Qin had gained a lot. But now, with a thought, he left the space-time pagoda. Outside the space-time pagoda, the red-robed old man sat cross-legged, waiting for him. Suddenly, the space-time pagoda rumbled, and he opened his eyes. Can't hold on anymore. The red-robed old man sneered. There were countless monsters in the space-time pagoda. How could a mere transcendent world lord resist? Creak! However, at this moment, the space-time pagoda suddenly opened, and a figure walked out. The red-robed old man was stunned. Why did the space-time pagoda open? When he saw Fang Chen's figure, he cried out, "You! How did you come out?" Fang Chen looked at the red-robed old man with ridicule. What? You didn't expect it, did you? The red-robed old man stood up and coldly said, You think you can escape from my hands just because you came out of the space-time pagoda? I'll say it again. Submit to me and you can continue living. You want to kill me? Can you do it? Although the red-robed old man was strong, he hadn't reached the World King level. Fang Qin was confident he could defeat him. Brat, don't make a mistake. The red-robed old man said, You should know that we died in the past, but we were able to appear here. The root of all of this is the Black Altar. Now, the Black Altar has been destroyed and the others have scattered, returning to the past. Only I am able to remain here. Do you know why? Fang Qin didn't understand. He looked at the red-robed old man. Because in the past, when I died, I left behind a trace of my mark here. Countless years later, in the chaotic space-time, I sensed the mark and activated it, allowing me to remain here. The red-robed old man said, It is extremely difficult to revive. I need your help. And if I don't help? Fang Qin shrugged. Then you can die. The red-robed old man's figure flashed, rushing towards Fang Qin. Die. He directly used his invincible sword technique. At the same time, his 5 immortal star cores trembled, his strength rising to the limit. Pucci! With a slash, the world shook. In just a single exchange, the red-robed old man was sent flying. Dong! The red-robed old man's body landed heavily on the ground. His face was a little pale. Your strength! The red-robed old man widened his eyes in disbelief. After a long time, he sighed and said, As long as you are willing to help me, I will tell you the secret of the end of the ancient road of space-time. Fong Chin frowned slightly and stared at the red-robed old man. Crack! Suddenly, a faint sound was heard. Then the soil moved as if something had drilled out of the ground. Ha ha ha, finally out. A few hearty laughter spread through the void. They were extremely excited and broke out of the ground. I'm starving. Crack! Crack! When they saw the red-robed old man, they immediately grabbed him and began to chew on him. No! The red-robed old man screamed miserably, but he was powerless to stop them. Don't you want to know the secret of the ancient road of space-time? The red-robed old man roared angrily. He wanted Fong Chen to help, but he completely collapsed after saying that. Isn't this guy too weak? A voice was heard. At this moment, Fong Chen's body was trembling. His face was full of an excited smile. You guys! Hey, there's a human here. A mouse turned his head to look. However, before he finished speaking, he was stunned on the spot. Boss! The other 4 guys turned around abruptly and looked at Fong Chen in disbelief. Ha 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 ha, boss, we missed you so much. Xiao Huang rushed to Fong Chen's side. Boss, I finally see you. In the future, we brothers can travel together again. Chapter 30, 183. Back then, when the universe was in crisis, Fong Chen's original body went there in person. After solving the crisis, he returned to Tian Shuyuan in the southern region and destroyed the corpse demon. The 5 little guys were in seclusion, so Fong Chen did not disturb them. Who would have thought that after so many years, these 5 little guys would meet him on the ancient road of time and space? When he saw them for the first time, Fong Chen was also very shocked. This was the ancient road of time and space, and he was in the Golden Castle. The 5 guys came out of the soil right under his nose. How could he not be shocked? Boss, we missed you. After so many years, the 5 guys did not change much. Little Mouse stuck to Fong Chen's side and was very happy. After a long while, the waves in Fong Chen's heart gradually calmed down. He glanced at the 5 guys, Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, Pangolin, Xiaohai, and the old faker. Fong Chen sighed in his heart. How did you come out of the soil? Fong Chen couldn't help but ask. Boss, the 5 of us are too weak. At that time, we were in seclusion in Tian Shuyuan. Later, we awakened our supernatural powers and our strength improved. When we were bored, we started to dig holes, and then we came here, Little Mouse said with a smile. Yeah, boss, you still don't know. The supernatural powers awakened by Brother Mouse are too terrifying. As expected of the divine sky-devouring rat clan, their digging skills are the best in the chaos, Xiao Huang said. Now, Xiao Huang had already become the strongest of the royal ant clan. Even he couldn't help but praise Little Mouse. One could imagine how powerful the latter's supernatural powers were. You dug holes here? Fong Chen widened his eyes and looked at the 5 guys. Yeah, is there a problem? Little Mouse asked. By the way, boss, where is this place? Xiao Huang was a little puzzled. He looked around and found nothing. Boss, why have you come to the southern region? Do you have something to deal with? Fong Chen was speechless. Did these guys think that they were still in the southern region? He couldn't imagine that the 5 fellows in front of him actually dug from the southern region to the northern region. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Even in history, no one had ever heard of such a thing. This is the northern region. Fong Chen shook his head and said calmly, What, the northern region? Xiao Huang and the others were shocked. Only the little mouse nodded lightly and muttered to itself, No wonder it took me more than 10 years to dig through. It turns out that I have unknowingly dug to the northern region. Looking at the 5 guys in front of him, Fong Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If the outside world knew that the little mouse had dug from the southern region to the northern region, it would cause a huge commotion. What is your innate ability? Fong Chen was even more curious. What kind of innate ability did the little mouse awaken to be able to break through the barrier of the northern region and come here. After all, this was the ancient road of space-time. Buzz! The little mouse's mind moved, and a layer of ripples covered the surface of its skin. A terrifying power rippled out. The little mouse's little claws suddenly grabbed at the void. Suddenly, a mighty purple power covered its little claws. Whoosh! Its little claws tore the void apart, and a spatial storm emerged. Whoosh! Whoosh! A moment later, the spatial storm dissipated and the purple power on the little mouse's body was withdrawn. This! Fong Chin opened his eyes wide and stared at the void. He was extremely shocked. What a mysterious rule, Fong Chin muttered. When the little mouse used its innate ability just now, he vaguely sensed an extremely terrifying rule. If this power was multiplied to the peak, it would definitely be able to destroy the world. Boss, how's my innate ability? The little mouse laughed and said, Ever since I awakened this innate ability, the few of them are not willing to spar with me at all. You still dare to say that? Don't you know how sharp your claws are? Xiao Huang could not help but ridicule. That's right. Your claws can easily break through our defense. How can we fight? If we are scratched by you, we will need at least a few months to recover. Even Pangolin, who had the strongest defense, could not help but shake his head. Who asked you to be so weak? The little mouse said arrogantly. By the way, boss, who was the person we ate just now? It was only at this moment that the little mouse and the others remembered the red-robed elder. After digging for more than 10 years, I used up too much energy and was too hungry. When I saw that person, I couldn't help but eat him, the little mouse said awkwardly. Fong Chin shook his head. It's okay. Even if you didn't eat him, I would have killed him. Fong Chin gently stroked the little mouse's head and said, Since we have met here, let's fight together for the rest of the time. The 5 guys' blood was boiling in their bodies. That's great. It's been a long time since we fought side by side with Boss. Ha ha ha. In the following time, Fong Chin had been chatting with the 5 brothers, until 3 days later, the little mouse and the others still wanted to continue. However, Fong Chin could vaguely feel that the golden castle was filled with a dangerous aura. Let's leave this place first, Fong Chin said. Whoosh! Using the rock body technique, he quickly left the golden castle with the Wu brothers. Not long after he left, a gap suddenly appeared where the black altar had disappeared and an extremely powerful force emerged. In an instant, the entire golden castle was shrouded by this powerful force. Then, one after another, powerhouses mysteriously descended. If Fong Chen was here, he would definitely discover that these people were the same as the red-robed elder. They all came from the past. In the ancient road of time and space, a gray aura filled the air. The 5 little guys were very curious and looked around. Is this the ancient road of time and space? The little mouse asked. Be careful. After passing the golden castle, Fong Chin continued to move towards the end of the ancient road of time and space. A few days later, they stopped in front of a star. Boss, the demonic power on this star is very strong. It's suitable for us to cultivate, the little mouse said. Fong Chin nodded and took a step forward, stepping onto the star. Dong dong dong. The powerful forces of the demonic race continued to attack. The Emperor Realm defense was fully activated, blocking it. As for Little Rat and the other 4, they were like dragons in the sea, happily absorbing the power of the demon clan. How good would it be if it could always be like this? Looking at the 5 guys, Fong Chin muttered. But soon, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Where there were people, there would be the underworld. Where there was the underworld, there would be conflict. Only by becoming stronger would he have the right to protect the people he needed to protect. Fong Chin was still immersed in the joy of reuniting with his brothers and didn't notice the changes in the ancient road of time and space. The changes in the Golden Castle caused a series of effects. Rumble. In the World City's barrier, a terrifying phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky, shocking all the sector lords. So. For figures came to the foot of the barrier mountain. The secret manual has appeared. The Shinshin School's sector, Lord Blazing Heart, said excitedly. The heavens are really helping me. I didn't have the chance to enter the last time the secret manual opened. This time, I definitely won't miss it. After saying that, Blazing Heart's figure flashed and arrived in front of the ancient road of time and space. Whoosh! He took a step forward and disappeared into the ancient road of time and space. How can I, Jinglang's sector lord, miss out on such a secret manual? My poison Tao has also reached a critical point. I need the pressure of a life and death crisis to break through. Merciless Hand and Jinglang's sector lord also entered the ancient road of time and space. In the end, only Ouyang Luoxue was left. She stood there quietly. Her beautiful figure was perfectly displayed. Her long black hair draped over her shoulders, and there was a hint of coldness on her face. Suddenly, she turned her head and looked at the void. If you don't want to die, don't enter. After saying that, she also entered the ancient road of time and space. Hoo! Many sector lords appeared in the dark. Their eyes were filled with greed. The path of the martial Tao has always been bumpy. If we are frightened by such a small difficulty, how can we increase our strength? Some people didn't even think and directly entered. And some people's faces turned pale when they thought of Sky Heart, Sector Lord. Surviving is the most important thing. Not long after, a portion of the sector lords entered the ancient road of time and space. There were also some who continued to hide and cultivate, striving to enter the transcendent realm. Chapter 30-184. The ancient road of time and space was filled with grayness. At a certain moment, demonic qi filled the sky. The 5 of them were absorbing the demonic qi, while Feng Chen was protecting them. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a deafening roar could be heard from the center of the planet. In the next moment, Little Mouse and the other 4 opened their eyes. Rip! The ground cracked and a huge body broke out of the ground. Its body contained an extremely powerful energy. Ancient, divine rhinoceros. Little Mouse's face darkened as he said coldly, "Be careful. The ancient divine rhinoceros's innate superpower is extremely powerful. Its horns can pierce the heavens. It's just a cow. Let me restrain it." The old faker transformed into a divine tree. Its main body kept expanding and took root on the planet. The branches swayed and shone crazily. A terrifying energy surged out. In the blink of an eye, the dense branches intertwined and trapped the ancient divine rhinoceros. Roar! The ancient divine rhinoceros stared at the old faker with its gong-sized eyes. "This planet is my territory," Yi Fuqian said. The ancient divine rhinoceros spoke in human language and roared angrily. It swung its head fiercely, and a powerful force whizzed out and hit the old faker hard. Crack! The branches that were trapping the ancient divine rhinoceros broke and fell to the ground. "It hurts." The old faker screamed and controlled the branches even more crazily to restrain the ancient divine rhinoceros. Attack! With Little Mouse as the leader, the 4 of them attacked at lightning speed. Splash! Little Mouse used its innate superpower the moment it attacked. Its claws were surrounded by a thick purple aura. It leaped onto the back of the ancient divine rhinoceros, and its claws, which were filled with endless power, viciously clawed at the ancient divine rhinoceros. Crack! Although the ancient divine rhinoceros had a strong defense, it was still torn apart by Little Mouse. Rumble! The ancient divine rhinoceros was infuriated. It shook its body, wanting to send the Little Mouse flying. However, the Little Mouse's body was extremely agile. The ancient divine rhinoceros could not catch its tracks at all. At the same time, Xiao Huang transformed into the royal ant tribe. His body expanded, and the antennae on his forehead wriggled crazily, wrapping around the ancient divine rhinoceros. When Xiao Huang's tentacles wrapped around the ancient divine rhinoceroses, 4 feet. Xiao Hai and Pangolin attacked at the same time. Dong dong dong. Pangolin's defense skyrocketed. Outside his body, there was a layer of powerful armor. When he saw that the ancient divine rhinoceros was enraged, he ignored his injuries and stood in front of the ancient divine rhinoceros horns. Crack! The pangolin's defense was penetrated, but the horns of the ancient divine rhinoceros were not in a good condition either. Break! Pangolin's eyes were bloodshot. He screamed in his heart. The armor on his skin instantly turned into a ball of fiery light, restraining the ancient divine rhinoceros horns firmly. Faster! Pangolin roared at the others. The ancient divine rhinoceros's strongest point was its horns. Now that it was restrained, its attack power was greatly reduced. Old bull die! Little Mouse's claws quickly scratched the ancient divine rhinoceros's body. In the blink of an eye, the ancient divine rhinoceros's back was covered in blood and flesh. Little Mouse's claws could dig through the ancient path of time and space. A mere ancient divine rhinoceros was nothing. Not far away, Fong Qin stood in the air, watching the battle. Originally, he was worried that the ancient divine rhinoceros would be enraged and that the 5 of them would not be able to withstand it. But now, it seemed that he was overthinking. After so many years, the 5 of them had become more and more coordinated. Fong Qin grinned. Every one of them knew their own strengths. When they cooperated with others, they could learn from each other's strengths to offset their weaknesses. When they attacked together, their combat power was off the charts. The old faker's strongest ability was entanglement. There were countless branches and leaves on his main body. As long as he did not die, the branches and leaves would never be extinguished. Therefore, he used his special ability to restrain the ancient divine rhinoceros in a very small space, so that it could not engage in a large-scale battle. Next was Little Mouse. He used his claws to perform his special ability, causing the ancient divine rhinoceros to enter a state of rage and attack it crazily. At this time, Xiao Huang also activated his antennae and entangled the ancient divine rhinoceros's 4 feet so that it could not move. When the ancient divine rhinoceros activated its horns and launched a thunderous attack, Pangolin used his strongest defense to restrain the ancient divine rhinoceros's horns. As for Xiao Hai, he spat out seawater and drowned the ancient divine rhinoceros. Their cooperation was smooth and fluid. The ancient divine rhinoceros's overall strength was stronger than the 5 of them, but when the 5 of them worked together, they suppressed the ancient divine rhinoceros until it could not resist at all. Boom! After a while, the ancient divine rhinoceros's huge body fell to the ground with a loud boom. It had no vitality left. It was dead. Huff! The 5 of them transformed into their human forms and panted heavily. "This guy is too clumsy," Little Mouse said. "If he is as agile as us, how are we going to fight?" Xiao Huang said. Xiao Hai and Pangolin nodded. The latter's injuries were quite serious. After all, he had directly restrained the ancient divine rhinoceros's horns. In the following time, the 5 of them began to divide the ancient divine rhinoceros's body. Fong Qin watched the entire process. He could not help but sigh. Things had changed with the passage of time. The 5 of them had become more mature. Dong! Just as the 5 of them were in high spirits, the ground suddenly trembled and the stars shook. An extremely dense demonic qi came from underground. Fong Chen's expression changed slightly. In a flash, he appeared in front of the 5 of them. "Be careful. There seems to be an unknown creature underground," Fong Chen said. "Could there be a herd of ancient divine rhinoceros underground?" Little Mouse's expression also changed. Roar! A roar could be heard coming from underground. Rumble! Cracks appeared on the ground, and demon qi soared into the sky. The stars shook, and all the demon qi gathered at the center of the stars. Retreat! All of a sudden, Fong Chen let out a cry of surprise, and led the 5 of them back onto the ancient road of space-time. Crack! The ground cracked, and a huge body appeared. You killed my child. I will tear you to pieces. The ancient divine rhinoceros's aura was even stronger. A realm king. Fang Chen murmured with a grave expression. Boom! The horns of the divine rhinoceros suddenly expanded and pierced through the sky. Starlight fell, and the entire planet turned into a battlefield of azura. Strong winds blew, and the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling could be heard incessantly. This guy is too strong. We can't resist at all, Little Mouse said in a low voice. Their gazes landed on Fang Chen's figure, as if they were asking for his opinion. Fang Chen originally wanted to avoid the attack, but when his gaze fell on the horns of the ancient divine rhinoceros, his eyes burned. That is, in the horns of the ancient divine rhinoceros, there was a thumb-sized star core. Fang Chen was very familiar with this star core, because he had the same 5 star cores in his body. How is this possible? Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. Why would there be an immortal star core in the horns of the ancient divine rhinoceros? Could it have killed a human who had condensed an immortal star core and absorbed its power? But when he thought of this, Fang Chen immediately denied it, because once a human martial artist condensed an immortal star core, it would be compatible with his bloodline. After he died, the immortal star core would shatter and turn into immortal star power. Therefore, the only explanation was that the ancient divine rhinoceros had condensed immortal star power. How terrifying was that? Demonic beasts were very different from humans in the first place. However, this ancient divine rhinoceros could condense an immortal star core. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with vigilance. His intuition told him that the ancient divine rhinoceros's strength was far from what it looked like. Roar! The ancient divine rhinoceros roared into the sky. When it stomped its feet, the entire star shook. You killed my child. All of you must die. A deafening roar came from the ancient divine rhinoceros's nostrils. It said coldly. Its horns expanded and emitted a terrifying power that pierced through the sky. Dong, dong, dong. With every step the ancient divine rhinoceros took, it would release a powerful force. The 5 of them looked grave. Even if they joined forces, they would not be able to resist the ancient divine rhinoceros. All of you retreat first. I will stop it. Chapter 3185. This divine rhinoceros was clearly much stronger than the one they had killed before. According to Fang Chen's senses, it was at least at the peak transcendent world lord level. It might even be able to fight against a world king level expert. Thus, he didn't dare to be careless. After entering the ancient space-time path, this was the strongest enemy Fang Chen had encountered so far. Roar! The divine rhinoceros's entire body changed. Its skin flashed with complex runes. Crimson blood flowed through the veins, illuminating the entire planet in an incomparably bright red. Rumble! The star shook. The sky was dyed red with blood. The blood in the runes gathered towards the horns of the divine rhinoceros. In the blink of an eye, the blood had gathered on its horns. Whoa! After the blood and the immortal star core fused, the horns became even stronger. Kacha! The divine rhinoceros gently twisted its head. Wherever its horns passed, the sky would be torn apart. An unfathomable crack would instantly appear. Within the crack, a wild storm swept through the world. Die. The divine rhinoceros stomped its feet. Its huge body charged towards Fang Chen's ancient space-time path. Hoo! Although the divine rhinoceros's body was huge, it wasn't clumsy at all. Its speed was fast to the extreme. Fang Chen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the divine rhinoceros's movement technique to contain the Tao of space-time, as expected of a demonic beast that cultivated in the ancient space-time path. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The divine rhinoceros's strongest point was its horns. However, The divine rhinoceros he encountered on this star actually had such great attainments in the Tao of spacetime. From this point, one could see how powerful the ancient spacetime path was. Its speed isn't slow, but Feng Qin grinned. His figure flashed, and he disappeared into the void. Kacha! The divine rhinoceros's horns ruthlessly pierced into the place where Feng Qin disappeared. The void was torn apart. Roar! The divine rhinoceros roared towards the sky. Its attack missed, and it was furious. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the following time, the divine rhinoceros used its absolute strength to control its horns, cutting through every inch of the star's void. Dong! Finally, Feng Chen was forced to reveal himself after a bombardment. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and blocked the rhinoceros horns. Crack! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks flew in all directions. A powerful sword chi burst out from the hidden star sword and forcibly blocked the attack from the two horns of the divine rhino. Foolish humans! Seeing this, the divine rhinoceros let out an angry roar from its nostrils as it mocked. In the next second, the rhinoceros god's huge body directly pressed towards Feng Qin. At the same time, the immortal star nucleus in its two horns exploded, and the terrifying immortal star power increased the power of its two horns by at least 30%. His attack power soared, giving Feng Qin a lot of pressure. Star-breaking sword. Without hesitation, Feng Chen performed the 8th move of the invincible swordsmanship, star-breaking sword. The star-hidden sword suddenly swung out. On the tip of the sword, a cold star flickered. A terrifying sword light whizzed out. Crack! The rhinoceros god was enraged, and his attack power had reached a terrifying level. The power of its two horns was unparalleled. Although the invincible swordsmanship was powerful, it could not completely block the attack of the rhinoceros god. Crack! After the sword light collided with the horns of the rhinoceros god, it shattered and Feng Qin was forced to retreat. Crash! Using the rock body movement, Feng Chen's body merged with heaven and earth. I don't believe that you can keep dodging. The rhinoceros god was enraged. Scorching flames shot out from its eyes. Its feet stepped on the ground, and its two horns released an unparalleled pressure. Buzz! Strange changes happened to its two horns. All the demonic chi in the star was crazily absorbed by it. In the blink of an eye, the vast demonic chi began to envelop the star. Oh no, the rhinoceros god wants to trap Boss with its demonic chi. Little Mouse said worriedly, "We have to fight alongside Boss." The 5 of them looked at each other and nodded. They stepped into the star one after another. Dong! In a few breaths' time, the star was completely sealed by the powerful demonic chi. Roar! 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 The rhinoceros god roared to the sky. "This star is my territory. All of you must die." Whoosh! Scorching flames shot out from the rhinoceros god's nostrils and instantly turned the star into a sea of fire. The 5 of them were directly swept away. Kill! The 5 of them attacked together, but they could not stop the rhinoceros god. At the critical moment, Feng Qin took action. He used his Emperor Realm strength to forcefully blast the rhinoceros god's huge body away. Then he took out the heaven sealing tablet. A terrifying sealing power fell and shrouded the star. In this way, the demonic chi seal could not affect Feng Qin too much. He could go all out and fight. Invincible swordsmanship. It was still the invincible swordsmanship, but this time Feng Qin attacked with all his strength. The star-breaking sword flashed with dazzling sword light. 5 stellar cores floated above his head, and his attack power skyrocketed. Immortal stellar core? Seeing this, Niu Chi's pupils shrank, and he cried out, "You have also condensed an immortal stellar core?" Hearing this, Feng Qin could finally confirm that the rhinoceros god in front of him had obtained part of the immortal emperor's inheritance and had condensed an immortal stellar core with his own efforts. Humph! I will become stronger after absorbing your immortal stellar core. They were originally enemies. At this moment, the rhinoceros god hated Fangchen even more. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Whoosh! The hidden star sword burst out with endless power and rushed towards the rhinoceros god. Clang! The rhinoceros god's horns blocked the hidden star sword. Emperor weapon! The rhinoceros god cried out when he felt that his horns were pierced by the hidden star sword. Damn you! You actually have an emperor weapon. The rhinoceros god's attack became even more violent. Its horns seemed to be able to pierce through the star. However, Fangchen did not fight it head-on. Instead, he chose to use a roundabout tactic. He constantly used the great rock movement technique to sneak attack the rhinoceros god. After a while, the rhinoceros god roared crazily. There were many injuries on its body, but it still couldn't find any traces of a human. Little Mouse and the other four also found the right time to use their innate abilities to restrain the rhinoceros god. Gradually, the rhinoceros god was in a desperate situation. In the ancient road of space-time, the Blaze Heart Realm Lord was moving forward rapidly when he suddenly felt a powerful battle. Someone is fighting. His eyes flickered, and he quickly moved forward. Soon he arrived before the star. That is, the entire star was shrouded in monstrous, demonic chi. He couldn't see the situation inside, but he could feel that the battle was extremely powerful. Who is fighting? The Blaze Heart Realm Lord thought of a person. It was an expert who died in the past, or Tu-Wan Mo. Tu-Wan Mo shouldn't be this strong. It must be an expert who died in the past. Thinking of this, the Blaze Heart Realm Lord's eyes moved as he approached the star. The battle's fluctuations are too great. I think both sides will suffer in the end. I will wait here. After saying that, the Blaze Heart Realm Lord waited wholeheartedly. In the star, monstrous demonic chi filled the sky. Emperor Realm energy surrounded Fangchen as he held the hidden star sword in one hand and the immortal scepter in the other. The five of them stood behind him. On the opposite side, the rhinoceros god was in a sorry state. Blood was spurting out. It was heavily injured. Damn it! The rhinoceros god's eyes stared at Fangchen. It couldn't wait to tear him into pieces. One of the rhinoceros god's horns was cut off. On the other horn, there was a sword hole. Fangchen attacked with all his strength. With the help of the sealed sky monument's powerful sealing energy, the five of them gradually gained the upper hand. Most importantly, Fangchen used the Immortal Star Core and Immortal Scepter as a foundation to break the Immortal Star Core in the rhinoceros god's horns. The destruction of the Immortal Star Core had a great impact on the rhinoceros god. Its strength was greatly reduced. You killed my children and broke my horns. I will tear you into pieces. As its voice fell, the complicated patterns on the rhinoceros god's skin instantly shrank and disappeared. At this moment, the rhinoceros god's body underwent a great change. Roar! The rhinoceros god let out a shocking roar from its nostrils. A terrifying aura spread out. Not good. The rhinoceros god is going to use a forbidden, secret technique. The little mouse exclaimed, "The rhinoceros god's forbidden, secret technique. It is said that its battle prowess can increase by a level in a short period of time. Let's go. We can't wait any longer." Xiao Huang said in a deep voice. Chapter 3186. In the ancient era, the divine rhinoceros race possessed powerful innate abilities. The bloodline in their bodies was powerful to the extreme. It wasn't an exaggeration to call them the king of demons. However, as time passed and the age of chaos arrived, the ancient divine rhinoceros was almost extinct. Their bloodline became thinner and thinner. Now, there were only a few who could use the forbidden technique. Seeing the changes in the divine rhinoceros body, the little mouse's expression changed. As a member of the demon race, it knew better than anyone how powerful the ancient divine rhinoceros forbidden technique was. Roar! As it was thinking, the divine rhinoceros body continued to grow. In the blink of an eye, it was comparable to a small mountain. It took a step forward and the earth shook. The most terrifying thing was that its horns were flowing with a sinister and terrifying power. Divine Rhinoceros World Annihilation. The divine rhinoceros roared, and its horns soared into the sky, tearing the sky apart. The sinister and terrifying power on the surface of its horns instantly covered the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a storm was coming. The sky changed color. Boom! Boom! The divine rhinoceros attack power increased by a level. Its aura also became incomparably powerful. That's the aura of a world king. Fong Qin exclaimed, and his expression changed. Although, with his strength, if he attacked with all his strength, he could still escape unscathed from a world king powerhouse. However, the divine rhinoceros in front of him was different. It had used the forbidden technique, and the power of its bloodline had completely fused with its horns. The power that erupted from it wasn't something an ordinary world king could compare to. He had the intention to retreat. With a wave of his hand, he sent the 5 of them into Dark Cave Mountain. Then he stepped on the Hidden Star sword and put away the Sealed Sky Monument. He passed through the Demon Chi Seal and rushed towards the ancient road of time. Roar! Behind him, the divine rhinoceros roars were endless. Wherever its horns passed, the void collapsed and spatial storms emerged. Terrifying vortexes appeared one after another and were about to catch up to Fong Qin. Great rock movement technique. Fong Qin's speed suddenly soared, and he directly rushed onto the ancient road of time. It's him. After seeing Fong Qin, the Blaze Heart Realm Lord's eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness. This guy's life is really tough. Voila! The Blaze Heart Realm Lord moved horizontally, blocking Fong Qin's path. Skyheart Realm Lord, how have you been? Blaze Heart Realm Lord grinned. Get out of the way. The situation was urgent. Fong Qin couldn't care less and scolded him directly. Humph. No matter what, the Skyheart Realm is still considered a subsidiary power of my Shinshin school. Yet, you publicly killed the Skyheart Realm Lord and ignored the threat of my Shinshin school. You even killed the envoy we sent over. With all these crimes added together, it's enough for you to die 10,000 times. The Blaze Heart Realm Lord seemed to have noticed that there were powerful demonic beasts chasing after Fong Qin on the star. He was deliberately stalling for time and obstructing the ladder. Scram! Fong Qin fiercely punched out, forcing the Blaze Heart Realm Lord to retreat. Die! The Blaze Heart Realm Lord acted with lightning speed. He spread out his hands as his heart force gushed forth, blocking Fong Qin's attack. At the same time, he blocked Fong Qin's path. You are courting death. The hidden star sword cut through the vast sky, and the star-breaking sword was displayed. Xiao, a resplendent sword light, along with endless sword chi, pierced towards the Blaze Heart Realm Lord at an extremely fast speed. Not good. The Blaze Heart Realm Lord sensed the terror of the sword chi and didn't face it head-on. Bang! Just as his body moved, he was sent flying by a fist light. Fong Qin's body rapidly disappeared into the depths of the ancient space-time path. Damn it! The Blaze Heart Realm Lord was enraged, but Fong Qin had already disappeared. Roar! At this moment, the divine rhinoceros furiously chased after him. Where is he? The divine rhinoceros was enraged. When it saw the Blaze Heart Realm Lord, its horns flickered with light, wanting to kill him. Stop! The Blaze Heart Realm Lord was shocked and hurriedly shouted, We have a common enemy. If you want to kill him, I can help you. You? The divine rhinoceros stopped attacking. Its huge eyes stared at the Blaze Heart Realm Lord. Monstrous demonic chi swept him up and pulled him into the demonic chi star on the ancient space-time path. Fong Qin executed the great rock movement technique, moving swiftly. At the same time, a strange scene took place in Dark Cave Mountain. Humph! I'm a pure-blooded descendant of the ancient era. Although you guys are demonic beasts, You can't compare to me." The pure-blooded cub stared at the five fellows and grinned. Little Flame stood beside the pure-blooded cub. He didn't recognize Little Mouse and the others. On the other hand, Fong Shi, Kongjiu, and Heaven Heart were excited when they saw Little Mouse and the others. "Why are you guys here?" Heaven Heart asked with a smile. "It's a long story." Little Mouse gave a simple explanation of the situation. "You don't even know how to brag. You guys want to dig through the ancient space-time path?" Clearly, the pure-blooded cub didn't believe them. "What, do you want to fight?" Little Mouse asked. "Let's fight. I'm not afraid of you guys." Boom! The battle erupted. The pure-blooded cub released a powerful pure-blooded bloodline, while Little Mouse released its innate ability. Rumble. The battle between the two was extremely intense. "Let's go together." Xiao Huang and the others looked at each other, smiled strangely, and joined the battle. By the time Fong Qin noticed the battle in Dark Cave Mountain, they were almost done fighting. Although the pure-blooded cub was strong, Little Mouse and the others worked together seamlessly and were even stronger. Boom! With a loud sound, the two sides scattered. Crash! At this moment, Fong Qin entered Dark Cave Mountain. "Boss, where did this guy come from?" Little Mouse and the others asked. "Seriously, you have a pure-blooded descendant like me, but you still want to take these guys as your spirit pets?" The pure-blooded cub said disapprovingly. "What are you talking about? Do you want to be beaten up again?" Seeing these fellows bickering, Fong Qin felt helpless. "All right, stop bickering." Fong Qin introduced them to each other and said, "You are all my brothers who have fought with me in the world. There will be many opportunities to fight side by side in the future. I don't want you to be at odds with each other. Whether you are a pure-blooded descendant or an ordinary demon, as long as you cultivate hard, you will reach the peak one day," Fong Qin said in a low voice. The pure-blooded cub waved its paw. "Boring. I'm not going to play with you." Then it jumped onto Xiao Hu's shoulder and walked away. "Let's go and teach this guy a lesson." Little Mouse and the other four stealthily followed them. Fong Qin did not pay any attention to them. They knew their limits. "Father, are you okay?" Fong, she asked worriedly. Fong Qin stroked his daughter's forehead and smiled. "I'm fine, don't worry." Sure enough, as Fong Qin expected, in just 3 days, the pure-blooded cub got along well with the other 5 fellows. Although they often bickered, they had already acknowledged each other. Fong Qin was also very happy about this. In the ancient road of space-time, Fong Qin felt that he was infinitely close to the end. The power of space-time was even stronger. What is at the end of the ancient road of space-time? Fong Qin was very puzzled. Why did the owner of the ancient road of space-time create such a huge ancient road of space-time? In addition, the existence of the Golden Castle made Fong Qin feel even more incredulous. 3 months later, Fong Qin came to the end of the ancient road of space-time. On this day, the ancient road of space-time shook as if it was about to shatter. Fong Qin saw the end of space-time. Stars twinkled as if he was in the world of reincarnation. That is, at the end of space-time, under the stars, there was a phantom. Every time it moved, it would release a vast power of space-time. Using remnant thoughts to outline the Tao of space-time, Fong Qin was shocked. How strong was this unparalleled powerhouse? His comprehension of the Tao of space-time had reached an unimaginable level. Just the creation of the ancient road of space-time was a big deal. Now he even left behind a remnant thought. For countless years, it had been here, sketching the trajectory of the Tao of space-time. In an instant, Fong Qin's body stiffened and his eyes were blank. The power of space-time surged around him as if he had entered a state of epiphany. At the end of the ancient road of space-time, the flickering phantom suddenly stopped and looked up at Fong Qin with a gratified smile. The Tao of space-time is vast and boundless. To be able to have an epiphany here is really rare. I hope you can comprehend the ultimate meaning of the Tao of space-time and bring it to greater heights. After saying that, the phantom gradually faded until it disappeared. After it disappeared, at the end of the ancient road of space-time, the power of space-time condensed into small handwriting. At the end of the handwriting, the words King of Space-Time were written. The King of Space-Time dared to call himself the King of the Tao of Space-Time. One could imagine how powerful his attainments were. Chapter 30, 187. A series of images appeared in Fang Chen's mind, and this scene was exactly what he had just comprehended from the movement of the shadow. In that instant, it was as if a door to the peak of time and space had opened. Fang Chen was quickly comprehending. His body sometimes moved, sometimes passed through time and space, sometimes stopped. The great rock movement technique was displayed to the extreme. His speed was unparalleled among sector lords. Even compared to world kings, he wasn't any weaker. Time and space was a Tao born from the combination of time and space. Before this, Fang Chen's attainments in space were very high. However, his attainments in time were slightly weaker. But now, the flow of time around him seemed to be constantly changing. The void flickered as if his comprehension could cause changes in the ancient path of time and space. While Fang Chen was comprehending, the other transcendent sector lords, including Blazeheart Sector Lord, were all heading towards the end of the ancient path of time and space. The changes in the ancient path of time and space made them puzzled. This powerful fluctuation comes from the end of the ancient path of time and space. Blazeheart Sector Lord's figure flashed as he sped along the ancient path of time and space. At the same time, Bright Wolf Sector Lord, Merciless Hand Sector Lord, and Ouyang Luoshua were also traveling. Hoo! Her clothes were as white as snow, and her body was beautiful. No matter where she went, she would give off a different feeling. Ouyang Luoshua was traveling when a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Tu Wanma. Ouyang Luoshua recognized this person. It was Devil Hand Sect's Sector Lord Tu Wanma. The current Tu Wanma was very different from before. Demonic energy filled the sky from his body as if a demon god had descended. Tu Wanma's tall figure blocked Ouyang Luoshua's path. His pitch-black eyes sized her up. Ouyang Luoshua frowned. She was very displeased because she saw some filth in Tu Wanma's eyes. Get out of the way. Ouyang Luoshua coldly scolded. Ha! Ouyang Luoshua, do you still think this is the Ouyang family? Tu Wanma suddenly let out an eerie grin as he opened his hand. A terrifying demonic aura sprang into the sky, sealing off the place. He pointed at Ouyang Luoshua and said greedily, "Only I, Tu Wanmo, am worthy of such a perfect woman like you." Scram! Ouyang Luoshua's expression changed, and an icy cold aura emanated from her body. She clenched her fist tightly and punched out. Rumble! There was an explosion in front of Tu Wanma. A halo, completely condensed from demonic chi, blocked Ouyang Luoshua's attack. What? Are you angry from embarrassment? Tu Wanma said, I, Tu Wanma, am destined to become the main character of this era. If you follow me, you will definitely reach the peak in the future. Damn it. As the daughter of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Luoshua had countless suitors. However, no one dared to speak rudely to Ouyang Luoshua. Tu Wanma didn't seem to be afraid at all. He looked mockingly at Ouyang Luoshua. This is the ancient road of time and space. Even if I kill you, your Ouyang family won't know. Who? As he spoke, Tu Wanma's body flashed and instantly appeared in front of Ouyang Luoshua. Ouyang Luoshua stomped her feet and prepared to counterattack. However, at this moment, Ouyang Luoshua was shocked to find that she couldn't move her body. Ouyang Luoshua panicked. Her heart raced and she wanted to struggle. However, Tu Wanma waved his hand and suppressed her. How is this possible? Ouyang Luoshua didn't understand. How did Tu Wanma become so strong all of a sudden? What a beauty. It's a pity that I can't touch you now. Tu Wanma had an obsession in his heart. Before he resolved this obsession, he couldn't be distracted. After I kill World Lord Tianxian, I will spend the night with you. Tu Wanma looked greedily at Ouyang Luoxue. He didn't hide his thoughts at all. Humph, aren't you afraid of my Ouyang family's revenge? Ouyang Luoxue gradually calmed down from her initial panic. Ouyang Luoxue regained her usual aloofness and said indifferently, Ouyang family? Tu Wanma smiled eerily and restrained her. Several days later, at the end of the ancient road of space-time, World Lord Blazeheart was the first to arrive. When he saw Fong Qin, he was furious and wanted to kill him immediately. Hoo hoo hoo! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. World Lord Blazeheart turned his head and saw World Lord Merciless Tyrant and Jinglang. I didn't expect World Lord Blazeheart to be the first to arrive. Jinglang nodded. World Lord Blazeheart, what's at the end of the ancient road of space-time? Did you discover anything? World Lord Merciless Tyrant asked. World Lord Blazeheart pointed at Fong Qin. It's him. World Lord Merciless Tyrant and Jinglang were surprised. This fellow seems to be comprehending something. Did he obtain the inheritance of the ancient road of space-time? Thinking of this, World Lord Merciless Tyrant's eyes flashed with a vicious glint. Humph, let's attack together and force him out of the inheritance. World Lord Jinglang and World Lord Blazeheart nodded. Voila! World Lord Merciless Tyrant had stepped into the transcendent realm, and his attainments in the poison Tao were even stronger. However, he would never forget Fong Chen's comprehension of the poison Tao. He must be hiding a secret art of the poison Tao on him. Once I obtain it, I'll definitely be able to step into the World King realm. World Lord Merciless Tyrant had his own selfish motives in dealing with Fong Chen. He took the lead and waved his hand. A terrifying poison gas instantly spread out and submerged Fong Chen. Ha ha ha, what a foolish fellow. Even a world king will undoubtedly die after being enveloped by my poison gas. World Lord Merciless Tyrant laughed heartily. World Lord Jinglang and World Lord Blazeheart also praised. As expected of the most monstrous World Lord in the history of the 10,000 Poison Sect. World Lord Merciless Tyrant, your attainments in the Poison Tao are truly breathtaking. This fellow is enveloped by World Lord Merciless Tyrant's poison. Unless a miracle occurs, he'll undoubtedly die. The three originally wanted to join forces to deal with Fong Qin, but the moment World Lord Merciless Tyrant took action, the battle was over. The two of them were happy and relaxed, so they stopped. Within the billowing poison gas, Fong Qin was still sitting cross-legged, unaffected. Hiss! Hiss! The terrifying poison gas was extremely corrosive. Fortunately, Fong Chen's physical body had reached the martial emperor level. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin blocked the corrosion of the poison gas. His comprehension of the space-time Tao had also reached a bottleneck. The space-time Tao is ever-changing. To comprehend it, one must become one with space-time. Fong Chen muttered to himself. Whoa! In an instant, vast space-time power surged out of his body. Whoosh! He suddenly opened his eyes. His many years of accumulation had naturally come to fruition. The space-time power in his body had undergone a fundamental change. Whoosh! At the same time, at the end of the ancient road of space-time, a dazzling light entered his mind. This is the space-time king's inheritance. Fong Chen was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to obtain the space-time king's inheritance while comprehending the space-time Tao. I spent my entire life trying, but I still couldn't see through space-time. I hope that a successor can inherit my comprehension and help me fulfill my wish. A sigh came from the void. Fong Chen was just about to check the space-time king's inheritance in his mind when he suddenly felt his entire body burning. Poison gas? He subconsciously lowered his head and discovered that a monstrous poison gas had enveloped him. Realm Lord Merciless Hand? Fang Chen's expression instantly darkened. Of the many Realm Lords within the barrier of World City, only Realm Lord Merciless Hand could release such a powerful poison gas. Fang Chen didn't even think about how Realm Lord Merciless Hand had entered the ancient road of space-time. You want to compete in the poison Dao with me? Fang Chen sneered. He spread out his hand, and the poison gas instantly spread out. Hiss! 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 The poison gas instantly crushed Realm Lord Merciless Hand's poison gas upon contact. Crack! The monstrous poison gas enveloping Fang Chen disappeared. The three of them were discussing how to force Fang Chen to hand over the inheritance when they suddenly discovered that the poison gas had disappeared. How is this possible? Realm Lord Merciless Hand involuntarily cried out. He was extremely confident in his poison Dao techniques. However, he didn't understand how Fang Chen had withstood it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even a Realm King might not be able to block my poison Dao attacks. How could a mere transcendent Realm Lord block them? Realm Lord Merciless Hand frantically shook his head, unable to accept the reality before his eyes. Realm Lord Merciless Hand! Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back and gloomily said, "Back in the Golden Valley I gave you a chance, but you refused to repent and even tried to kill me. Tell me, how can I let you go?" Chapter 3188. As for you, Realm Lord Blazeheart, you tried to stop me when I was being chased by the rhinoceros. How can I let you off? Fang Chen said calmly, his words filled with killing intent. Realm Lord Jinglang of Black Wolf Mountain? We don't know each other. Why do you want to deal with me? You killed my Shinshin School's envoy. That's a capital offense, Realm Lord Blazeheart said coldly. Cut the crap. Hand over the inheritance at the end of the ancient road of space-time, and I won't interfere in this matter, Jinglang said coldly. Fang Chen's eyes swept across the three of them, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. I have indeed obtained the inheritance, Fang Chen said, but so what? Their expressions changed when they heard this. The poison on Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant's body instantly spread out. Hand over the inheritance, or die. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you again. Fang Chen disdained Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant's threat. All right, if you lose to me again, I won't show any mercy, and will definitely kill you. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant launched a swift and violent attack. Hoo! At the end of the ancient road of space-time, a wild poison filled the entire void. Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant had used his strongest move. His poison could corrode the void, but it couldn't do anything to Fang Chen. I'll let you see what the true poison Dao is. Fang Chen flicked his finger, and the poison in his body turned into a stream of light and shot out. Whoosh! The poison penetrated Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant's defenses and directly entered his body. Poochie! Realm Lord Merciless Tyrant spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had been struck by lightning. His body began to convulse, and his expression changed drastically. Damn it! He desperately urged the energy in his body to force out the poison, but it was to no avail. Let's attack together. At the sight of this, Realm Lord Jinglang and Realm Lord Yen Xan finally felt how terrifying Fang Chen was. The two of them joined forces and attacked. Invincible sword art. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand, and his aura rose to the peak like a god. If it was before, I might be afraid of you joining forces, but now his actions showed his attitude. The hidden star sword pierced through the void, bringing along boundless power as it pierced towards Realm Lord Jinglang. Realm Lord Merciless Tyrants soared chi and retreated. You can't escape. Fang Chen's speed suddenly soared as he arrived in front of Realm Lord Jinglang. Crack! The tip of the hidden star sword pierced into Realm Lord Jinglang's body with incomparable sharpness. Roar! Realm Lord Jinglang faced the sky and howled. His body wriggled, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into the appearance of a black wolf. This was the ultimate technique of the Black Wolf Mountain wolf transformation. Once he transformed into a wolf, his attack power would increase exponentially, but it would not last for long. After a while, his body would become extremely weak. Therefore, he had to kill Feng Qin while he was in his wolf form. Crack! Realm Lord Jinglang, who had transformed into a wolf, roared madly and forced back the star, concealing Sword's attack with a punch. Rip! There was a terrifying sword hole on his body. Blood spurted out, but his aura rose. In the blink of an eye, Realm Lord Fong's aura rose to the peak. It's useless. Feng Qin took a step forward and unleashed his full power. The hidden star sword was like cutting tofu as it easily broke through the defenses of the wolf-transformed world over Lord Jinglang and ruthlessly pierced into his body. No! Realm Lord Lord screamed in fear. He felt his life force fading away as though he was about to die. Bang! In the next moment, Feng Qin used his Emperor Realm strength and punched Realm Lord Lord's head. Dong! Realm Lord Lord's body fell on the ancient space-time road. A transcendent Realm Lord had fallen. It was a shocking scene. Even the injured Realm Lord, merciless tyrant, and the attacking Realm Lord Lord were shocked. How is this possible? Never in their dreams would they have thought that Feng Qin's strength was actually powerful to such an extent. That was Realm Lord Lord. Although he wasn't the strongest among the transcendent Realm Lords, he was on par with them. However, Feng Qin had killed him with a single strike. How terrifying was his attack power! Retreat! As he thought of this, the Blaze Heart Realm Lord felt fear in his heart as he retreated. Realm Lord, merciless tyrant, hurriedly got up and dragged his injured body away. Die! The hidden star sword pierced through the void and pierced Realm Lord, merciless tyrant's body. Bang! Realm Lord Lord fell to the ground and lost his life force. Dong dong dong! After that, Feng Qin took a step forward and appeared in front of the Blazing Heart Realm Lord. Bang! Feng Qin stomped down on the Blaze Heart Realm Lord, causing him to lose all his combat strength. No, you can't kill me. For a transcendent world overlord like the Blaze Heart Realm Lord to beg for mercy in front of Feng Qin, if it was in the past, it would be impossible. I won't kill you. Feng Qin flicked his finger and sealed the Blaze Heart Realm Lord before tossing him into the dark cave mountain. Princess Xian was still in the Shinshin school. He wanted to use Realm Lord Lord's life to exchange for her freedom. Thinking about it, if the Heart God sect valued the Blaze Heart Realm Lord, they would definitely agree to this transaction. At the end of the ancient space-time path, the sky changed color and the terrifying aura gradually dissipated. Feng Qin stood there with the hidden star sword in his hand like a god of death. In just a few breaths of time, 2 transcendent realm lords died and 1 was injured. If such a battle result was spread out, it would shock the entire realm capital and even attract the attention of the major powers in the immemorial realm. Hoo! Far away in the horizon, Tu Wanma was rushing forward with Ouyang Luoshua in his hand. At this moment, Ouyang Luoshua was sealed and couldn't struggle at all. She could only let him carry her. Feng Qin sensed something and turned around. When he saw Tu Wanma, he was shocked. Why is it him? Feng Qin's heart shook. He personally destroyed Tu Wanma's body and forced him into the Black Altar. After that, the Black Altar disappeared, and everyone thought that Tu Wanma had died. Who knew that not only did he not die, he even appeared in the ancient space-time path. His hand! Feng Qin discovered Ouyang Luoshua. With just a glance, he felt that she was sealed. Could it be? Feng Qin seemed to have thought of something. A cold killing intent flashed in his pitch-black eyes. Realm Lord Tion-Xan. While thinking, Tu Wanma had already reached the end of the ancient space-time path. That day, you destroyed my body and forced me into the Black Altar. I swore that if I could survive, I would kill you. Now, I, Tu Wanma, am back for revenge. Pum! Tu Wanma threw Ouyang Luoxue to the side and looked coldly at Fang Qin. Kill yourself here, and I can leave your corpse intact. Fang Qin ignored Tu Wanma and looked at Ouyang Luoxue. The latter's eyes flashed with a complicated light. She opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. After I kill you, Ouyang Luoxue will become my woman, and the ancient space-time path will become my territory. Tu Wanma's demonic aura filled the sky, and he was extremely arrogant. Fang Qin frowned and shifted his gaze from Ouyang Luoxue to Tu Wanma. I once destroyed your physical body, and I can still do so now. Humph! I suffered in the Black Altar, and finally obtained a supreme demonic cultivation technique. I'm invincible among transcendents. What do you have to fight me? Tu Wanma's face was filled with disdain. Fang Qin pointed at the chaotic space and said, Before you came here, I killed Black Wolf Mountain's Jinglang Sector Lord, 10,000 Poison Sect's Merciless Hand Sector Lord, and suppressed Shinshin School's Blazing Heart Sector Lord. Humph, are you trying to scare me? Tu Wanma naturally didn't believe that Fang Qin had the strength to fight 1 against 3. He thought that Fang Qin was trying to scare him. Let Ouyang Luoxue go, Fang Qin said in a low voice. What, going easy on her? Tu Wanma sneered. You want to be a hero and save the beauty? Let's see if you have the ability. Don't lose your life before you can save her. I'll say it one last time. Let Ouyang Luoxue go, Fang Qin said in a low voice. Back then, Ouyang Luoxue had fought side by side with him to kill the evil corpse devil clan. Therefore, he couldn't just watch her fall into Tu Wanma's hands. Exchange it with your life, Tu Wanma said. Fang Qin looked up and killing intent flashed in his eyes. I wanted to let you live for a few more minutes, but since you're in a hurry to die, don't blame me for being impolite. As soon as he said that, the space-time power on the ancient space-time path condensed and lightning appeared. Chapter 3189. Whoosh! Fang Qin's body turned into a beam of light, traveling through the void at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In an instant, he appeared beside Ouyang Luoxue. He stretched out his hand and grabbed towards her. He wanted to save Ouyang Luoxue before the battle. However, Tu Wanma seemed to have guessed that Fang Qin would do this. He snorted coldly. Monstrous demonic qi surged out and enveloped Ouyang Luoxue's delicate body. Whoosh! Then he controlled the demonic qi and forcefully pulled Ouyang Luoxue's body behind him. You want to save her? In your dreams. Seeing Fang Qin's plan fail, Tu Wanma sneered. It's too early for you to be happy. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Tu Wanma. He froze and then flew into a rage. At this moment, Fang Qin used his iron fists to break the demonic qi binding Ouyang Luoxue and grabbed her arm. Let's go. The rock movement technique was extremely fast. It was the pride of the pure-blooded rock clan. Fang Qin had learned all the techniques and merged his understanding of the way of time and space into it. His speed had reached a higher level. It was both real and illusory. Fang Qin's body flashed continuously in the void and finally returned to the end of the ancient road of time and space. He put Ouyang Luoxue aside and tapped her body a few times. Her power that had been imprisoned was instantly restored. Wait for me at the side. Fang Qin said in a low voice as he turned around and stared at Tu Wanma. A wisp of a complicated expression appeared on Ouyang Luoxue's face. Who would have thought that a nameless and weak martial artist would save her at the most critical moment? At this moment, a ripple flashed through Ouyang Luoxue's heart. I'll help you. But in next to no time, Ouyang Luoxue recovered her icy cold appearance, and her red lips opened lightly as she spoke in a cold voice. "It's okay. I can deal with him alone," Fong Chen said confidently. "You're courting death." Tu Wanmo roared into the sky. His heart was filled with rage. Fong Chen had saved her right under his nose. This was a humiliation to him. He wanted to personally tear this damned bastard to shreds. "I want you dead." Tu Wanma opened his arms and waved them. Suddenly, a thick demonic aura shot up from the ancient road of time and space, covering the entire sky. "Demonify." Tu Wanma stomped his foot and roared. At the same time, a violent wind blew in the sky, causing the void to tremble. Tu Wanma clenched his fists, and a monstrous demonic chi gathered on his fists. Demon Killing Fist. Tu Wanma's fist suddenly punched out. The demonic chi fist tore through the void wherever it passed. Even the ancient road of space-time trembled. Ouyang Luoshua could clearly see that the space-time power that surrounded the ancient path was swiftly dispersing. "Be careful! The corrosive power of the fist shadows is very strong." Ouyang Luoshua reminded him worriedly. As the daughter of the Ouyang family, she had seen a lot since she was young. Naturally, she could see how terrifying Tu Wanma was. At this moment, Tu Wanma had completely demonified. The demonic nature hidden deep in his heart had completely exploded. His attack power was terrifying. The power of this fist was something that no transcendent world lord in the world capital could block. Even the most outstanding transcendent world lords of the Ouyang family might not be able to escape unscathed from Tu Wanma. Can he block it? Ouyang Luoshua's eyes flashed as she murmured. She knew that she wasn't as strong as Tu Wanma. If she attacked now, she would definitely affect Fong Chen. Therefore, she was staring at the battlefield without blinking. If Fong Chen appeared to be at a disadvantage, she would immediately step in. Emperor Fist. Fong Chen's body was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Tu Wanma. Two incomparably powerful fists collided with each other. Demonic fist against Emperor Fist. Rumble. The earth shook and mountains shook. Even the end of the ancient path of time and space was shaking. Demonic aura filled the sky above the demonic fist. Upon contact, it quickly enveloped Fong Chen's fist and tried to corrode it. However, Fong Chen's Emperor Fist gathered all the power of the Emperor realm. It wasn't any weaker than the demonic fist. Kacha! Under Fong Chen's control, the Emperorian Fist shattered the Fiend Fist with an unstoppable momentum. Dong dong dong. After the demonic fist was crushed, a terrifying shockwave rushed over and forced Tu Wanma to retreat. After stabilizing himself, Tu Wanma's face became even darker. Damn it! He was the strongest world lord and couldn't be challenged. "Today I will kill you." Tu Wanmo roared into the sky. His body was completely covered by demonic aura. Extreme demonification. Tu Wanma seemed to have gone mad. His forehead was filled with black marks. "Be careful, he's completely demonified." Ouyang Luoshua clenched her fists. She was very worried. The demonification allowed Tu Wanma to have strength comparable to a peak transcendent world lord. Now, after the demonification, his battle strength had soared. He was comparable to someone who had just stepped into the World King realm. Boom! Terrifying air currents spun in the sky, forming a terrifying whirlpool. Tu Wanma stood under the whirlpool, his black hair draped over his shoulders like a peerless demon god. "I have to admit that your strength has exceeded my imagination." Tu Wanmo raised his finger and pointed at Fong Chen. "However, the ancient path of time and space can only be completed by me. All of you will become my stepping stones." Boom! Suddenly, a black star appeared on the side of the ancient path of time and space. Fong Chen was stunned. Tu Wanma had actually taken the star and hid it behind his back. "You should be proud to die in the demonic energy star that I personally refined." Dong dong dong. The moment the demonic energy star appeared, it caused the ancient path of time and space to shake. Even Ouyang Luoshue's face turned pale. A dark and terrifying aura came from the air. It was very oppressive. Ouyang Luoshue's body kept retreating. She didn't have Feng Chen's Emperor Realm body, so she couldn't block the demonic energy. Roar! Tu Wanma opened his hands and grabbed the demonic energy star. The huge demonic energy star kept shrinking. In the blink of an eye, it was the size of a palm. Tu Wanma clenched his fist. The star surged and demonic energy filled the sky. Die. Feng Chen didn't expect Tu Wanma to directly throw the star at him. Hoo! Feng Chen didn't even think and directly passed through time and space, using the Great Rock Movement technique to the extreme. Humph! Tu Wanma snorted coldly. He connected with the stars and changed the trajectory of the stars to chase after Feng Chen. How did he refine the star? According to Feng Chen's knowledge, one had to be at least a world king to refine a star. However, what did Tu Wanma's primordial spirit experience when it entered the black altar? Could it be that he went back to the past through time and space? Feng Chen had a bad feeling. If Tu Wanma really went back to the past and found the most powerful demonic inheritance in the black altar, then today's battle would be difficult. Whoosh! The star attacked, but Feng Chen easily dodged it. Just as he brushed past the star, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. No, the energy in this star is very mixed. If he really refined it, it shouldn't be like this. Feng Chen thought quickly in his mind. Soon he understood the reason. I see. Feng Chen sneered. He held the hidden star sword and used the 8th move of the invincible sword art, Star-Breaking Sword. Whoosh! The hidden star sword expanded, and a powerful force was accumulated at the tip of the sword. Once it exploded, it turned into a giant sword and stabbed at the star. Stupid. In Tu Wanma's opinion, Feng Chen's move was too stupid. He actually wanted to use his sword technique to split open his own star. What a laughable act. However, Feng Chen didn't think so. The star was so powerful that it was impossible for Tu Wanma to completely refine it. Therefore, Feng Chen only needed to inject the sword qi into the star to cause chaos in the mixed energy and destroy the star from the inside. At that time, Tu Wanma's demon qi star would collapse. The closer he got to the demon qi star, the heavier Feng Chen felt. It was as if he couldn't move. Go.